What if Naruto was the son of Hades? Part 2, reading NPU by Shadow Gods of the Fallen. Chapter 2. Now who are you and why have you disrupted our important meeting? Boomed Zeus. The two hunters looked baffled and nervous in the presence of an irritated Zeus. Artemis intervened because she didn't want two dyed hunters if she could help it. Especially her oldest hunter and best friend Zoe Nightshade, the lieutenant of her hunters for 2 millennia. The second hunter was identified as Phoebe, one of the last older hunters she had. But thankfully they said nothing, fearing that it would make Zeus anger, which the moon goddess was thankful. While Percy and the other demigods were speechless because here standing before them was Zoe Nightshade, the one that was turned into a constellation called the Huntress when she faced her father Atlas. Percy was the first one out of the demigods that came back to reality and whispered out, "Zoe." Zoe saw Percy staring at her and glared hatefully at him, before questioning Percy by saying, "What does thy want, boy?" Percy just blushed, then looked away and shuddering, "Nothing." Zoe bowed to her mistress and said, "What does milady want?" Artemis smiled fondly at Zoe before saying to her 2 hunters, "We are reading a book about a young hero from another dimension." Phoebe snorted and said, "Just what I always wanted to read about, an ungrateful boy." Artemis said, "That's enough, Zoe and Phoebe." Both hunters bowed, then said, "As you wish, milady," and became silent. Meanwhile the cloaked person snorted. The gods and goddesses found it was a female voice. Their interest in the woman increased because she might be from the books. Zeus cleared his throat and demanded that she reveal herself or suffer the wrath of the gods. She chuckled but moved her hands to her hood and pulled down. The gods were speechless and all of them were drooling or staring at the gorgeous woman standing before them in shock. She had red hair with pretty purple eyes and a toned body that would make even Aphrodite jealous. She wore a red silk dress that hugged her curves perfectly. Some would even mistake her for Aphrodite if she wasn't already in the room. Kashina's skin was fair and flawless that would make most women jealous. Her deep crimson red hair fell down freely to her lower back. The mysterious woman laughed at the gods' faces. The gods and goddesses along with the demigods agreed wholeheartedly that her laugh was breathtakingly beautiful. Like small bells ringing or a soft lovely melody playing. Depended on the person, but this laugh sounded perfect. While her smile was perfect with her kissable pink lips and brilliant white teeth. She said, "I am Kashina Uzumaki, mother of Naruto Uzumaki and second wife of Hades." Aphrodite questioned, "Are you one of my daughter because you was so beautiful, dear?" Kashina nodded her head slightly, then narrowed her exotic purple eyes and dangerous hissed out, "That doesn't mean I am defenseless or weak." After a pause she added, "If anyone disagree, then I will kick all of your asses to Tartarus and back." Artemis nodded her head in approval and decided that she would have made an excellent hunter. The males in the room nodded their heads while some were giving Hades a jealous look for getting a nice catch like Kashina along with his other wife Persephone. Kashina looked around for someone she knows, but her eyes landed on Hades. Her eyes lit up, then grinned brightly and ran to him. She wrapped her arms around him tightly. She then gave her husband a kiss on the lips and smiled at him saying, "I love you." Suddenly there was a second flash of light and it dimmed down to reveal the queen of the underworld herself. Demeter leapt out of her throne and hugged her precious immortal daughter, then asking her if she eats enough cereal. While Hades looked indifference but had a look of love in his dark eyes. "Mother, will you stop worrying about me? I am a grown goddess now," exclaimed Persephone. Demeter wailed, saying, how it is her no-good husband's fault that her precious core turned on her. Persephone just rolled her eyes but turned to Kashina and asked how she was. Kashina looked shocked for a moment, but she got out of her stumble and shouted out, "You serious? Don't know me? I'm hurt." Persephone looked at her and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't know you." Kashina looked confused but then took a closer look around the throne room and came face to face with 2 Talias. How? She thought, but made her way to Thal's and maybe help explain what the hell is going on. Kashina whispered, "Why am I here and why doesn't anyone recognize me?" "Well, you have been transported here to read a series of your son Naruto. Oh, and by the way, we are in a different dimension than ours." Kashina sighed and gave a quick thank you and asked if she could sit by her. Thals nodded her head and made room for Kashina while the demigods looked at her in awe and a little fear. Awe because this is the mother of the hero that we have been reading about, and fear because she was Hades' wife, or maybe that they don't know how powerful she is. "Well, now that introductions are done, why don't we settle for a nice warm dinner?" said Hestia. The gods and demigods nodded their heads while their stomachs growled in agreement. The occupants made their way to the dining hall in Olympus that could view camp if some of the gods or goddesses wanted to. They usually look at camp often to check up on their children. The image is invisible so the half-bloods can't see them but they can see their children. The reason behind the images are invisible is because they would break the ancient laws. The dining room had 4 pillars at the corners of the room and a pillar every few feet that could fit a god through. The place was made from marble like ancient Greece temples and buildings. The silverware, dishes, and goblets were pure gold. The plates and goblets were filled with everything imaginable. For the gods and goddesses, plates and goblets were filled with nectar and ambrosia. After everyone was full, they went back into the throne room. Ares was trying to get Aphrodite's attention. But the love goddess's attention was directed at her different dimension daughter, Kashina. Oh, she wanted to ask her how Hades became her husband, how she first met him, how many dates did she go on, when was her first kiss, if she was immortal, or if she did a 3-way with Hades and Persephone. But most importantly, how her daughter's son Naruto loved life. Sorry if I sound like a pervert. Kashina was talking to both Annabeth and Athena while both were talking notes on anything important. But knowing them, anything and everything was important, like how a shinobi can mold the elements or how many different elements one can wield. As Kashina talked about her world, she talked about how the moon was created by the Rakudo Sennin using the Jutsu Chibaku Tensai to entomb the 10-tailed beast or the Jubi. The other gods kept on staring at Kashina and wondered how Hades got to her before they did, because she sure was a beauty. Hermes had a glint in his eyes, then he finally went to her to see if her pranking skills were true. While Hades looked at his nephew in suspicion on what he was going to do with Kashina, he didn't know where the protectiveness came from but softly growled. On the other hand, Persephone was looking at Kashina with interest while trying to ignore her mother, which was difficult. Because she kept on getting an odd feeling like a sisterly love sometimes, or other times harem sister. Hera smiled at the scene of her family because her family were actually getting along and not fighting like always. Maybe this book can have some positive aspects like seeing through a demigod's eyes. Hera frowned, thinking how she sometimes envied some of the other gods and goddesses for have demigods, but struggled it off because she would never be unfaithful to her husband. No matter how angry she got or how unfaithful her husband would be. Who, by the way, can't keep it in his pants for not even a century. She sighed and wondered why Zeus even married her sometimes. Hera put some thought into it but sighed again, but began with a fake smile. Well, let's get you to your rooms to have a relaxing sleep so we can read tomorrow morning, smiled Hera. The gods and demigods with Kashina protested but was quickly silenced by Hera's glare. Hera then looked at Kashina with envy on her face and gave a small smile for a second to her but replaced it with an emotionless mask just as quick. Kashina smiled back at the Queen of Heaven but sighed and thinking about how she missed her son and real husband and his wife from her dimension. Enough, thundered Zeus, getting annoyed. All of you will go to your rooms and get some sleep for tomorrow, hotly said Zeus. The occupants looked outside and that the moon was slowly making its way up the starry night. They guessed it is about 10 p.m. and Annabeth with her mother thought, if we go to sleep only we can get up earlier to read more. Apollo and Hermes escort all of them to their rooms, demanded Zeus. Of course, father, laughed Apollo and Hermes. Kashina went over to Hades to speak with him. Hello, smiled Kashina with love in her eyes. Hades smiled back and thinking, I guess this is not so bad after all. Hades finally questioned, what can I help you? Kashina smiled and asked, no, but I just wanted to say have a good night's sleep. With that she kissed him and walked away. Hades looked shocked and moved his hand where she kissed him, then gave a small smile to her retreating form. Persephone looked emotionless but vowed to have some words with her dear husband and lord. Olympus was truly a sight to see at night because the gold and silver glowed in the dim lights that reflected off the moon and stars. The torches glowed in the night like small fireflies glowing in the darkness of the night. The demigods were amazed at the sight to behold and gave small smiles to each other. Besides Thales and Kashina, who frowned and looked down, feeling out of place with the other demigods, but they made their way to their rooms in silence. The rooms were designed to be like their parents' domain and color scheme. The only one freaking out was poor Kashina. The room was all pink and too girly, it could possibly be considered a Barbie's dream house. One of the worst parts of the room that it was filled with pictures of lovey-dovey stuff. Like rainbows, people holding hands, and a few hearts in some of them. But moving on, the worst part was that the place had the smell of all the perfumes in the world, which was killing her nose. She looked at the room for a second. Blink once, twice, and one more time before she fell on her knees and screamed out, "My eyes, it burns." The other demigods could hear Kashina's terrified screams and winced and hoped to the gods that their room was not like Kashina's. While Zoe and Phoebe went into their mistress' guest room. Inside the room was filled with bow and arrows with an archery field. The bedroom was filled with scenery of a forest at night and you could see all the forgotten constellations from long ago. The room had 2 silver beds with silky sheets filled with moons and stars. You could smell a little of the forest in the room. All in all, the 2 hunters were at peace and happy to be in here but missed their sisters deeply. Talia and Thals went to Zeus' room because Talia could speak to her different dimension self about everything in her world. Like if she had a brother named Jason or if Zoe died. Once the door was opened, it freaked Talia out. The room floor was a glass floor so you could see all the way down to the ground. Talia looked over at Thals but found no fear and wondered, how could she not be afraid of this? Thals properly knew what Talia was thinking about so she said, "Naruto, help me." Talia just nodded her head fearful and climbed into one of the ground-level beds decorated with thunderstorms and lightning. Thals just looked at Talia and shook her head, questioned and thought to herself, "Is how afraid I was with heights before Naruto helped me." Thals focused her powers and flew up onto a floating bed, then closed her eyes excited for the next day to come. She gave a small smile hoping to see Naruto soon. Both were listening to Green Day until sleep consumed both of them. Annabeth went into her mother's guest room and her eyes widened then smiled broadly. The reason is that the room was filled with books and more books. The cases of books were next to a computer properly with the internet if she know anything about her mother. She sighed and read a couple of books that interested her until she fell asleep with a book about architecture in her grasp. Percy on the other hand loved his room because it was exactly like the cabin in Montauk, where his mother and father met and where I shared some of my summers with my mom. Some of the beds had pictures of sea live and a trident on it. The fountain, however, was the best part because it reminded him of Poseidon's cabin. The bed was comfy and it felt like you were on the seabed because there was coral on the walls. With the roof had a special glass that was made only on Olympus that could let you view anything going on in the seas. But the best part is that it had blue chocolate chip cookies just like my mom's. With of course blue milk. Then he dreamily sighed then said, "I'm in heaven right now." Then around after he was finished with his midnight snack he fell asleep with a smile on his face. Nico just grinned from ear to ear because his room looked badass. The room had Greek fire that illuminating the dark room. Nico put his picture of his sister Hazel and another picture of Bianca D'Angelo on the headboard of one of the beds. The beds had black silk filled with skulls and jewels. While some of the walls had murals of the underworld like Hades' palace one side and on the other side was an image of the Isle of the Blessed. It looked awesome in his option and decided to go to sleep and dream of a reality of both of his sisters being alive. Morning came and when the gods and goddesses came into the throne room they were shocked. The reason was that Kashina was soundly sleeping on one of the couches in the throne room. She looked perfect with her fiery red hair catching the sunlight coming through. She also had a soft comforting smile that would make her mother happy. While her mother tried to not to squeal on how cute Kashina looked right now. Hermes, Ares, along with Apollo especially were drooling and their eyes looked love-struck. The gods along with the goddesses, except Artemis and Persephone, discussed on what to do with her. Finally it was decided that Hades wake her. Hades sighed but went over to her and shook her awake. Kashina moaned and whimpered, 5 more minutes. Hades groaned but shook her awake again. Kashina suddenly punched him in the face with chakra enhanced that made him fly back hitting a wall, while leaving an imprint of Hades on the wall of Olympus throne room. He looked at his brothers sporting a megawatt smile on Zeus while Poseidon had a goofy smile. Hades had a bloody nose and Demeter and his brothers vowed to remember this for at least a century. Just then Artemis along with her hunters and Persephone came into the throne room looking questionable at Hades. Apollo shouted out, "Little sis." Hades tried to wake her up but Kashina punched him in the face. Artemis looked at Kashina with approval in her silver eyes and nodded to her with a smile on her face. She agreed again that she would make an excellent hunter. The gods looked pitiful at Hades while the goddesses looked pleased. Kashina looked half asleep and yawned then she fell back to sleep. Aphrodite looked at Kashina with confusion because she was wondering why her daughter was sleeping here of all places. Finally Kashina woke up when the demigods came into the throne room. Kashina smiled cheerful happy as can be while the gods looked at her with a little bit of fear. Now let's start red again, excitedly shouted Annabeth. Okay, but who is going to be reading? Questioned Zeus. I will, stated Kashina. Chapter 5. That bull is on steroids. That's a funny title, commented Apollo, and Hermes agreed with his half-brother wholeheartedly. The demigods just shook their heads at the two immature gods' antics. The group tore through the night along dark country roads. That is some serious driving, joked Apollo. Artemis rolled her eyes and muttered, idiot. Apollo smiled and said, ah, I love you to little sis. Artemis glared at her twin and snarled out, Apollo, how many times do we have to discuss this? I was born first, isn't that right, girls? Zoe and Phoebe nodded their heads, agreeing with their mistress. Wind slammed against the Camaro. Rain lashed the windshield. Dad isn't a happy camper today, snickered Hermes. Zeus glared at his son, disrespect to him, king of the gods, and slammed his precious master bolt on the throne room floor. The world down below experienced a huge thunderstorm that covered the entire sky, with lightning flashing through the entire sky. While all this happened, the other gods and goddesses laughed at Zeus. The demigods, on the other hand, thought how temperamental Zeus was. The boys honestly didn't know how Percy's mom could see anything, but she kept her foot on the gas. Well, that is my type of driving, smiled Ares, ready for a fight to start soon. Oh no, you don't. In that car is my grandson, and I will have to make an interesting love life like no other, snarled Aphrodite. Ares gulped and slumped in his seat with a pout on his face. The other gods and demigods alike laughed at the war god's expense. Naruto looked at Grover oddly, and when the lightning flashed, he saw those goat legs. He sighed, already knowing what he was, and knew that Grover was on their side, hopefully. No, he is with the monsters trying to kill you right now, joked Annabeth. I knew it, he trying to overthrow us, and he kills everything he touches, just like my daughter, scowled Zeus. Everyone just sighed and shook their heads sadly, because you can't argue with Zeus. For one, he is so stubborn that a brick wall would seethe with jealousy. So, you and my mom know each other? Nope, he does not, said the gods and goddesses, with the demigods shaking their heads, agreeing with their parents. Percy asked. Not able to stay silent, Grover's eyes flitted to the rearview mirror. Always keep a watchful eye on your surroundings, said Athena. Annabeth nodded her head, while the other demigods just rolled their eyes in good nature. Though there were no cars behind them. Not exactly, he said. I mean, we've never met in person. But she knew I was watching you. Starker, sang Apollo and Hermes. While the demigods just laughed at the two gods. Watching me? Starker, said Apollo, while Artemis was getting irritated quickly. Keeping tabs on you. Making sure you were okay. Again Starker, smiled Apollo and Hermes. Will you shut up for once, scowled Artemis, and glaring at her twin and half-brother Hermes. The two hunters just nodded in agreement to what their mistress said. But I wasn't faking being your friend, he added hastily. I am your friend. What are you, exactly? Percy asked. A bad fighter, hissed out Ares. That doesn't matter, said Percy and the other demigods. Sure it does, laughed Ares. The gods looked at the war god in question. Ares just rolled his eyes and explained that he wouldn't want a pansy as a friend. The females in the room glared at the war god in fury, especially Aphrodite. That doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter. From the waist down, my best friend is a donkey. Goat seaweed brain, teased Annabeth. Grover let out a sharp, throaty, blah ha ha. Naruto could tell that Grover a bit ticked, but he gaffed. That was really funny to him. Run for your lives, screamed Percy and Nico. Goat, Grover cried. What? Once getting himself under control, Naruto helped the poor guy out. So thoughtful, gushed Aphrodite. Percy, he is a satyr, a being that is half human and half goat. Are you sure he is not my child? Questioned Athena. Nope, Naruto is mine and not yours, exclaimed Kashina. Annabeth whispered to Percy and said, I guess you have competition now, seaweed brain. Percy blushed but remained silent, just smiled at Annabeth, making her blush cherry red. Athena looked shocked at how Kashina disrespected her and was about to say something but shook her head. Her focus went to her daughter and found her blushing at the sea spawn, so she glared daggers at him. Percy felt unfriendly aura coming from Annabeth's mom, Athena, and saw her glaring at him. So the natural thing to do was pale and find a place to hide, because the third worst person to piss off is your girlfriend's parents. But the second worst is your mother, because you should never piss off your mom. but the worst and most terrifying is your girlfriend because she could grab your balls and threaten to remove them. Huh? But, you would mean Mr. Brunner's myths? They're not myths, child, said Hestia while smiled warmly at everyone. The gods, goddesses, and demigods just smiled back thinking how good she makes everyone feels. You paid attention to that? Naruto smirked. Let's throw a party. I like this kid more and more, said Apollo while high-fived Hermes who agreed with him. Percy just glared at him. Okay. Anyway, with the way Grover reacted, I am assuming that other satyr would trample you for that donkey remark. You got it, smiled Thalls. I thought it didn't matter. Percy shot back while Grover bleated again. Obviously it does. Naruto replied with a smirk. Wait, so all that Mr. Brunner taught us was actually preparing us for this stuff? No, it was going to prepare you for your trip to Candyland Pedro, said Dionysus. Pretty much. Grover said. Great, Naruto replied sarcastically. Just what we need. Freaky monsters coming after us. You got that right, muttered the demigods. While the gods and goddesses bowed their heads and looked sorry for making their children having a similar fate. Not only that, but those three old ladies were the fates and not myths, and neither was Mrs. Dodds. Grover told them. So you admit there was a Mrs. Dodds, Percy exclaimed. Really, seaweed brain, laughed out Annabeth. Talia just shook her head while Nico smirked at Percy's discomfort. Thalls just looked like she has seen this every day. While Kashina just looked at Hades lovingly but smiled at the demigods in the room. Of course. Okay, so what was the point of hiding the fact that she was real? Naruto asked. The mist, dear child, smiled Hestia. The other gods and goddesses along with the demigods nodded their heads. The less you knew, the fewer monsters you'd attract, Grover said, like that should be perfectly obvious. It is so obvious, joked Hermes. We put mist over the human's eyes. We hoped you'd think the kindly one was a hallucination. But it was no good. You both started to realize who you are. Percy is going to be confused, said all the demigods. Percy blushed, then gave a smile and laughing a little bit. The gods and goddesses just shook their heads fondly but remained silent. Who I? Wait a minute, what do you mean? Percy asked. See, replied Annabeth. No one doubted you, wise girl, smiled Percy. Annabeth blushed and Athena just glared at the sea spawn with annoyance. Aphrodite squealed silently, surprising most of the gods and goddesses along with the demigods. Yeah, you lost me as well. Naruto deadpanned. No, Naruto, don't be like Perse, wailed Nico. Nico kelp head is not that bad, whispered Talia. I know, but don't tell him that, Nico whispered back. Artemis was glaring at the son of Hades in suspension for talking to her hunter. While Zoe and Phoebe glared at Nico because he was talking to one of their future sisters. While Kashina smiled then giggled at Nico thinking how he will react to his sister discovery. D'Angelo, never compare Naruto to Percy, threatened, joked Thalls. Why yes madam, shakily said Nico not knowing if she was serious or not. Thalls smiled and looked at Talia who grinned at her then raised her thumb up. The weird bellowing noise rose up again somewhere behind us, closer than before. It's gaining on you, run for your lives, shrieked Apollo. Shut up brother, snapped Artemis. Apollo grinned and said, "Aw come on sis, lighten up." I will lighten up when you don't flirt with my hunters, snarled Artemis. Apollo stayed silent because he didn't want to experience his twin sister's wrath again or ever. Whatever was chasing us was still on our trail. Of course it is, said Thalls. The gods and goddesses just grinned at the daughter of Zeus. Talia just grinned and thinking how awesome she was. Percy, his mom said, there's too much to explain and not enough time. We have to get you two to safety. That is no fun, whined Ares. He got splashed with a gallon of Arctic cold water by Poseidon. Seaweed, will you stop that, screamed Ares. Ares, what have I told you about calling me that, threatened Poseidon. Ares gulped and said, to never call you that again. Yes, and the consequences, smirked Poseidon. To wear a pink I Love My Little Ponies shirt, gulped a pale war god. Yes, grinned Poseidon. Enough with this nonsense, boomed Zeus. Hera glared at her husband and smiled at Kashina to continue before more fighting broke out. Kashina just smiled and continued. Safety from what? You mean by whom, stated Athena and Annabeth. The other immortals and demigods in the room just rolled their eyes but smiled fondly at them. Before Poseidon interrupted by saying, always have to be technical owlhead. Of course kelp for brains, smiled Athena. Percy whispered to Annabeth saying, is this how we act too? Annabeth looked unsure but looked at the others in the room whom nodded their heads. Who's after us? I wonder who Perce pissed off this time, questioned Nico. Talia looked at the gods and goddesses who had a look of confusion. She said, well, Kelphead here has a way of pissing off anything that has a big ego. The gods and goddesses nodded their heads and went back to paying attention to the book. Kashina grinned but started again. Percy asked while Naruto raised an eyebrow. Oh, nobody much, well that's good, said Annabeth. Ah, Annabeth worried about Kelphead over here, commented Talia. Well yes, shuddered Annabeth. Aphrodite squealed thinking how cute their love lives will be. Grover said, obviously still miffed about the donkey comment. Just the Lord of the Dead and a few of his blood-thirstiest minions. So no one, smirked Zeus and Poseidon. I hate you, glared Hades. The rest of the people in the throne room laughed or giggled, while Nico tried to hide the fact he was laughing at him because he didn't want to get grounded. Grover. Sorry, Mrs. Jackson. Could you drive faster, please? Yeah, because that is my son in the car, said Poseidon and Hades. Grover replied. What, you mean Hades? Naruto replied and the ground shook a bit and Grover nodded a little panicked. I am not that bad am I, questioned Hades. The demigods with the gods and goddesses looked anywhere but the Lord of the Dead. They were also feeling somewhat guilty because Hades is always the first one to get blamed. While the boys were trying to wrap their heads around all this madness, Percy's mom made a hard left. I like her driving, laughed Ares. Everyone just tried to ignore the war god's comment. They swerved onto a narrower road, racing past darkened farmhouses and wooded hills. Zeus thought about his daughter's tree prison then sighed. And, pick your own strawberries signs on white picket fences. Where are we going? Percy asked. You are going to be running for your lives, said Apollo. Ares grinned and shouted, action, finally this book was getting a little boring. Aphrodite glared at Ares but said sweetly, oh you think love is boring do you? Ares being the dumbier gods on Olympus said without thinking things through, well yeah. Aphrodite huffed and thought, maybe I should break up with him. Ares shut up or I will kick your ass, smiled Kashina. Oh you think a child of Aphrodite could possibly beat me, questioned Ares. This one can, Kashina reported back. Then prove it, sneered Ares. Fine I will, snarled Kashina. Enough of this, later you can fight but now we read, commanded Zeus. The room quieted down and Zeus nodded his head then boomed, Kashina please continue. Kashina nodded her head but glared at the war god and continued. The summer camp one told you about. His mother's voice was tight. She was trying for Percy's sake not to be scared. The place your father wanted to send you. The place you didn't want me to go. Letting go of your child is the hardest thing in the world to do, Hestia smiled sadly. Hera and the others in the room nodded her head slowly. Please, dear, his mother begged. This is hard enough. Try to understand. You're in danger. When is he not, said the demigods in the room. Because some old ladies cut yarn. Those weren't just any old ladies, seaweed brain, yelled Annabeth. I know that now, wise girl, frowned Percy. Annabeth sighed and said, I know, seaweed brain. Are you about done? Hestia smiled warmly. They nodded and listened to the book again. Percy asked and Naruto sighed. Man, if you paid attention in class why that is bad. Naruto said. When they cut the yarn, that means someone is going to die. Sadly that is true, said Athena. The gods looked down thinking about some of their children having similar fates. Exactly. Grover said, the fact they appeared in front of you too, they only do that when you're about to. When someone's about to die. Whoa you said, you, Percy freaked. Great seaweed brain you can be observant for once, joked Annabeth. But I don't want to because I have you, smirked Percy. Annabeth blushed and looked away while Aphrodite squealed so loudly that her squeals broke glass. After everyone recovered from the horrifying torture that was Aphrodite screaming about love, Zeus demanded everyone to be silent and to continue the book. Kashina readily agreed so she didn't have to listen to her mother scream again. No I didn't. I said, someone. Grover replied. No goat boy you said you first and then someone after, said Talia. Still not very helpful. Naruto said. It is but you don't know it yet Naruto, smiled Kashina. Yeah, you meant me, Percy said. Not true because Kelphead here is standing here, smiled Talia. Annabeth whispered to Percy, I am glad it was not you. Percy smiled and said, me too wise girl, and put his hand her shoulders reassuringly. I meant you, like, someone. Not you, you. God, I hope it is not me or you. Naruto replied. Me too, and a couple of other girls as well, winced Thals and Kashina. Boys. Percy's mom said. She pulled the wheel hard to the right, and they got a glimpse of a figure she'd swerved to avoid, a dark fluttering shape now lost behind us in the storm. Don't let your guard down anywhere, sweetie, said Kashina. Ares looked lustfully at her because she was the perfect woman for him. She was beautiful and was dangerous, a great combination. Aphrodite looked at the war god with a scowl on her ever-changing face. The hell was that? Naruto freaked. Naruto Uzumaki, watch your language, said Hera. Demeter looked disappointed at the book and said, you need to eat more cereal, young demigod, unlike my perfect core. Persephone blushed and stuttered out, please read, Kashina. Kashina nodded her head and started once more. We're almost there, Mrs. Jackson said, ignoring Naruto's question. Another mile. Please. 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 Poseidon started to saying, please please please, while the other gods and goddesses just sighed and smiled fondly at their brother or uncle. They didn't know what there was, but it had to be safe from whatever the hell was chasing them. Yeah, camp half-blood, smiled the demigods, even Kashina, because Naruto tells her about camp when he is in the underworld with his family. It is not Mrs. Dodd's, that is for sure. Whatever it is, it's bigger and stronger than last time. It is the Minotaur, I believe, said Athena. Why is that, sis? Questioned Apollo. Well, the title said the bull on steroids, so it has to be a bull, finished Athena. Apollo had a blank look on his face and said, we will see if you are right by reading these books. Athena huffed at her half-brother's antics while Apollo grinned. The other gods and goddesses just shook their heads at their family interactions with one another, before questioning silently, are we really this bad? The immortals looked at the demigods and saw them nodding their heads, so the gods quickly looked away before their focus was back onto the book. This is reminding me of the wave mission, only we are fleeing for our lives. Oh no, my poor baby, cried Kashina. The gods thought it must be Kashina's time of the month and left it at that. While Hera smiled fondly at Kashina and thought, she is a good mother, before glaring at her Zeus. While Naruto was thinking that, Percy was thinking about the blades Mr. Brunner had thrown to them. Of course, blame the centaur, laughed Nico and Talia. Percy blushed, then glared at his annoying cousins with a small smile on his face. Annabeth laughed at Percy's face because it was so cute, she thought anyways. Thals and Kashina smiled but remained silent, watching in amusement just like all the people in the throne room. Before he could ask Grover about that, the hair rose on the back of my neck. There was a blinding flash, a jaw-rattling boom, and the car exploded. It was an odd feeling being blown up. Good job, Perce, said Nico. Will you shut up, D'Angelo, shouted out Percy. Like you were, weightless, crushed, burned, and being hosed down all at the same time. Ah, good memories, whispered Nico. What do you mean death breathe? Questioned Talia. Well, wait and see, airhead, smirked Nico. Talia glared at him, then crossed her arms and huffed. Percy pried his forehand off the driver's seat in front of him as his mom called out to him. I am fine, he said. No, you're not, said the Nico and Talia. Percy had a mocked hurt expression on his face and said, oh, how you wound me, dear cousins. That is our job, Kelphead, Aqua Dude, laughed Talia and Nico. He heard Naruto mutter out a super, as they noticed the car was still intact because it was in a ditch. Looks like some of the crashes Ares gets daily or sometimes even hourly, laughed Hephaestus. All the gods and goddesses laughed except Ares, even all the demigods smirked or had amusement in their eyes. They sighed in relief that they were not dead, not yet anyway. Sweetie, don't talk like that because I want you to live a long and healthy life, smiled Kashina. Hera smiled at the red-haired mother and her respect for her went up a few notches because she was so dedicated to being a good mother. The gods nodded their heads while the goddesses had watery eyes except for Artemis. But she did have a smile on her face and she wished that she got Kashina as a hunter. While Naruto was trying to regain his bearings, Percy noticed that Grover looked unconscious. Grover. Stupid satyr, letting my daughter die, thundered Zeus. Now husband the satyr did his best, said Hera, her voice filled with hatred when she said husband. Zeus looked at Hera with a bit of fear and guilt on his face but became silent. The throne room was left with an awkward tension in the room. Food, he groaned. Same old Grover, laughed all the demigods in the room.
Naruto sweat dropped at that. Yeah, he was going to be fine.
How true, sighed Thal's WTIH, a smile on his face. Percy, his mother said, we have to. Her voice faltered, because when the lightning flashed, they saw a huge figure through the mud-splashed window. Oh goody, some action, hopeful someone will die, smiled Ares.
Kashina dropped the book and disappeared for a moment but reappeared in the behind Ares. The gods and goddesses along with the demigods in the room were shocked at how fast Kashina was. Then she punched Ares so hard that he fell of his throne and landed on the floor and made a shockwave along with a crater.
Ares fell unconscious, by the way he is still in his goatee size. Meanwhile Kashina picked him up and snarled out, don't you ever say that again or suffer my wrath. The goddesses were cheering in their heads that Kashina finally knocked down Ares off his high horse, while the gods were afraid of Kashina because of her monstrous strength. Hello. Naruto said surprised. Son, don't get its attention, whimpered Kashina with tears running down her face because she felt so powerless to help her baby boy. The gods and goddesses looked sympathetic because they felt the same way every time their children has to battle for their lives. Hestia and Hera smiled and thinking that their family is coming closer and closer together. Boys, Percy's mother said, deadly serious. Get out of the car. She knows what the monster is. I'm impressed that Kelp head over here got her to fall in love with him, stated Athena. Poseidon glared at her but then sighed and went back to daydreaming of his time with Sally.
She tried, the driver said, but all the mud was blocking their way out. Passengers sighed.
Ah, the Jackson luck, smiled Annabeth. Percy smiled and thought that Annabeth looked so beautiful when she smiled. He then paled and silently said, no bad thoughts, this is your best friend you were talking about. Get out now and run to the big tree. Well, how does a big tree help you fight monsters? Questioned Apollo.
Artemis sighed and scowled. It is properly the camp boundary. But if it is the camp boundaries then Sally can't come, frantically said Poseidon. The sea god looked close to passing out due to much drama.
While Ares just grinned and waited for the show to begin with a bag of popcorn in his hands.
She yelled, pointing to a large tree in the distance as they got out.
She knows, sadly answered Athena. The goddesses had tears in their eyes thinking if this is it for Sally. What? Percy replied, confused until the lightning flashed and a large pine tree in the distance appeared and that thing was huge. My daughter, smiled Zeus. Talia glared at Percy and shouted out, are you calling me Fat Jackson? No, exclaimed Percy with a blush on his face. Talia, Thals, Kashina, and the other demigods laughed at Percy's predicament. That's the property line, knew it, excitedly said Apollo, and Artemis just shook her head then sighed. His mom said, get over that hill and you'll see a big farmhouse down in the valley. Run and don't look back.
Yell for help. Don't stop until you reach the door.
She is sacrificing herself for her son for more time getting away, cried Hestia. Percy looked down then sadly thought about that fateful day going over and over again in his mind. Annabeth just put her hand next to his and squeezed it. Percy looked up and smiled at her and sighed, letting the memory fade into the back of his brain. Mom, you're coming too. She can't, young one, sadly smiled Hestia. Her face was pale, her eyes as sad as when she looked at the ocean. Ah, she still has feeling for Poseidon, squealed Aphrodite. Poseidon blushed and wished that Sally was his second wife like Kashina was to Hades but sighed. No. Percy shouted. You are coming with us. Help me carry Grover. Percy, you are loyal, maybe too loyal, muttered Athena. Hestia just smiled at Percy and waved for Kashina to begin reading again. Food. Grover moaned, a little louder. Shut up, you stupid satyr, bellowed out Zeus. Naruto growled and yelled above the rain. Give him to me. We will get there faster that way. Oh, my grandson is so selfless and cute, screeched out Aphrodite. The gods and goddesses along with the demigods recoiled from the sudden glass-breaking force. Percy nodded and gave Grover to Naruto and turned back to Mom to see the creature coming towards them. The gods and goddesses became more interested in the center of the throne room's floor. An image started to appear just like an iris message. It showed a crashed 98 Camaro and 4 people in a heavy storm. 3 out of the 4 people in the image were teenagers. One was Percy with his sea-green eyes and airbrushed black hair. The other person the gods knew was Grover. Grover was unconscious and groaning out for food. The next person was a young woman who had brown hair carrying a purse. The last person the gods looked at was a blonde-haired with blue-eyed teenager. The boy had an excellent build with 6 whiskers on his face. All in all, Aphrodite looked pleased with her favorite grandson's physical body. It was huge. That, and it seemed that it had fur on it. The figure was cloaked in shadows that it was impossible to see except 2 horns that came up from its hairy head, but you could see the ring on its nostrils and had a lot of muscles. Athena gasped and knew what the monster was now. Naruto turned to look at it and yelled, "Holy cow!" "You mean bull," said Thales, the other demigods, and Percy. "There is nothing holy about that creature, and it is not a cow." "You got that right," shouted out Poseidon. "Unlike my cows," grinned Apollo. The others in the throne room just sighed and waved the sun god off. Mrs. Jackson was able to shout out, "You got that right," muttered Percy. Naruto looked at her with a deadpanned expression that said, "Duh," and looked at it again and he saw horns jutting out its head. "Yeah, not a cow but a bull." "Wait, what is the monster chasing after them?" questioned Apollo. Artemis sighed and then said, "You idiot, it is the Minotaur." "Minotaur?" panicked Poseidon. "Yes," grumbled Zeus. "Read Kashina so we can find out what happens to Percy and your son." Kashina quickly nodded her head and quickly read the next line. "Still it was not good. At least he knows," muttered and sighed Aphrodite. Kashina smiled at her mother and memories came to her when Naruto was first born. How happy she and Hades had been. Hades, Persephone, Aphrodite, Nyx, Hera, and herself are and always will be proud of him. "He doesn't want us," Mrs. Jackson called out. "He just wants you too. Besides, I can't cross the property line." "She's a good mother," smiled Hera. "More than you will ever be," whispered Hephaestus. Luckily for him, Hera didn't hear him. But Percy and Naruto started to say, "We don't have time. Go. Please." "Sally, why do you have to be so selfless?" groaned Poseidon. "That is a trait Sally passed on to Perse, Seaweed Brain, Kelp Head here," said Nico, Annabeth, Talia. This just made Percy mad and he went over to his mother and helped out all the way. "Ah, he is so kind," squealed Aphrodite. Her squeal made the occupants over their ears and less threatened of being deaf. "We're going together. Come on, Mom. He is stubborn, the boy gets it from his father," laughed Zeus and Hades. Poseidon just glared at his brothers but silently cursed his stubbornness. Naruto just smirked at Percy's stubbornness, just like him in some aspects. "I told you, stubborn," sang Annabeth and Thales. "Mom. I am not leaving you. Come on." "Ah, he's so loyal," said Aphrodite. "Maybe too loyal," muttered Athena. They got a portion of the way but the monster was gaining on them and quick. "Run for your lives, it's a bull," screamed Apollo and Hermes. Artemis just got up from her throne and threw a shoe at them. But after the shoe had no effect, then she resorted to arrows. Naruto looked at it again and his eyes widened. "Holy crap, that thing looks like it is on steroids." "Oh, I see, the title of the chapter is Bull on Steroids," exclaimed Apollo. Artemis just put her hands on her face and whispered, "He must have been adopted because there is no way we are twins." "Hey little sis," said Apollo. Artemis reared her head and shouted, "I am not your little sister, I helped birth you." "Well, you are still my younger sis and I feel a limerick coming along," smiled Apollo. Zoe whimpered out, "Lord Apollo, thou ask of thee not to," but was all she got across before Apollo started singing a limerick for Artemis. There once was a goddess from Sparta, who hated a man's piñata. While her eyes were stone cold, she had a dress of gold. Dancing with cow in Sparta. Tried to do a limerick but failed at it. "Oh, I have a poem coming to little sis in your honor," grinned Apollo. Artemis shook her head begging for Apollo to stop but he didn't listen. But luckily Zoe shouted to Apollo, "Thee ask not to begin."
That got Apollo's attention and looked at Artemis' face, which was bright red. He grinned that his plan to embarrass his little sis worked.
After that limerick, Artemis' face was red and she wanted to find a hole and hide for a couple days. The gods and goddesses laughed at Artemis' poor blushing face. Artemis' blushed increased. Zoe and Phoebe looked concerned with their mistress. which Artemis waved them off and assured them she was okay. Then she said, Kashina, please read or I may do something to my idiot of a brother. Artemis glared at Apollo but was ruined by her blushing face. Kashina began. He said, commenting on all the bulging and rippling muscles on that thing. Percy blinked owlishly, recognizing this creature from Mr. Brunner's class. That a first kelp head, teased Talia. Percy just huffed but smiled at her. That's Pasiphae's son, his mother said. I wish I'd known how badly they want to kill you. A lot more wants to kill him now, said Annabeth. Poseidon turned into a puddle of water and the gods along with the goddesses looked amused at Poseidon's transformation. But ease them in. Don't say his name, she warned. Names have power. Smart, remarked Athena and Annabeth. Annabeth blushed while her mother smiled at her in return. Terrific. This really is like the wave mission, Naruto replied, getting odd looks as they ran. The same confused looks was plastered on all the gods and goddesses' faces with all the demigods besides Kashina and Thals. I'll tell y'all later, Naruto replied as they ran. He too knew what this creature was and growled. It was a big brute called the Minotaur. Well, that is different, said Hermes. The gods and goddesses just nodded their heads in agreement.
It might strong but it was dumb if the books were right.
Yup, pretty dumb, laughed Thals. Its senses are poor except for smelling, said Annabeth and Annabeth. The only thing that it could rely on was its sense of smell out in this weather and it was only a matter of time before it found them. Don't jinx it, whispered Kashina and the others in the room besides Ares because he wanted action. As if on cue, the bullman bellowed in rage. Temper, temper, warned Apollo with humor in his voice. He picked up Gabe's Camaro by the torn roof, the chassis creaking and groaning. He raised the car over his head and threw it down the road. He has anger issues, isn't that right, little sis, smirked Apollo. Artemis glared at her twin but sighed and thought he will never learn. But coldly began, Apollo, don't call me little sis. The other gods and goddesses just sighed and watched in amusement at the interaction of the twin archer. It slammed into the wet asphalt and skidded in a shower of sparks for about half a mile before coming to a stop. The gas tank exploded. Ah, so pretty, and there is action finally, sighed Ares. Aphrodite threw a shoe at him and screamed, shut up, Ares, you are not going to endanger my perfect grandson. Oops. Percy said. Yeah, so much for not a scratch. The throne room was filled with laughter. Naruto laughed a little freaked out. That thing has Granny Tsunade's strength. No, Tsunade has a bit more strength than the Minotaur, sweetie, said Kashina. The other just have Kashina a look of surprise and are you kidding me stare. The males in the room just recoiled at the thought of a female having more powerful than a Minotaur and wondered if she leveled anything when it was her time of the month again. While the females just smiled and Artemis wanted to meet her. Boy, Percy's mom said. When he sees us, he'll charge. Wait until the last second, then jump out of the way, directly sideways. Wow, Uncle P, you know how to choose them, said Hermes and Apollo. Poseidon just blushed and waved his hand to Kashina to begin reading again.
He can't change directions very well once he's charging. Do you understand?
Hopeful, said everyone in the throne room. Oh, that is useful, Naruto said.
How do you know all this? She studied unlike a certain someone, said Athena and Annabeth. Athena looked at Poseidon knowingly and Annabeth looked at Percy jokingly. Percy asked, I've been worried about an attack for a long time. I should have expected this. I was selfish, keeping you near me. But a mother's saddest thing to do is letting their children go, crooked out Hera and Hestia. While the other goddesses and Kashina nodded their heads in agreement because they know from experience. Mrs. Jackson said sadly, what's done is done. Besides, you're a mom, it is natural. Kashina and Hera smiled at the young blonde in the iris message. Hera thought, he might be different than any other demigod.
Kashina looked at Naruto with tears in her eyes and smiled, thinking how grown up he sounded. Naruto replied while Percy nodded to that statement. But there was another bellow of rage, and the bullman started tromping uphill. Oh, I love this action, howled Ares. Everyone in the throne room looked at the war god in disgust but said nothing. Great. Naruto panicked. The bullman on steroids had smelled them and was charging in fast. Apollo and Hermes laughed at the nickname for the Minotaur. Everyone else was smirking or smiling because they thought it was funny. To Naruto, everything was happening in slow motion. He readied himself for what he had to do. Those are good instances, remarked the gods and goddesses. The demigods just nodded their heads, wishing that they had instances like Naruto. Zoe and Phoebe frowned but couldn't deny that for a boy he was good. Zoe scowled and didn't see Kashina or Thal's smirking face, wondering how Zoe will react to her dating him. More importantly, Artemis' reaction. I guess we will have to protect him against an enraged moon goddess. Gathering some chakra to his legs and tightening his hold on Goat Boy, he patiently waited for the right moment. Good look for an opening and strike, commented Athena.
20 feet. 10 feet. 5 feet. He saw Mrs. Jackson roll out of the way, but it seemed Percy was waiting too long. So he used his free hand and pushed him out of harm's way and jumped him into the air, heading for the tree.
Nice moves, Runt, sneered Ares. The monster seemed miffed by this as it blinked in confusion until he vaguely saw Naruto land near the tree. Super ninja skills, said Apollo. Everyone just rolled their eyes on the sun god's antics. Snorting, he faced Percy. It was sent for a purpose after all. To abduct Percy's mother and then test the master's son.
Hades! Shouted an enraged Poseidon. The anger sea god made the earth itself shake to its foundations. The seas were chaotic and dangerous to anyone at sea because there were hurricanes with some tsunami. But even land didn't save them from Poseidon rage because earthquakes were popping up everywhere. One of the earthquakes was a 9.5 while some mortals thought that the apocalypse was here. Huge storms were gathering everywhere on the world. Poseidon is the stormbringer.
Percy quickly told Poseidon that Sally was all right and alive.
After a few minutes, Poseidon calmed down but glared at Hades for his actions.
Hades looked shocked for a moment and thought, why would I go through all this trouble just to abduct this woman? Kashina glared at her husband and Hades flinched slightly. But she continued. Naruto growled. He would not let his friend die. So he laid Grover down near the tree and jumped back to Percy. Ah, my grandson is so brave and handsome, squealed Aphrodite. The other in the room just sighed at the love goddess antics. He landed Percy as mom got to him. They looked at him oddly again and he said, it is a ninja thing. Just like your old mom, said Thals. Kashina gave her a mock glare but laughed a little later. Come on. Then they ran for their lives to the tree. Oh, camp is a little further away, smiled Annabeth. Naruto wondered why Mrs. Jackson said that she was not able to get to where they were going. Camp Half-Blood, said the demigods in the room. Reaching the hill with the tree, the boys took notice that a valley was below them and it had a farmhouse that had yellow lights glowing in the window. The big house, said Thals. The demigods smiled at her and Annabeth wished some of their siblings came over to read. Scowling, Naruto growled. With the way things were going, they would never make it. Don't think like that, sweetie, nervously said Kashina. Run, Percy. Naruto heard Mrs. Jackson call out. I can't go any farther. Run. Oh no, said Kashina. The gods and goddesses just bowed their heads, then thought fate is so cruel. They froze in shock and fear as the Minotaur came rushing up to them and she tried to get out of the way like last time, but it had learned its lesson last time. No, whimpered Poseidon and he shut his eyes, hoping if he couldn't see it then it wouldn't happen. It brought out an arm and caught her by the neck while she struggled to get away. Everyone was staring transfixed on the image before them. The mortal Sally Jackson was in the clutches of the Minotaur. Her straight brown hair was plastered to her head due to the rain coming down from the heavens. Her sparkling blue eyes had a look of fear in them. Ones that Poseidon wished he never saw them because he instantly recoiled from it as if it burned him. She struggled in the Minotaur's grip, but it was useless because it was too strong for her to get out of. Poseidon and the goddesses had tears in their eyes while the others looked elsewhere other than the scene before them. Mom, Mrs. Jackson. The boys screamed. She caught Percy's eyes, managed to choke out one last word. Go. Selfless to the very end, sniffed Kashina and Hera. Then, with an angry roar, the monster closed his fists around his mother's neck, and she dissolved before their eyes. The throne room was silent for the loss of Sally Jackson for her sacrifice. Percy looked at the scene with sadness in his sea-green eyes. Melting into light, a shimmering golden form, as if she were a holographic projection. A form of teleportation, croaked some of the gods. A blinding flash and she was simply gone. Hades trailed a broken-faced sea god. Percy looked defeated, having to see the worst moments of his short life again. Hades had the decency to look ashamed of what his future and alternative self did. No. Percy yelled. What the hell is going on? Naruto yelled, irritated about what was going on. You got that from both Hades and me, said Kashina, twirled her bright red hair around her fingers while holding the book open with her other hand. Anger overcame Percy and the boys nodded. They would have to try and take this thing down like Mrs. Dodds. You mean Electo, half-joked Nico while thinking about the loss of Sally. He loved Sally like a mother because she always takes care of him when he really needs it. Like she makes him cookies when he is hungry. Or gives him company when he feels lonely, or even a place for him to crash when he is tired. All in all, Sally treats Nico like a son, and in turn Nico treats Sally like a mom. It caught sight of Grover and charged after him, intent to stuff him out. Go Minotaur, shouted out an excited Zeus. Dad, Daddy, shouted out Talia, Thals. Now my daughters, he is getting what he deserves, commented Zeus. Hera just glared at him, which made Zeus stop. Then Hera grinned and her gaze went back to the book. Ah. Let's make this thing holy, Naruto yelled while Percy took off his red jacket. Oh, my grandson a stripper, gasped Aphrodite with a blush on her face. Kashina would not hear any of this because she turned red and shuddered out, Mother, he is not a stripper. The others in the throne room just shook their heads in amusement. Hey steroid freak. Over here, he gets that from me, blushed Kashina. That got the beast's attention back on them. Percy flung his red jacket around like Matador would do as it charged after them. Wow, shouted all the demigods in the room, memorized by the display of grace and speed shown by Naruto. Even the two hunters had to agree his speed was impressive event to a hunter like themselves. However, he could not jump out of the way like before. He imitated Naruto and jumped upward and went farther than usual somehow. Wonder how he did that, as he couldn't chakra like Naruto. Those are demigod powers, young goading. Hestia smiled warmly at the demigods. He turned his attention back to the bull because it had impacted the tree, one of its horns stuck on it. Is that what happened to you? Questioned Nico. His gaze went to the son of Poseidon. He nodded his head, but his gaze went to the scene below him, to the fight. Ares just grinned happily because nothing, and I mean nothing, made him excited than to watch a good fight. Naruto smirked as he created a swirling ball of energy in his hands and shouted, there was a reason I never showed you this before. Rasengan. Kashina's eyes went to Hades and shouted out, that's your technique. Hades looked shocked and the other gods and goddesses looked interested at the new development. He slammed the ball into the side of the creature. As if that would wound the Minotaur, laughed Ares. You would be surprised, smirked Kashina. Ares glared at her but thought, she is going to get it soon. Ares snarled out, if you think you knew it all, then I challenge you to a fight. Kashina smiled and bowed her head, then said, I accept your challenge. Aphrodite and Hades were silently worried for the safety of Kashina. Aphrodite because she was her precious daughter. Hades on the other hand was worried about his wife from the book. Ares laughed and said, as if you could beat me. Kashina snarled at him and said, fine, after this chapter then. You're lose girly, said Ares. Enough, continue reading. Kashina, thundered Zeus. She nodded her head and started. It flew a few feet away at an odd angle because when it did, its horn broke off. Thou thinkst thee has a powerful weapon, said Zoe, looking at the image of Naruto on the throne room's floor. Percy quickly ripped it out, hoping to use it as a makeshift weapon. Naruto was about to tell him not to bother with until he saw the Minotaur getting back up. Young goading, you have to use celestial bronze. Hestia smiled at the image before her. Looking in horror, they saw the huge hole in the gut of the beast, but it seemed to be healing up quickly. Wow, shouted out he demigods in the room, thinking how cool it would be to have Charka like Naruto and Kashina. Before they do anything, however, it charged at them again. No, exclaimed Kashina, tears rolling down her face, worried about her son getting to safety. The immortals and demigods in the room just stared transfixed at the image below them. They couldn't speak, just watch the scene in wonder and a little bit of fear. It swung at Percy and sent him a few feet away, knocking the air out of him. That's gotta hurt, said the demigods. It did the same to Naruto, but he rolled with the blow so it would not do as much damage. Smart, remarked Athena with a glint in her cloudy gray eyes. Jumping back at it, he activated the seal on his pants, took out a kunai, channeled chakra to it, and sliced the remaining horn off, making it cry out in rage. The boy is not a common male, is he, milady? Questioned Zoe. Artemis just nodded her head, agreeing with one of her oldest friends. Seeing that Percy was getting back up, he thought quickly. Normal attacks don't do a lot of damage, but it does have a nasty scar from my Rasengan. Fight, 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 screamed Ares. The other people in the throne room just shot Ares a dirty look. Zoe scowled and snarled, a perfect example of a disgusting male. Ares' face turned red with anger and was about to kill the hunter, but a silver arrow missed by a hair length. He looked around the throne room for the culprit and found Artemis glaring at him with fury and hate in her silver eyes. Ares backed down instantly because you do not want to go against a pissed-off Artemis. Maybe it doesn't heal all the way. What if using its horns will work? He then stabbed the horn into the old wound and twisted harshly. It cried out in agony when he did that, and it seemed that it was not healing at all. The power of the mythical world, dear, smiled Hera. The gods and demigods in the room looked at Hera as if she sported two heads, or that she was fine with Zeus' affairs. He quickly jumped over it and on its back, stabbing it in the neck. Percy. Stab for the heart. The heart. Good think punk aim for a viral organ, nodded Ares. Athena just nodded her head, glaring at Ares with distaste for agreeing with him. He yelled out, struggling to stay on. Percy seemed to get the idea and quickly ran up to it, avoiding the massive flailing arm that were trying to get Naruto off of it. The room held their breath, waiting what would happen next. He stabbed it hard and it cried out before it burst into the same crap Mrs. Dodds did. Yeah, they did it, screamed the demigods while the gods and goddesses smiled. The two hunters just glared at the two boys in the image on the floor because boys were pigs and hurtful to women. Even Artemis was smiling at the scene before her, but Zoe vowed that she would not fall for the boys' tricks. Kashina continued in a happy voice, thinking Naruto is safe and sound. The scene of the image disappeared into the regular throne room floor. Collapsing to his knees, he felt the rush of adrenaline wore off and the feeling of losing his mother was starting to crash down on him. Poor dear, sadly said Hestia and Hera. Naruto picked up Percy. They opposed each other until they got to Grover. Come on, we gotta get to that house, we won't be out of the woods until we do. Always be cautious, said Annabeth and Athena simultaneously. Naruto said as he threw Grover over his shoulder while the two demigods supported each other as the rain has suddenly stopped. Of course, make your nephews fight harder for them, scowled Poseidon and Hades. Zeus just glared at his elder brothers. When they got to the pouch, Naruto fell to his knees and it seemed that Percy was barely conscious. Hey Percy, you need to get into shape, joked Nico. Percy looked at his younger cousin and stuck out his tongue at him. Talia just shook her head and muttered, boys. The two hunters just beamed at Talia, but Zoe was the only one who caught her silver circlet on her head. Her dark volcanic eyes widened and sighed to herself. Kashina started again once the room quieted down. The weight of the two in the battle was just now getting to him. I am weak. I have not fought in a long time. That's all right, sweetheart, you can train when you were at camp, replied Kashina. Persephone just smiled, thinking, Kashina isn't that bad to deal with, but dismissed the thought. Kashina started again and couldn't wait for her fight with Ares after this chapter. Looking up, he saw the familiar face of Mr. Brunner, who was giving them a serious look. He also a very pretty blonde-haired girl, whose hair looked curled like a princess's. One of them has to be it, they just have to. The girl said. Annie, sung Talia. Annabeth blushed and mocked glared at Talia, saying, don't call me that. Talia and Thals smiled but waved it off. Silence, Annabeth, Mr. Brunner said. They're still conscious. Bring them inside. Yes, they would be very helpful if you don't mind. Smartass, thought everyone in the room. Naruto replied weakly, catching them off guard. Going inside, Naruto helped the girl named Annabeth put Percy and Grover on different cots in the room. So thoughtful, gushed Aphrodite. My name is Annabeth Chase, by the way. Oh my gosh, you are so cute, Annabeth dear, smiled Aphrodite. The girl said with a small smile. Naruto cracked his back and said with a weak smile, Naruto Uzumaki, and if you don't mind, I am about to lose consciousness. Well, that's unexpected, smiled Apollo. Hermes nodded his head in agreement while high-fiving his half-brother. Annabeth had wide eyes as she watched him put his back to the cot and say, good night, before falling down, out like a light. So my children will make an appearance, hopeful, said all the gods and goddesses besides Artemis, Hera, and Hestia. Still never ceases to amaze me. Yeah, Naruto, Percy, and Grover as an amazing guys, smiled Thalls. Mr. Brunner suddenly said, making the girl jump. Which one? All three. They protected each other in that school I went to. Naruto seems to be a natural fighter though. Of course, smiled Kashina. He replied. But considering where he from, I am not surprised. Where? Oh, I am sure he will tell you and the rest of the camp later. So even Chiron knows as well, said all the gods and goddesses. Come and get me when one of them wakes, Mr. Brunner said as he left. Now Annabeth was even more curious. You're always curious, Annie, smirked Talia. Annabeth blushed and looked away from everyone so no one can see her blush. 4x Naruto woke up with a start as he bolted up in the bed he was in. I wonder if Naruto's children will have advanced healing, questioned Athena. Kashina nodded her head and said, it is a family bloodline, so yes, they will have it. Everyone looked shocked and Athena and Annabeth wanted to know more about the Uzumaki bloodline. That scared the crap out of Annabeth, who had just walked in. Ah. Don't do that. Hey, sorry. Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. He looked at the horn he was still holding and then to Percy, who was still out of it. He brought a hand up to his chin and said, so all of that crap did happen. Language honey, sighed Kashina. The goddesses just smiled at Kashina and agreed with her wholeheartedly. Yep, sighed Annabeth. I still can't believe you two were able to kill that monster. Why so surprised, Annie, questioned Talia. Annabeth sighed and shouted out, don't call me that. Talia just grinned at her and said, no way. Annabeth just groaned and pouted. Kashina smiled at the interaction but continued on.
Naruto smirked and said, believe it. Anyway, knowing that names have power around here, I will just call it the bull freak on steroids.
Ha 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 ha, I can't get over that name, laughed Apollo and Hermes.
Annabeth stared at Naruto for a long time, making him a bit uncomfortable, until she let out a laugh, which was followed by another laugh from Mr. Brunner.
Naruto does have humor, screamed out both Apollo and Hermes. Apollo said, I will take on Naruto as my apprentice. Thalls shook her head rapidly then said, oh no you won't because another one of Naruto's girlfriend will kill you slowly and painful.
Aphrodite shouted out excitedly, my grandson has more than one girlfriend.
Thalls just nodded her head and smiled. Zoe just huffed then said hateful. Thou should have know that thee are a perfect example of a male. Everyone besides Artemis and Phoebe looked surprised at this revelation. Good to see you again old man, Naruto commented. Before Annabeth could correct him, Mr. Brunner chuckled and said, Naruto, here I am called Chiron. Properly going to have a smartass comment about a horse, smirked Hermes.
The look on Naruto was priceless. He was still smiling but he had the, oh shit, smile. Oh, so where is your horse half?
I knew it, screamed out Hermes. Everyone shouted back, no one doubted you. Hermes then rubbed the back of his head and laughed at himself. This is a magical wheelchair to when I want to go out, I use this to hide my true self. The now dubbed Chiron replied. Oh, that makes sense. So, how long was I out? You just got here last night. That is why I said you shouldn't even be up, Annabeth said.
Wow, that is awesome, impressive, shouted out the demigods with the gods and goddesses.
Oh, well, I have always been a really fast healer. I thought it was because of the fox.
Nope, your bloodline sweetheart, smiled Kashina. But, he trailed off as he saw Annabeth gave him a look of confusion while Chiron had a serious look on his face. I take it you have no clue what I am talking about. Pretty much, muttered Annabeth. Percy and Nico gasped then said, there is something wise girl Annabeth doesn't know. Annabeth blushed then screamed, shut up. No, the blonde girl said. Yeah, we were right for once against Annabeth, said Percy and Nico.
I have an idea. Fox is known as the Kyuubi, correct? Chiron asked. Why yeah, how do you know about that in this world? Because Chiron is awesome, smiled Annabeth. Naruto asked with narrowed eyes while Annabeth looked even more confused.
Huh, I would never see the day that Wisegirl over here would looks confused, said Percy with a grin directed at her.
Shut up seaweed brain, blushed Annabeth. I hear things when I got to the annual meets of the gods. Some speak about going to a world that the Lord of the Dead banished the beast known as the Kraken to. Wait, isn't the Kraken the most feared and powerful sea monster throughout history? Questioned Percy. Poseidon nodded his head and said, "It can match Typhon in strength, but luckily for us they have never teamed up."
"So where is the Kraken then?" questioned the demigods. "It is at the bottom of the sea just east of the Sea of Monsters with celestial bronze chains holding each of its tentacles and arms down," said Poseidon. "Do you think anything can break it free?" asked Percy. Poseidon shook his head and Percy asked why. "Because there are about half my army guarding or patrolling around that blasted creature. Besides, no one knows where the most feared sea monster is and if all sea life avoid that cavern." "But father," replied Percy. But Poseidon just sighed and said, "Not even Oceanus, the titan of the oceans, can control the Kraken's son." Percy looked surprised, but Poseidon waved him off and said, "Let Kashina read again, then maybe later we will talk again."
Percy nodded his head and focused on the book again.
Kashina started again. "Though it may be long gone thanks to a man called the Six Paths Sage, it's remained. They were known as the tailed beasts and the Kyubi was the strongest of them all." Chiron explained. "They even spoke of people who were forced at birth to hold these beasts in their bodies via a seal, and you were one of them. They're called power of a human sacrifice or Jinchurikis," sighed Kashina. "Yeah, so what of it?" Naruto asked. "Only a demigod can handle the power of the Kyubi within their body, but not any old demigod, no a child of the big three, or one's descendants." "That nice to know, so that means Kashina is a descendant of one of the big three then," answered Athena. Kashina blushed and said, "It's Poseidon." Poseidon smiled at one of his descendants while Percy smiled at having a too many great niece, Kashina, and her son Naruto. "Though I have a feeling that it is Poseidon's handiwork," Hades said in chapter 19 in Prince of the Underworld. "You are in the same boat as Percy." "No, he is not," stated Thales. "If you are indeed a child of the big three, then one of you has to decide the fate of the world at a later time, as said in a prophecy of the oracle."
"He's not interested," yelled out Thales and Kashina.
Naruto held up a hand for him to stop. "I am not interested, nor do I want to decide the fate of the world. If what you say is true, then I will leave it to Percy. He is a good kid, I am sure he will do the right thing." "He is and did," whispered Annabeth. "As for me deciding that, well, as an old friend says, it is way too troublesome."
Inara clan member, laughed Kashina. "I see, just know that the prophecy says the time will come when the demigod is 16, so we have time," Chiron replied. "Stop trying to manipulate my son, you old horse," snarled out Kashina.
Naruto's eyes widened and he inwardly groaned before saying, "Well, nothing is set in stone."
"That's right," smiled Thales, thinking about what happened with the prophecy with Zoe.
He then tried to get up but felt kind of weak. "Great. One major fight and I am out. I need to get back in shape. That is what camp is for," said the demigods. He then thought back to what Chiron said. "Hey, if I am a kid of the big three, whose am I?"
Hades. Kashina looked at her husband and blushed, then quickly looked away. Hades smirked and thought having Kashina being his second wife wouldn't be a bad thing. Persephone smiled and made a mental note to have a talk with Kashina later.
"We have an idea, but we must keep quiet until they claim you. Besides, being one of the big three's kids is kinda bad," Chiron stated.
"Why?" "Because they swore an oath after World War II that they would not have kids anymore."
"Which Poseidon and Daddy broke it," said Thales. The gods and goddesses along with the demigods looked confused because didn't Hades break it when he sired Naruto? Annabeth answered for him. Naruto snorted. "Well, we can see how that worked out."
"Yes, we can," hissed out Hera, looking at Zeus murderously, which Zeus flinched and backed away from.
"Yes," Chiron smirked. "Annabeth, will you please get some ambrosia and nectar? I wonder what it tastes like for him," questioned the everyone in the room besides Kashina and Thales. "It should help him recover faster." As she left, he noticed Naruto looking at him oddly. "It is the food of the gods. Normal human can't eat it or they will die. Painful, but oh, if only the demigods would do that so that I could leave that ghastly camp," grinned Dionysus.
The other gods and goddesses glared at the god of wine in disgust.
Dionysus waved his hand and ignored the glares from everyone, then said, "You can read tomato." Kashina's face went crimson red with rage and made a mental note to prank him later because no one calls her tomato and lives. So she continued anyways, but in the back of her mind plotting her revenge against anyone who calls her tomato.
Demigods eat it because it helps them recover and it is good for them.
Very good for you, drooled Apollo and Hermes. Artemis shook her head and muttered, man.
Ah. Naruto's smart reply was, oh, and I almost forgot. These are yours now, use them wisely.
Wait, what are they? Questioned an excited Nico. We don't know yet, Death breathed, sighed Talia.
Chiron said as he took out those familiar lucky charms of his. Oh, they would look so badass if I had them, chuckled Ares. Everyone just sighed and tried to ignore the war god but failed.
Taking them, Naruto asked, so these actually turn into those blades I was using at the museum?
Yes, and they each hold half of the Kraken's power, so please be careful.
Oh Mother Rhea, that is a powerful weapon, shuddered all the gods and goddesses in the room.
Huh? Your father had the smith god forge them from its raw power.
Hades, you gave your son a very powerful weapon, screamed Zeus.
All the gods and goddesses muttered, drama queen, that thankfully Zeus didn't hear or they would be hearing him nag them for hours. Oh. Naruto as he took the bracelets and put them on. Then Annabeth came in with the bowl of some golden liquid.
A sip of heaven, sighed the males in the room. Shrugging as it was better than nothing, he took and bite and tasted an all too familiar taste. Could it be, was he right about it after all? It tastes just like
cheeseburgers, shouted out Talia and Thals while grinning at each other. Blue chocolate chip cookies, smiled Percy. Ramen, exclaimed Kashina. Ichiraku's ramen. Ha 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 ha, I knew it, smiled Kashina. He yelled out with anime tears, making Annabeth take a step back at his suddenly loud voice that didn't even wake up Percy. Wow, I am surprised that it didn't wake up Percy, said Thals. Chiron just chuckled nervously. So how do you feel? Chiron asked.
Badass, grinned Thals. Like I could fight Zabuza Momochi, demon of the bloody mist, and come out on top. Naruto said as he got up. He noticed he still had his kunai pouch on and put the horn in it and seal it all back up, making Annabeth's eyes go wide.
Like they did in the throne room along with her mother. What the, she let out. Naruto looked at her oddly before saying, seals, very useful. Indeed. Chiron commented with a smirk. No, even this Chiron knows about seals, wailed Athena.
Kashina stopped reading, then grinned and said, I guess I could teach you.
Athena with Annabeth and all the other occupants' eyes brightened considerable.
Athena and Annabeth shouted out, when? Kashina smiled and said, how about after I kick Mr. War God's butt in our fight? They nodded their heads instantly and their eyes brightened even more. The Athena and her daughter thought hopeful she wins quickly, so she can teach us.
Now I will have a camper show you the cabin for later. I wonder who it is, questioned everyone in the room.
Then you come back here. When Percy wakes up I will tell more about this, as I don't want to say this twice. He's so smart, but with Percy here you have to say things twice or more anyways before he will gets it, joked the demigods. Fair enough. Naruto as he follow him out the door. Annabeth, please continue to watch Percy please. Aw, they look so cute together, squealed Aphrodite. The others in the room cringed at the love goddess squeal. Please Kashina read please, groaned the males in the room. Chiron ordered while the girl nodded, still wondering about those seals. Once outside, Naruto raised an eyebrow. This place was pretty big. He looked around to see that the hill with the pine tree was not far from them. Ah, he knows where his girlfriend is at, sighed Aphrodite. Thals blushed and gave a small smile, but Zeus looked murderous. He felt odd looking at it, like he was being pulled towards it. That's love or my doing, my precious grandson, whispered Aphrodite. The two hunters and Artemis glared at the love goddess. But Aphrodite was too into the book to care or even see them. He shook the feeling off for the moment and looked ahead to see a bunch of cabins in a U-shaped arc. Chiron, not noticing Naruto's small distraction, called out to he saw a girl walking by, Clarice. Come here please. Oh, he is done for, laughed Nico and Percy. Thals just smirked at them and said, you want to bet on it? They did and said, we will give you 10 drachmas. Thals just grinned evilly that sent shivers down the two boys' backs, but they shook on it to finalize the deal. The girl turned her head and saw Chiron and one of the new guys everyone was talking about. She smirked and walked over. Properly going to be the welcome committee, smiled Percy, thinking about what he did to her when she tried to dunk his head into the toilet. Naruto noticed that she was pretty tall, strong-looking, and probably a year or two older than him.
Is he checking out Clarice? Said a shocked Percy Jackson. She was not totally ugly. Ah, my grandson is going to be a heartbreaking when he grows up. I am so proud, cried Aphrodite.
She looked gruff and had the look of a fighter. Well duh kid, she is my child, sneered Ares. What? Came her response when she arrived. She is straightforward, whispered Kashina while Thal's nodded her head. I would like for you to show Naruto here around the cabins for the moment. I will probably have Annabeth show Naruto and Percy around camp later when the latter wakes up. Chiron stated. Chiron, I don't think that is wise, commented Annabeth. Everyone looked at her strangely. She sighed and said, well, Clarice is not so polite and one of the meaner children of Ares in camp. The others in the throne room just nodded their heads and now got what the daughter of Athena was saying.
Fine. Gotta welcome the newbie anyway, she said with an evil smirk.
Yeah, fight, encouraged Ares. Naruto raised an eyebrow as that. He knew that smirk, he used it when he did a prank. He guessed the she was welcoming committee. You got it, grumbled Percy. Annabeth whispered, at least she didn't dunk your head in the toilet. Well, come on, brat, she called out, already walking away. He followed her all the way to the middle of the arc of cabins. Okay, listen closely because I am only going to say this once. There are 12 cabins in all. Each one represents a Greek god it was made for. Their kids are the one who live in there. Since you and the runt are new and have not been claimed yet, you two will go to cabin 11, the Hermes cabin.
That's cruel for the other gods and goddesses, answered Kashina.
The others in the room thought about it and agreed with her. They silently vowed that it would change soon. Naruto nodded. Hermes did shelter a lot of people, so it made sense. And the one you're in? He asked nonchalantly. The god of war's cabin. Go cabin 5 go, screamed an excited Ares. She proclaimed while pointing to a red cabin. I hate that cabin and properly Naruto does too, grumbled Percy.
Cool. Naruto replied. No, you corrupted my friend, joked Percy.
Artemis glared at him and hissed out, great, another Apollo.
The others laughed and Percy just blushed and looked away from the glaring goddess of the moon.
Right, now we have the other cabins. We got Demeter, Dionysus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hera, Zeus, Artemis and Poseidon. She said, pointing to each. He looked at Zeus and Hera's and quirked an eyebrow. They got some pretty fancy cabins for nobody to use. He noticed that a Hades cabin was not there.
Yeah, blame your uncles for that, hissed out Hades while glared at his brothers.
Poseidon and Zeus looked anywhere but Hades because they were slightly ashamed for isolating Hades' children from camp. Nico wanted to tell his father that there was a Hades cabin along with the minor gods and goddesses but remained silent. In case that it happened differently in the book's dimension. Odd since he was part of the big three. He also noticed a big space between Poseidon's and Zeus's cabins. Maybe they planned on making one and forgot since they never got any kids from Hades. Now, it is not to, officially, welcome you. Of course, sighed Percy.
Clarice called out, making a lot of people look toward them and they grimaced.
That's my girl, smiled Ares. Does that happen a lot? Questioned Athena.
The demigods nodded their head and Athena along with the females in the room just growled.
Clarice has changed, said Thales. Percy looked shocked and questioned, what do you mean?
Well, never mind, you will see in the books, shuddered Thales.
Kashina, please continue, smiled Thales while Kashina smiled then nodded her head. Clarice was breaking in another newbie. Even though Naruto helped in killing the Minotaur, they felt sorry for him. As do we, said everyone in the room besides Ares with frowns on their faces. Ares just smiled and thought, that's my girl. She quickly reacted out and tried to grab him by the collar. Key word here is tried. Way to go, Naruto, said Annabeth and Percy. They blushed and then looked away from each other. While Athena glared at the sea spawn and muttered, stupid sea spawn, stay away from my daughter. She along with everyone else gasped as he grabbed a log of wood. Kashina giggled to herself and thought, yup, just like me. Stumbled, fell to one knee. What the hell? Yup, that sounds like Clarice to me. Percy nodded his head. Annabeth sighed and said, seaweed brain, that is Clarice. Percy blushed and said, oh. She screamed in her head. Before she could get up, she felt cold metal against her neck. The throne room was silent until Ares started to scream out, "Why that no good punk I should." Everyone sighed and looked at Kashina to start reading so they didn't have to listen to Ares complaining. Kashina smiled and continued because after this chapter she was going to kick Ares' ass. She glanced to the right to see Naruto was facing the other way she was and looked at her from his side and with a smirk on his face, similar to her evil one earlier.
He could get mistaken for a child of Ares, said Athena.
Kashina looked insulted and shouted, "If you think I would fall for Ares you got another guess coming."
The demigods laughed at Kashina's response while Ares started to glare at Kashina. For someone born from war, you have slow reflexes.
"Why that punk?" sneered Ares. Kashina snarled and hissed out, "That punk has a name you know and he is my son." Naruto said, releasing a small bit of killer intent while still smirking. They heard a lot of people asking others how he did that, and to Clarice of all people.
No one can even dream of do that to Clarice, Percy envious said. While the demigods just nodded their heads awestruck by what Naruto did.
Some noticed that he had his kunai pouch on and that he didn't have that before. "Ninja badass," grinned Hermes. Deciding to scare them, he withdrew his kunai from her neck, put it in his pouch, sealed it away, earning a few gasps of shock as it just disappeared.
With that he could be one of the most popular boys at camp, said Annabeth. Percy looked at Annabeth questionable but shook his head and thought, girls are too complicated.
He shocked them even more as he stepped back and offered a hand to help Clarice up. "Aw, such a gentleman, I will definitely screw up his love life because that what a good grandma does," smiled Aphrodite. Everyone in the room just looked at Aphrodite confused. They were all wondering how in Tartarus name did she come to that conclusion. While that was happening, Clarice was in deep shock. "The hell, I have never been bested like that." "No you have not, because Naruto is a ninja in both cases of being a badass and an actual ninja," giggled Thals. She then noticed the hand quickly took it. She nodded her head and they walked back to the big house where Naruto came out of. Along the way, she was thinking deeply. "Don't strain yourself," joked Percy. Annabeth whacked him on the head because she said, "He is being an idiot." Artemis smiled at the daughter of Athena and wondered if she would be interested in joining the hunt. But filed it for later. She looked at the couple again, then came to the realization that they were properly together. She then sighed and muttered, "Aphrodite will have a heyday for this. He could be an Ares kid. But he isn't and never will be," snarled Kashina. "If he is not, I am not sure what else he could be. He beat me and could have killed me with me knowing it. What is this odd-ass feeling? Love's in the air," smiled Aphrodite. Percy shuddered. "That can't be Clarice, can it?" Ares glared at the son of Poseidon, but before he could say anything Kashina continued on. Arriving at the big house, Chiron saw that Naruto looked bored and Clarice looked a little lost.
"That is love for you, completely useless," hissed out Artemis. Her two hunters just nodded their heads agreeing with their mistress. Aphrodite looked scandalized but Artemis paid her no mind. He had a feeling something went wrong with her. Welcome, plan and wait, could see that she was developing a crush for the blonde. "That's exactly it," squealed Aphrodite. "Gods, I feel so sorry for him." "Who knew Chiron could be funny," said Apollo and Hermes. "We do too," said the demigods except Thals and Kashina. At any rate, he was probably going to be hearing what happened from the other campers. "Elementary, my dear Watson. Naruto, of course, being a badass, so you will be hearing about Naruto quite often, and of course we are reading about him," came Apollo. Artemis looked at her twin with confusion on her face. Apollo then said, "I thought it would sound good." Artemis got up from her throne and started banging her head on the wall while muttering, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." Zoe and Phoebe looked concerned about their mistress's state of mind. "Back already, I see," he started. "Since Percy won't be fully awake until tomorrow, I would like for you to stay near here." "Wow, Percy, you are out like a light," snickered Nico. Percy glared at him and said, "Shut up, D'Angelo." Nico smiled and waved for Kashina to start again. Kashina smiled at her stepson and continued. "All right then. I am going to take a nap next to the big pine tree." "Stay away from my daughter," thundered Zeus with his master bolt in his hands. Everyone just sighed then muttered, "Drama queen," except for Thals because she was blushing and shouted, "Daddy." "See you later, Chiron, Clarice." And before Chiron could say anything,
Naruto had ninja jumped up to the tree. Properly to warn us about Zeus' tantrums about his daughter dating Naruto, sighed Poseidon. Well, it's too late for that, smirked Hades. Well, if you ate cereal and didn't steal my precious core, then maybe Zeus wouldn't have freaked out as badly, hissed out Demeter. Enough woman about cereal, groaned Hades. No, cereal is nutritious and good for the soul, remarked Demeter. Everyone besides them had popcorn in hand and was watching this like a tennis match. The argument went back and forth for 10 minutes until Zeus shouted, "Enough of his childish behavior." The others in the room whispered out, "Speak for yourself."
But likely Zeus didn't hear it, for if he did they would be getting an ear full of it.
Neither noticed that Clarice had quickly walked away with a small pink tint to her cheeks. "I love you, my grandson," shouted out Aphrodite. Naruto arrived at the tree and sat down with his back to it. This tree had been pulling at him the whole time. "The power of love," sighed Aphrodite. "Please spare us," sighed Artemis.
"Well, I am sorry to rain on your parade, Ms. Ice Queen," snarled Aphrodite.
Artemis growled and was about to pounce on the love goddess and rearrange her face.
But Kashina started again, so she sat back onto her throne. He idly wondered if it was cursed or something like that. "No, only a prison for little old me," smirked Thalls. Slowly falling asleep, he laid his head against the tree and was out. Whenever he slept, he had dreams, but this was the most vivid dream he had ever had. "That's not good," remarked Percy. He was in a large white room and he was not alone. "Oh, my shining shoes," squealed Aphrodite. "Not like that, mother," shouted Kashina. "A girl, are you sure, daughter?" smirked Aphrodite. "Yes," groaned Kashina. But before Aphrodite could speak again, Kashina began reading once more. Stood across from him, staring at him with shocked eyes. "Aw man," screamed Aphrodite. Kashina just smirked but said nothing and continued like she was never inspected. "She has shoulder-length spiky black hair," some whispers and looks went to Thalls. "And blue eyes, with freckles under her eyes," the whispers and looks increased even further. "Mostly on the left, and she is wearing some punk-style clothes." Now everyone was looking at Thalls, causing her to blush and look away from them. To him she looked beautiful. Thalls blushed deeper and twiddled her fingers or playing with her black hair. Hey. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you and where are we, as I know this can't be a dream." "Oh, this is how you first met. How cute," squealed Aphrodite. Everyone in the room and on Olympus had to cover their ears unless threatened to being deaf. The girl gulped and said, "Talia and we are in limbo." "Hey, I'm in the story now," cheered Thalls and Talia. Kashina said, "That's it, now it is time to fight Ares." Ares just grinned and said, "Finally you're loose, girly." "Alright, the chapter is over now. Kashina, are you ready?" questioned Athena. Kashina smiled and nodded her head excitedly. "Let's get this started then," exclaimed Ares, who was starting drawing his sword from his sheath. But before they could charge at each other, Zeus thundered, "Stop." The demigods with the other gods and goddesses looked at him in confusion. Zeus said, "We will be doing his in the arena," and transported everyone to the destination, the arena. As everyone got into their chairs, well, besides Hermes, Apollo, Ares, and Kashina. The first two were running a betting stand to see who would win the match. The first person who was picked was Annabeth, who picked Kashina because she is faster and maybe stronger than Ares. Then she said, "Ares has only strength and Kashina has that and wisdom to boot. So she has it in the bag," continued Annabeth. Apollo waved his hand and a small board said Kashina 1 and Ares 0. The gods focused on the floor because the fight was going to begin soon. "Are you two ready?" questioned Athena. The two nodded and Athena called out, "Now let the battle between Kashina Uzumaki and Ares begin." Artemis and Hestia were discussing if the hunters would want to see the fight. Artemis went last night and explained where Zoe and Phoebe were. So Artemis waved her hand so the hunters could see the fight. Meanwhile, Hestia sent a note telling Chiron to gather the campers and watch a fight between a demigod and Ares. Hestia also put in that they will be seeing it in an iris message. At the hunters' camp, all the hunters were crowded near a fire to enjoy one another and to tell stories until iris message came into focus. When the image was clear enough to see through, it was their mistress standing there. All the girls bowed and said, "Milady." Artemis smiled at the girls and questioned, "Are you interested to watch a woman kicks Ares' ass?"
The answer was obvious and all the girls said without hesitation, yes. Artemis nodded her head and the image went to the floor of the arena showing Ares and a beautiful red-haired woman. Some hunters pulled a face of disgust because thought it was Aphrodite, but the more experienced hunters said, it wasn't her. The other hunters' faces turned to emotionless and remained silent. At Camp Half-Blood, Chiron called out to the camp and said, "We have a treat because the gods allowed us to see a fight between a demigod and Ares." The campers looked at Chiron and was about to say something when an Iris message came into reality. It showed Thal sitting in a seat and Luke and Annabeth cried and shouted, "Talia." Then the image turned to the floor of the arena. There stood a beautiful red-haired woman that made all the girls envious. The woman smiled and the boys at camp to blush, even Chiron. Some of the boys at camp thought it was Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. But Chiron knew that the goddess changes forms to fit the person description of beauty, and this woman here did not change at all. Besides, the gods said it was a demigod that Lord Ares was facing, so he assumed that she was that demigod. "Hopeful it would not be too bloody because I don't want scared campers today," sighed Chiron. Then she flashed to her seat to see this upcoming battle with excitement in her gray eyes that was mirrored by her daughter. After everyone's betting was done, it was Kashina with 17 and Ares zip. "Begin fight. You want to give up, girly?" sneered Ares. Kashina smiled and questioned, "Did you say something?" Ares' face was blood red and glared murderously at Kashina. He said, "I was going to let you off easy, but not anymore." He pulled out his sword and shield, then grinned arrogantly. Kashina smirked, then pumped chakra into her legs and arms, then disappeared from sight. The gods were disappointed that they wouldn't get to see Kashina until the very end when she reappears. But suddenly a screen came out of nowhere with a note on it. It said, "Dear gods, goddesses, and demigods, this will let you see Kashina's moves in slow motion." The demigods with the hunters cheered, thinking, "This will be a good fight." While the gods and goddesses were nodding their heads in approval. While Hephaestus grinned and started to record this fight because he had a feeling that this fight would have great blackmail material. The screen turned on and they saw Kashina already aiming a kick at Ares' back. Which blow Ares a couple of feet. He grunted and looked around again and found her standing where she was before. He charged, but Kashina, having a speed advantage, dodged every one of his strikes. Ares roared, "Will you hold still?" Kashina smirked and teased, "Why can't you lay a finger on me?" which made Ares see red. Kashina jumped to the other side of the arena and started forming hand signs. She shouted out Sweden. Sodai Kaisaku no Jutsu. Water release. Great excavation technique. Water materialized around her hands, forming drills. This shocked all the demigods, goddesses, gods, Chiron and hunters that were watching. She suddenly slammed her fist into the ground and formed a tsunami. Ares was too shocked to move and was hit by it. Finally, when the technique died down, there standing before them was a lake. Ares erupted from the lake to land on the solid ground. Ares' body was covered with scratches and having golden ichor dripping down to the ground below. Kashina said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique." Suddenly there was 5 copies of Kashina standing besides the real one. All 5 of them disappeared and started using Ares as a punching bag because as soon as he went one way he went another. Finally all 5 of the clones kicked him up in the air. He went up 10 feet until he saw the real Kashina just above him.
She smiled evilly and axe kicked him into the ground. Here he stood there trying to get back up. Finally, after what felt like entirety later, Ares was standing on shaky legs and he heard Kashina's voice say to him, "Never let your opponent get behind you." Kashina formed the tiger sign and coldly said, "This will hurt you more than it will hurt me. But if you touch my son, this beating will feel like a walk in park. You got me," hissed out Kashina. Ares nodded his head and Kashina grinned. "Oh, by the way, this technique I will be performing on you might cause constipation, pain and or embarrassment," said Kashina. Ares paled while the crowd became impatient on what Kashina was about to do. She cackled evilly and hissed out, "Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi. Senin Garashi, Konohagakure's most secret and sacred technique." Smiley face. Ares flew and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Fuck you." Everyone face palmed while Hermes, Apollo, Hephaestus, who was by far the loudest, laughed at Ares' predicament. Hephaestus smiled and thanked his lucky stars that he recorded that. Ares finally landed in a heap, unconscious, traumatized by what he had to endure. The winner is Kashina, shouted out Athena. The iris messages faded from existence like it never was there to begin with. The gods, demigods, and goddesses went into the throne room once more. Ares of course had to come into a stretcher, and of course everyone was laughing at Ares' unconscious form. As soon as Kashina walked into the throne room, Athena and Annabeth run to her and demanded to start learning seals. Kashina grinned but said, "As soon as we take another break I will be giving you a book on seals." Athena and Annabeth pouted and asked, "Why?" Kashina answered back, "Because if I gave you the book now you would be too absorbed into that book rather than the book about my son." Athena and Annabeth sighed but agreed with her. They waited for 2 more minutes for everyone to get here. Everyone went into the throne room and Kashina picked up the book and shouted out, "Who wants to read?"
"I will," answered Percy. Kashina passed the book to him, then gave him a warm smile, which he smiled back.
Percy opened and turned to the right page in the book and started, Chapter 6. Bloodlines are like gods. They are questioned the gods and goddesses while looking at Kashina. "The title is not done yet," answered Percy. "Not? Oh," blushed the gods and goddesses. "Now hold on. I know I am not dead. All I did was fall asleep against your tree as people call it." "So stay away from her then," Zeus snarled at the book. Thales just shook her head and hoped her dad would stop soon. The others in the room just chuckled at Zeus' protectiveness. Naruto said, "A bit panicked in this situation. Your guess is as good as mine." "Properly, because he is a son of Hades, he could cross into limbo," said Athena. The gods and goddesses nodded their heads because it did make sense to them. While the demigods were looking at Nico and questioned him about if he went into limbo. The answer they got was no. Talia shrugged. "Anyway, you know my name, but I don't know yours?" "Of course, Pinecone Face, you are famous around camp because they named a tree after you," teased Percy. The throne room erupted into laughter while Artemis and her hunters were glaring at Percy for teasing one of their sisters. Talia and Thal's Death glared at Percy but blushed with all the attention she was getting. "Oh. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and apparently I am a demigod." "No honey, a demi-deity," said Kashina. The gods looked at Kashina in confusion but she said, "It's in the book." The gods and goddesses sighed but focused on the book again. Naruto replied, calming down and walking up to shake hand with her. "Was his hand soft?" questioned Aphrodite. Thales blushed but nodded her head and Aphrodite giggled. "Nice to meet you, Naruto," Talia said with a smile as she sent electricity up his arm. Feeling his arm go numb. "Ah, that what love feels like," screamed Aphrodite.
Nico cringed and whispered to Percy, "If that is what love feels like, then I really don't want to fall in love."
Percy laughed at Nico's statement but was silenced by Annabeth's and Aphrodite's glare, which being the brave strong hero he was, gulped and prayed to anything in particular to save him. Naruto said, "I take it you are a demigod too." "No, she is a goddess in a white room with you," joked Apollo. Artemis snapped and exclaimed, "Shut the tartanus up. So, whose kid are you?" "Mine, now stay away," thundered Zeus with lightning flashed and lightened up the sky. Poseidon with the other gods and goddesses shouted out, "Calm down, O mighty god Theaters." Zeus shot a death glare at both his brothers for beginning and encouraging his family on saying it. Talia scowled a bit and said, "Zeus, you, Hades," grumbled Zeus. The blonde rose an eyebrow but didn't say much to her scowling. "Not a clue, same for Percy. He arrived here with me and a satyr named Grover." "I bet she freaks out like always," laughed Percy and Nico. Talia and Thales glared at the two boys then shocked both Nico and Percy. Talia got Nico while Thales got Percy. "See, I told you I never want to fall in love because it gets you burned," screamed out a smoking Nico. His black hair was standing on ends and would make a funny picture. So Kashina, being the prankster she is, took a picture while Hermes grinned then put his thumbs up for his full approval. "Grover. See," choked out a deep-fried Percy courtesy from Thales. Which she shocked again for the fun of it while Percy screamed like a little girl. Both daughter of Zeus smiled at both the smoking boys. "Yeah, you've heard of him?" Naruto said as he backed up from her outburst. "He was the satyr who found me, Annabeth, and Luke." "Luke," sadly thought Annabeth looking down. While Aphrodite beamed and congratulated herself thinking how good Naruto's love life will be. She couldn't wait to meet him and his girlfriends. On a side note, she hoped one of his girlfriends was a hunter because she wanted to rub it in Artemis's pretty little face. Oh, the possibilities, dreamily said Aphrodite with the tears rolled down her eyes. Because she was so proud of her grandson and his epic love life to entertain her. Everyone in the throne room backed away from applauding Aphrodite. Start reading C-Spawn if you can, sneered Athena, fearing for more of Aphrodite's ideas. Percy sighed but continued. How are they, by the way? Well, Grover is always trying to protect me. Ah, such a sweet satyr. I think I will get him a cute dryad. Or wood nymph. The campers just laughed at the irony of what Aphrodite's statement. And Percy, but with his facade as a cripple, it did not work that well. Obviously he is a failure, spat Zeus. Hera gave Zeus a glare that told him to be quiet. Zeus looked at Hera's glare and paled, then looked the other way. The gods, hunters, goddesses, and demigods chuckled, then said, whipped. Zeus blushed, then looked anger and shouted out, enough. That sent the throne room in another bout of laughter. After the laughing at Zeus' furious face, they said, Son of Poseidon, please read. Percy chuckled again but continued where he left off. Him and Percy are best friends. Not true, Annie here is Percy's best friend, laughed Talia. Both Annabeth and Percy blushed while Athena glared at Percy for being so close to her daughter. Aphrodite smiled at the couple and planned to have them fall in love. The reason was because they are star-crossed lovers like Romeo and Juliet. Hestia coughed to get everyone's attention and questioned, do you think we can start? Annabeth is a nice person from what I have seen, and I have not even seen this Luke guy yet. Naruto replied with a shrug. How long have you been here anyway? I think more than 5 years. Holy shit, that would so boring if you were in a white room doing nothing, cried Apollo. Artemis raised her eyebrows and said, I don't think you could handle a day. Oh yeah, Artie, yelled out Apollo. Artemis smirked in return. After a few minutes of thinking, Apollo blurted out, I am not falling for your tricks, little sis. Artemis growled and shouted out, I am not your little sis and you are not as dumb as you look. Hey, whine Apollo. Start reading Percy before they fight one another, smiled Hestia. Oh wow. Well, since I have this odd limbo entering power, I guess I can keep you company every now and then. And so the love life of my grandson beginnings, squealed Aphrodite. Everyone rolled their eyes at the love goddess antics. Naruto said with a smile. Talia smiled back. I would like that, but if you tell the others about this, they might not believe you. Oh, you want to keep this a secret, Thals, smiled Kashina and Aphrodite. No, I just didn't want Naruto to be unpopular, shuddered Thals. So you wanted to be with a popular guy, and it is too late for that, said Aphrodite. Well, I didn't know at the time, said Thals. I kind of figured that. Naruto chuckled. Naruto. You are my favorite grandson of all time, squealed Aphrodite. Yeah. I think I might know whose kid you are. I don't think she is going to get it right because she is as thick as a tree, joked Nico while Percy laughed. Talia and Thals shocked them repeatedly for being, in their words, idiots. What do you think? Hades. Ha, beat that death breathe, laughed Talia. Thals sighed and thought, was I like that? Naruto chuckled. Well, if that is the case, you still got a friend in me. Ah, cooed all the females in the room. I don't really care if our parents hate each other, which should not have anything to do with us. Perfect star-crossed lovers, squealed Aphrodite. Everyone in the throne room had to cover their ears in fear of going deaf again for the 3rd time today alone. The faces of everyone pleaded with Percy to start reading again before Aphrodite squealed again. Percy got the message and started to read. Talia smiled and gave him a hug. Thank you. And, I won't hate you either. Besides, that is a stupid reason anyway. No, she loves you, sighed Aphrodite. Artemis wished someone would tap Aphrodite's mouth shut so she could enjoy the book. Artemis looked at Athena and she shared her agreement. Percy sighed but began again once Aphrodite stopped. Exactly. Naruto said as then felt himself waking up. Well, till next time. Yeah. She said a little sadly. Naruto, she doesn't want you to go, sniffed Aphrodite like she was watching a sad scene from a sad movie. Ares groaned and was back into the world of consensus again. Ares then shouted out, whoever is crying, shut up, my head hurts too much. Hephaestus grinned because Aphrodite threw some heels at him.
After a lot of cursing from Ares, Percy started to read once more. Don't worry, Talia, I'll be back. I promise, and I never go back on my promises. He never does, giggled Thals. Talia chuckled, I'll hold you to that, Naruto. Naruto just back up from the hug and gave her a thumbs up as he disappeared. See you later, Naruto, she whispered to herself with a slight blush.
Oh, love's in the air, dreamily said Aphrodite. Artemis growled out and said, will you kindly shut up? 4x back in the normal world, Naruto could see that it was morning. Wow, he was in limbo the whole day and night, exclaimed Nico. Indeed, smiled a proud Hades while Kashina had a smile on her face. Didn't think I was in limbo that long. Limbo has a distorts time and space, remarked Hades. While the other in the room just looked impressed. Well, I will just have to learn how to control it if I am the son of Hades. It is rather hard to control it at times, commented Hades. Thal's just smiled and thought, I love you, Naruto Uzumaki. Getting up, headed back to the big house to see Grover, Annabeth, and Chiron there around a table with 2 other people he had not met yet. I wonder who they are, questioned the demigods. Yo. I am going to make Naruto my apprentice if it's the last thing I do, shouted out Hermes and Apollo. They looked at each other and glared at one another, then shouted out, no, he's my apprentice, no mine. Everyone else in the room sighed and hoped Naruto was neither one's apprentice. Zeus looked at the son of Poseidon and boomed out, read demigod. They turned their heads and saw him. Well, I thought you disappeared. Nope, he was just in limbo visiting his girlfriend, smiled Aphrodite. Zeus glared at the love goddess for reminding him that his precious daughter is dating a son of Hades. Chiron said, fully turning around. Oh, I just fell asleep against Talia's tree, Naruto replied. Really? I don't remember telling you the name of the tree. Oh, you screwed up, but can you fix it, smiled Talia. Annabeth smiled and thought, I wonder if we could go to camp later? Thal smirked and teased Annabeth, what happened to the little Annie I used to know? Annabeth blushed and looked away from Thal's too embarrassed to answer her question. Annabeth stated. Naruto smirked and said, I heard it from some campers yesterday, I am not sure if they would believe me. Chiron would believe you because it would help determine your godly parent, said Athena. The others nodded their heads in agreement to the wisdom goddesses because most of the time she is always right. Anyway, I would like you to meet these 2. Chiron said. Naruto took a look at them both. One had a surfer's build and had a lot of eyes all over his body. The other one was an old fat man. These 2 were Argus and Mr. D respectively. I bet he can't, said Percy and Nico. You want to bet on it, questioned Thals and Talia. They nodded their heads and both of them thought, I am not losing to them again. Alright, you 2 have to buy us both a cheeseburger if we win and 5 drachmas each, smirked Thals. Alright, grinned the 2 boys thinking that they would win easily. Naruto just nodded because Mr. D looked very tired, or was it bored? Maybe a little of both, snickered Percy and the other campers besides Thals and Kashina. Well, I guess I must say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. Nice to be here. Naruto smiled and it was infectious because the man smiled. Wait, can you? No, that is impossible, he can't smile, shouted a shocked Percy. The other demigods with the gods and goddesses at Percy's declare. While the god of wine glared at Percy for being a loudmouth brat like all the rest of the demigods in that miserable camp. But it was small. Thinking back to all the mythology he had read, though that would shock his friends back home. Hopeful you study more now, commented Athena. Annabeth nodded her head but turned her attention to Thals and questioned, so does he? Thals nodded her head and smiled at Annabeth. Anyway, he did know a lot or remember a lot of people that started with a D. Expect Mr. Wine Dude over here that is drink a Diet Coke, smirked Apollo. Dionysus glared at Apollo and that is when Kashina made her move. She formed a shadow clone then substitute herself with it. She then pulled out a bottle of hot sauce and some ghost peppers. She then chopped the peppers into tiny pieces then put them into the empty can of Diet Coke. She then filled the rest of the can with hot sauce. Then she switched the can in Dionysus's hand with the one filled with hot sauce. Dionysus took a huge sip of the supposed Diet Coke can. Immediately Dionysus shot up from his throne and ran around in circles screaming, hot, hoot, hoot, trying to get rid of the burning sensation in his mouth. Hermes and Apollo was laughing at Dionysus's misfortune. Dionysus glared at everyone in the room looking for the culprit who spiked his drink. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted out, when I find who did that they will pay dearly. Finally his eyes landed on Kashina but she smiled innocently back at him. After an hour of laughing Zeus demanded Percy to start again. So that brought out the thing he was about to say. Mr. D, I don't know a lot of Greek history, but there is one guy whose name would fit with you. I bet he won't say it, smiled Athena. Kashina nodded her in agreement because Naruto and Dionysus does have a good relationship with one another. So Dionysus had to have liked him from the beginning, or they would not have been on good terms with one another. But names are powerful, so I will just say that you are the wine god. Well, you are a smart boy. Hey, D, you were actually complimenting a demigod, questioned Apollo and Hermes. They continued, where have you put our drunk half-brother, you imposter? You are correct. Mr. D replied, gaining some respect for the blonde. I thought I would never see the day that Mr. D is being nice to a demigod, sobbed a laughing Percy. Dionysus glared and gritted his teeth while saying, did you say something, Perdo? Wow. Granny Tsunade would love you then. She would, smirked Kashina. The others looked at her in confusion and wonder why. Kashina just struggled her shoulders and said, it's in the book. She drinks all the time. Oh, and since your other power is similar to her family's Mokuton power. Mokuton, questioned everyone in the throne room besides Thals and Kashina. Mokuton is wood release, so with it they can make a desert into a forest. Of course you would need to have a water user for mature trees to grow or use a lot more chakra, remarked Kashina. Everyone looked flabbergasted and surprised with the new bloodline. Artemis looked interested because if she had that power she could make forests in hours. But if she practiced enough she could make it in minutes or even better yet seconds. Percy and the demigods thought how Grover would love Tsunade's family. Are you guy related? Nope, smiled Kashina. Mr. D blinked a few times before laughing. Well, I can honestly say that I have never been to your world that Chiron told me you were from. The elemental nations, sighed Kashina, thinking back when Hades was Monado. But smiled thinking that this life was even better than her life in the elemental nations. Now, I have heard about it from the other gods. Now, if I ever get away from this place, I might just take a look. And get laid, laughed Apollo and Hermes. Oh, and to answer your question, no, I am not related to her. Such a shame, really, snickered Kashina. Oh. Naruto said and then turned to Grover. So Grover, how are you feeling? So thoughtful, screeched out Aphrodite. Kashina covered her ears and shouted out, Mother, please control yourself. Artemis muttered, she can't. Aphrodite gritted her perfect teeth together, then pouted and whined, hey. Reed, son of Poseidon, read, hissed out Artemis. Percy, being the reasonable guy that he is, did as told because he didn't want to be turned into jackalope. Better, but it still sucks that I was of no use. Hey G-man, don't be like that, called out Percy while the other demigods nodded their heads. I am sure you will get another chance at that in the future. Naruto replied with a smile, it was freaking infectious. No kidding, smiled Thals and Kashina. 4x a while later, Percy had woken up and Grover took him aside to talk a bit. When they got back, that is when things got interesting. How interesting, questioned a smirking Apollo. Percy looked at the end of the pouch where everyone was and gasped, the man he thought was Mr. Brunner was there. Way to go, Perce, cheered Nico. Percy looked at Nico and said, shut up, D'Angelo. Nico smirked because he loves annoying his cousins. Then he saw a fat man playing some game with him. Fat man, roared Dionysus. The others in the room laughed at Dionysus' outburst. There was the blonde-haired girl who had fed him the popcorn flavor pudding, leaning on the railing of the pouch, and finally there was Naruto watching the game the two men were playing. Very exciting, said a bored Apollo and Hermes. Mr. Brunner, Percy cried. No, Percy, not Mr. Brunner, Chiron, called out a happy Apollo. The Latin teacher turned and smiled at him. His eyes had that mischievous glint they sometimes got in class when he pulled a pop quiz and made all the multiple choice answers be. Very good, Chiron, the students will have to think twice before writing down the answer, said a smiling Athena. Ah, good, Percy, he said. Now we have 4 for Pinnacle. He offered Percy a chair to the right of Mr. D, who looked at him with bloodshot eyes and heaved a great sigh. Oh great, here it comes, said Percy. The demigods smirked at Percy's outburst. Oh, I suppose I must say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. There. Now, don't expect me to be glad to see you. He is such a ball of sunshine, Artemis said. No sis, I am the sun, cried out Apollo. Artemis sighed and wondered why she had an idiot twin called Apollo. Naruto just chuckled at Mr. D's bluntness. Just like Purse, kelp head, seaweed brain over here, said Nico, Talia, and Annabeth. Thanks. Percy scooted a little farther away from him because, if there was one thing he had learned from living with Gabe. What did you learn? Questioned everyone, thinking how in the name of Gia herself could have Gabe have taught him. It was how to tell when an adult has been hitting the happy juice. Oh, rang throughout the throne room. If Mr. D was a stranger to alcohol, he was a satyr. No, Percy, how could you have lied to us about being a satyr? Cried Nico and Talia. Percy just blushed, then looked away from his annoying cousins but had a smile on his face. Annabeth? Mr. Brunner called to the blonde girl. She came forward and Mr. Brunner introduced them. This young lady nursed you back to health. Doesn't she always? Teased Talia. Thalls. Demeter said, I guess she eats cereal every day then because she is so generous. Shut up, woman, about cereal, cried Hades. No, screamed out Demeter. Persephone sighed but said, Please mother, let's get back to the book please. Demeter was close to tears because her precious baby girl was siding with her no-good child-snatching brother, son-in-law. Demeter glared daggers at Hades but became silent. Percy. Annabeth, my dear. Why don't you go check on Percy's bunk? We'll be putting him, along with Naruto, in cabin 11 for now. I wonder what will happen to Naruto when he gets claimed, said a thoughtful Nico. Don't hurt yourself and overthink things, teased Talia. Nico glared at her but was ruined by the blush on his pale face. Annabeth said, Sure, Chiron. While looking at the girl, Percy was checking her out. Stay away from my daughter C-Spawn, hissed out Athena while glaring at Percy as if he had kicked her puppy. But not in a perverted way. Good, muttered Artemis and Athena. Athena was still glaring holes at Percy while thinking how she could torture him if he got too close to her favorite daughter. He thought that her looks were like a typical California girl but her eyes threw him. What, you don't like my eyes? Croaked a hurt Annabeth. Athena glared at him harder but Percy shook his head no and said, I think your eyes are pretty, wise girl. Annabeth blushed but gave a happy smile while her eyes looked content. Off as they were gray. He then was wondering what she would say to him because of the fact that he and Naruto killed the Minotaur. He pictured it being, you beat the Minotaur, or wow. You're so awesome. Yeah right, Annie here would say that, smiled Talia. Annabeth was about to protest and glaring at Talia for calling her Annie again. Like that would ever happen. You drool when you sleep. Knocked down his ego, laughed Talia and Nico. Annabeth blushed and looked at Percy. After the noise level went down he continued. And with that, she left. Aw, you two are perfect together, squealed Aphrodite. He confused at first until he heard Naruto break out laughing. Oh, man. I bet you thought she was going to say that you were awesome of something that. Too bad for you. Nice punk, grinned Ares. While Kashina glared at Ares but turned back to the book Aegean because Percy was starting again. Wait. What about you? When did you wake up? Yesterday, smiled Apollo and Hermes. Percy sighed and said, Well, I know now. Oh, said Apollo. Percy shot back while Mr. D had a slight smirk on his face. Remember, I am a fast healer. I wish I was that fast of a healer, said all the demigods besides Kashina, who smiled. I woke up yesterday morning. Naruto spoke while Percy just shook his head, thinking that Naruto's healing was just out there to being with. Anyway, you, work here, Mr. Brunner? Chiron Perse remembered that, teased Nico. Percy smiled at his cousin but continued. Not Mr. Brunner, the ex, Mr. Brunner said. I'm afraid that was a pseudonym. You may call me Chiron. Finally, teased Annabeth, Talia, and Nico looking at Percy with grins on their faces. Okay. Totally confused, Percy looked at the director. And Mr. D. Does that stand for something? No, not really, only the name of the person, said Thalls with a grin on her face. Naruto smacked his head. He wondered if his friend had learned anything throughout this ordeal. Nope, rang through the throne room. Mr. D stopped shuffling the cards. He looked at Percy like he just belched loudly. Young man, names are powerful things. Sadly there are, whispered Poseidon. You don't just go around using them for no reason. Percy, you do that all the time, cheered Nico. Percy grinned at Nico's statement. Oh. Right. Sorry. I must say, Percy, Chiron broke in. I'm glad to see you alive. It's been a long time since I've made a house call to a potential camper. I'd hate to think I've wasted my time. You didn't, smiled the gods, goddesses, and demigods. House call? My year at Yancy Academy, to instruct you. We have satyrs at most schools, of course. Keeping a lookout. But Grover alerted me as soon as he met you. He sensed you were something special. So was Naruto, smiled Thalls. So I decided to come upstate. He is, Annabeth smiled. Percy blushed in embarrassment. I convinced the other Latin teacher to take a leave of absence. Then we had Naruto transfer in and I knew he was powerful like you as well. Big 3 material, joked Thalls while looking at Annabeth's blushing face. 2 demigods in one place is rare, so I am glad we got both you here safely. Like my sister and me, sadly muttered Nico. The demigods looked at Nico in pity in their eyes besides Thalls and Kashina. Percy tried to remember the beginning of the school year. It seemed like so long ago, but he did. Wow Percy, I am impressed, teased Annabeth. Percy blushed and stuck his tongue out at her, but after that he started reading once more. Have a fuzzy memory of there being another Latin teacher his first week at Yancy. Then, without explanation, he had disappeared and Mr. Brunner had taken the class and then Naruto transferred in and then things were not that bad. Not bad, what have you done with our cousin, shouted out Nico and Talia. Thalls just snickered and watched the show progress. After a few minutes of arguing, Percy finally picked up the book again then continued. You came to Yancy just to teach me? Percy asked. No, to get you to Camp Kelphead, said Talia. Chiron nodded. Honestly, I wasn't sure about you at first. None of us were seaweed brain, joked Annabeth. We contacted your mother, let her know we were keeping an eye on you in case you were ready for Camp Half-Blood. Unfortunately he was, joked Annabeth with a smile on her face. Percy smiled at Annabeth before he put a fake hurtful expression on his face and said, Wise girl, I am hurt. But you still had so much to learn. He still does, smirked Nico. Nevertheless, you made it here alive, and that's always the first test. Which I failed, scowled Talia. Thalls. Well, I had help from Naruto. Thalls and Kashina smiled thinking about her boyfriend, then Kashina was thinking about her perfect baby boy. Percy replied. We know, and I am glad the both of you made it in peace, Chiron said. Us too, said all the demigods, Hestia, Poseidon, and Hades. Grover, Mr. D said impatiently, are you playing or not? Stupid satyr, grumbled Zeus. Talia and Thalls just sighed thinking, he will never let that go, will he? The other gods and goddesses shook their heads about Zeus' protectiveness. Yes, sir. Grover trembled as he took the 4th chair, though Percy couldn't figure out why he should be so afraid of a pudgy little man in a tiger print Hawaiian shirt. You do know how to play pinochle? Nope, sang the demigods. Mr. D eyed him suspiciously. Of course he knew that Naruto didn't either and probably already beat him a few times. But D likes Naruto like the rest of us, said Apollo and Hermes. I'm afraid not, he replied. I'm afraid not, sir, Mr. D said. Sir, Percy repeated. He liked the camp director less and less. Please, not another speech about Pac-Man and gladiators, groaned Apollo. Dionysus glared at the sun god but then huffed. Hey, gladiators are great because there is fighting and death, smiled Ares. Says the idiot, scowled Athena. Well, Mr. D explained, it is, along with gladiator fighting and Pac-Man, one of the greatest games ever invented by humans. I would expect all civilized young men to know the rules. A sudden crash could be heard throughout the throne room because Apollo was repeatedly hitting his head on the wall. Artemis smiled and in her option watched the interesting show unfold. The 2 hunters smiled at their mistress' happiness. The other goddesses giggled softly to themselves, enjoying the show too, while the gods tried not to be embarrassed because one of their own was being more of an idiot than usual and in front of demigods to boot. I'm sure the boy can learn, Chiron said. Naruto yes, but Percy, well, I'm sorry but no, joked Annabeth. Percy just crossed his arms and pouted, then questioned, is it like a pick on Percy Day? That's a great idea, Perce, Kelphead, shouted out Nico and Talia. Please, Percy said. What is this place? What am I doing here? Mr. Brun, Chiron. Why would you go to Yancy Academy just to teach me? To bring you to Camp Observius, said Annabeth with a smile on her lips. Mr. D snorted. I asked the same question. The camp director dealt the cards. And he still lost, laughed the gods and goddesses. Dionysus glared at his family but then pouted. Grover flinched every time one landed in his pile. Wimp, yelled out Ares. Zeus nodded his head while Hera was glaring at her son in warning. The others just glared at Ares and focused back to the book. Percy started again. Chiron smiled at me sympathetically, the way he used to in Latin class, as if to let me know that no matter what my average was, I was his star student. He is with that will everyone, said the demigods. He expected me to have the right answer. You are a demigod, so it is easier for you to understand, said Athena. Percy, he said. Did your mother tell you nothing? Unfortunately she told him nothing, said Annabeth. She said. He remembered her sad eyes, looking out over the sea. She told me she was afraid to send me here, even though my father had wanted her to. That is a mother's worst moments in life, cried Kashina with all the goddesses. By either experience or watching the sad scene that would usually break their hearts watching. She said that once I was here, I probably couldn't leave. She would be right, I am afraid, said Hera. She wanted to keep me close to her. Another characteristic of a good mother, sadly said Kashina, Hera, and Hestia. Typical, Mr. D said. That's how they usually get killed. Young man, are you bidding or not? A hand connected to his face and with a loud smack could be heard throughout the shocked throne room. What? Percy asked. He explained, impatiently, how you bid in Pinnacle, and so Percy did. And lost of course, smirked a grinning Annabeth. I'm afraid there's too much to tell, Chiron said. I'm afraid our usual orientation film won't be sufficient. Ah, that was such a good video, cried Nico. Orientation film? Percy asked and then rounded on Naruto. And you don't seem to be surprised by this stuff at all. Because he is observant unlike you C-spawn, sneered Athena. Naruto shrugged and said, well, since I woke up earlier, I was told this already and I told them about the other world and they seem to understand. I wish I could see the elemental nations, sighed Athena with the other gods and goddesses. Percy just blinked at him owlishly. No, Chiron decided. Well, Percy. You know your friend Grover is a satyr. You know. That Zeus is a drama queen, laughed Poseidon. Know that Naruto is a badass ninja like his mom, smiled Kashina. Zeus glared at his brother and boomed out, son of Poseidon read now. Percy quickly went to read because he didn't want to feel Zeus master bolt or worst yet, his tantrums. He pointed to the horn in the shoebox Percy was holding, that you boys have killed the Minotaur. A small feat boys that even this mighty pebble can do, teased Thal's. Annabeth and Nico laughed at Thal's funny comment. While Talia, Phoebe, Zoe snickered at Percy's red face. No small feat, either, lads. What you may not know is that great powers are at work in your life. Gods. Don't forget about goddesses too, shouted all the females in the room. The forces you call the Greek gods, are very much alive. The gods and goddesses looked uncomfortable about this subject. Percy stared at the others around the table. He waited for somebody to yell, not. I am so sorry but it is true, Apollo smiled brightly. Like a duo of man wearing green jumpsuits. Kashina screamed and shouted out, no. Everyone looked confused but Kashina quickly explained Guy and everyone looked at Apollo then said, never do that again. Apollo looked devastated at being compared to Guy but quickly nodded. But all he got was Mr. D yelling, oh, a royal marriage. Trick. Trick. He cackled as he tallied up his points and Naruto giving off a serious look and he knew this was serious. And here comes the climax, said Apollo. Mr. D, Grover asked timidly, if you're not going to eat it. Nice climax Apollo, laughed Artemis while Apollo just pouted. Could I have your Diet Coke can? Just like a fawn, muttered Zeus. Eh? Oh, all right. Yep, half goat, goats will eat anything. Very true, said Athena. Naruto deadpanned at their satyr friend while he bit a huge shard out of the empty aluminum can and chewed it mournfully. Like a goat, sang Apollo. Wait, Percy told Chiron. You're telling me there's such a thing as God? Nope, plural gods, said all the gods and goddesses. Well, now, Chiron said. God, capital G, God. That's a different matter altogether. We shan't deal with the metaphysical. Metaphysical? But you were just talking about. Gods, plural, as in, great beings that control the forces of nature and human endeavors, the immortal gods of Olympus. That's a smaller matter. Smaller, thundered Zeus. Drama queen, muttered the others in the room. Smaller? Hey Dad, look on the bright side of things. Percy agrees with you, smirked Apollo. Athena groaned and said, if Father agrees with the sea spawn, then either A, Father has lose it, or B, the sea spawn is getting smarter, which I doubt. Yes, quite. The gods we discussed in Latin class. Zeus was about to interrupt once again, but Hera yelled out, will you calm down and let Perseus read? At this point Naruto intervened, seeing that his friend was having trouble coming to terms with this. When they first come to camp, who doesn't have trouble coming to terms with the gods, said Annabeth. Percy, remember what I said about the bloodlines back home? I really want to know more about them, Athena said dreamily. A nod. Well, think that along with the Greek mythology we learned in class, and we got something very power-living. Percy's eyes widened and said, Zeus, Hera, Apollo. You mean them? Ah, he didn't say your name, Artie, smiled Apollo. Shut it, dumbass, snarled Artemis. Zoe smirked at her mistress' comment while Phoebe and Talia shook their heads. And that they are real? That was when a thunder boomed. Young man, said Mr. D, I would really be less casual about throwing those names around, if I were you. He won't listen, sang Annabeth. Percy blushed but mocked glared at his best friend, which she smiled. But they're stories, Percy said. They're myths, to explain lightning and the seasons and stuff. OD is not going to like this, sang Hermes and Apollo. They're what people believed before there was science. Science. Mr. D scoffed. And tell me, Perseus Jackson. Wow, he said your name right, gasped Nico. He flinched when the man said Percy's real name, which he never told anybody. What will people think of your science 2,000 years from now? That it is inferior, stated Athena while Annabeth agreed. Everyone looked down and thought what would the future held. Mr. D continued. They will call it primitive mumbo-jumbo. That's what. Oh, I love mortals. You do. What have you done with the old drunk we call Dionysus, said Hermes and Apollo. The demigods with the other gods and goddesses laughed at Dionysus' red face. They have absolutely no sense of perspective. They think they've come so far. And have they, Chiron? Look at this boy and tell me. No, they have not, grumbled Hephaestus. Yeah man, we didn't have that luxury back home, and we just played off the originators of the bloodlines to something godly. Of course, said Kashina. Naruto shrugged. Percy, Chiron said, you may choose to believe or not, but the fact is that immortal means immortal. Living forever is a blessing and a curse at the same time, began Kashina. The demigods looked a little confused except for Annabeth and Talia. Kashina continued, it means that you get to live forever, but you see your loved ones grow old and die. Percy looked down because he hadn't thought about it like that. Nico on the other hand looked down and thought of his sisters. Can you imagine that for a moment, never dying? Never fading? Existing, just as you were, for all time? Horrible, thought the demigods, and thinking about staying high school age for all eternity. That was when he heard Naruto say that it would be lonely. It is, sighed the gods and goddesses. You mean, whether people believed in you or not, Percy said. Yup, said the gods and goddesses. Exactly, Chiron agreed. If you were a god, how would you like being called a myth, an old story to explain lightning? Like Mama's boy here, Poseidon pointed at Zeus' direction. The others in the room snickered but stopped when they saw Zeus's face. It was red in fury, and with his masterbolt in his hands it looked very dangerous. Percy quickly started to read, because if Zeus is angry, then that means he is going to zap everything that annoys him. Properly going to be me, Percy thought after a while. What if I told you, Perseus Jackson, that someday people would call you a myth, just created to explain how little boys can get over losing their mothers? That's a low blow, nephew, snarled Poseidon. Sorry, shuddered Dionysus, because if Poseidon is angry he sinks ships and floods the world, or at least tries to. I wouldn't like it. But I don't believe in gods, Percy replied, which made Naruto grimace. Low blow to any demigod out there, sadly said Hestia. The gods and goddesses nodded their head, agreeing with Hestia. Oh, you'd better, Mr. D murmured, before one of them incinerates you. They tried already, whispered Annabeth with a smile on her face, making Percy blush. Grover said, please, sir. He's just lost his mother. He's in shock. A lucky thing, too, Mr. D grumbled, playing a card. Bad enough I'm confined to this job. Working with boys who don't even believe. Like Peter Pan, smiled Apollo. Artemis sighed and said, idiot. He waved his hand and a goblet appeared on the table, as if the sunlight had bent, momentarily, and woven the air into glass. The goblet filled itself with red wine. Zeus fingered his precious master bolt looking at Dionysus and said, your restrictions. Mr. D. Chiron warned, your restrictions. Ha ha ha, Chiron agrees with me, boasted Zeus. Well, he doesn't want to anger the drama queen, Mama's boy, now does he, questioned Poseidon. Zeus yelled back, enough, will the drama queen thing or the Mama's boy. Mr. D looked at the wine and feigned surprise. Dear me. He looked at the sky and yelled, old habits, sorry. Yeah, right, grumbled the room, not believing Dionysus for a second. More thunder. Naruto chuckled and said, yep, Tsunade would really love you. That she would, grinned Kashina. That made Mr. D chuckle and waved his hand again, and the wineglass changed into a fresh can of Diet Coke. He sighed unhappily. Of course, groaned Dionysus, thinking about a century-old domain Romane Conti. Popped the top of the soda, and went back to his card game. Lazy, sang Kashina and the other goddesses. Chiron winked. Mr. D offended his father a while back, took a fancy to a wood nymph who had been declared off limits. Naruto just gave Chiron an odd look before shaking his head. Good, at least Naruto is not a pig of a man then, muttered Artemis. Thals just smirked at Artemis' comment and will properly hunt down Naruto if she finds out about Zoe. A wood nymph, Percy repeated, staring at the Diet Coke can like it was from outer space. You know, a pretty girl who lives in a tree, smiled Apollo. Artemis snarled, pig. Percy gulped but began again. Yes, Mr. D confessed. Father loves to punish me. The first time, prohibition. Ghastly, absolutely horrid 10 years. You got off lightly, roared Zeus. After Zeus' rant, Percy quickly began again so that he got this chapter done with. The second time, well, she really was pretty, and I couldn't stay away, the second time, he sent me here. To Olympus, the home of the gods, snickered Apollo. Dionysus glared at the sun god but looked away thinking about his beautiful wife. Half-Blood Hill. Summer camp for brats like me, grinned Apollo and Hermes. That is the exact reason why I don't like my hunters staying at camp, sneered Artemis, glaring at both Hermes and Apollo. You. Be a better influence, he told me. Work with youths rather than tearing them down. Stupid is what I call it, sneered Ares. Everyone besides Dionysus, because he could care less, glared at the war god. Ha. Absolutely unfair. Mr. D sounded about 6 years old, like a pouting little kid. I am sure you'll get used to it, eventually. Yeah, laughed Apollo and Hermes. The demigods, on the other hand, looked anywhere but the gods and goddesses. Naruto replied. D immortales, Chiron, Mr. D said. I thought you taught this boy the basics. My father is. Mama's boy, screamed Poseidon, suddenly changes his shirt that says, biggest Mama's boy, with a picture of Zeus. Zeus, of course. Like Naruto before, Percy went through the D name he had learned about and found one that matched Mr. D. What have you done with our cousin again? Because in this story you are smarter, joked Nico and Talia. Percy glared playfully at his cousins but continued. Though he was not as subtle like his friend. You're Dionysus, he said, the god of wine. Here comes D's smartass comment, commented Apollo. Mr. D rolled his eyes. What do they say, these days, Grover? Do the children say, well, duh. Why yes, Mr. D had that coming. Thank you Naruto, smiled Dionysus. My son is not a girl, roared Kashina. Naruto commented with a smirk. Shut it. Percy replied. Then, well, duh. Percy Jackson. Did you think I was Aphrodite, perhaps? How dare you, began Aphrodite. But you could not hear anything but laughter in the throne room. Aphrodite fumed silently in her seat but glared at Dionysus murderously. Until Artemis' voice came and said, now that was funny. Aphrodite became more furious but she suddenly flickered to her Roman aspect Venus. Mr. D asked, irritated, while Naruto thought that was an odd comparison. You're a god. Yes, child. A god. You. Percy, I think you want to shut up right about now and start reading, commented Nico. Percy nodded his head, thinking things over in his head. Percy asked again, unable to comprehend it. Most aren't at first, smiled Hestia. Mr. D turned to look at Percy straight on, and he saw a kind of purplish fire in his eyes, a hint that this whiny, plump little man was only showing me the tiniest bit of his true nature. He saw visions. Of Annabeth, questioned an excited Aphrodite. No, screamed both a blushing Annabeth and Percy. While Athena glared at the love goddess and the sea spawn as she dubbed him. Of grapevines choking unbelievers to death, violate I like it, exclaimed Ares. Drunken warriors insane with battle lust, go battle go, screamed out Ares wanting more action in the book. Sailors screaming as their hands turned to flippers, their faces elongating into dolphin snouts. Percy knew that if he pushed him, Mr. D would show him worse things. I would if Pedro Johnson asked me to, stated Dionysus. It's Percy Jackson, sir, said an irritated Percy. Whatever, struggled Dionysus. Percy was about to make a smartass comment but reconsidered it and began reading. He would plant a disease in his brain that would leave him wearing a straight jacket in a rubber room for the rest of his life. Boring, sang Apollo, Hermes, Ares, Poseidon, and the demigods. That an over-the-top way to get the point across, but it worked. Would you like to test me, child? He said quietly. Yes, he would, snickered Apollo. Wrong, exclaimed Percy. No, sir. The fire died a little. He turned back to his card game. I believe I win. Oh no, it's the end of the world, screamed out a horrified Apollo and Hermes. Not quite. Phew, false alarm, sighed Hermes and Apollo. Mr. D, Chiron said. He set down a straight, tallied the points, and said, the game goes to me. I think Tyche likes Chiron, laughed the goddesses, Annabeth, Thales, and Kashina. Percy thought Mr. D was going to vaporize Chiron right out of his wheelchair, but he just sighed through his nose, as if he were used to being beaten by the Latin teacher. I do, unfortunately, grumbled Dionysus. He got up, and Grover rose, too. I'm tired, Mr. D said. I believe I'll take a nap before the sing-along tonight. Sore loser, sang Aphrodite, because no one, and I mean no one, mocks her. But first, Grover, we need to talk, again, about your less-than-perfect performance on this assignment. Yes, grinned Zeus while the others in the room groaned and then rolled their eyes at the king of the gods. Grover's face beaded with sweat. Why yes, sir. Mr. D turned to Percy. Cabin 11, Percy Jackson. Hermes, my cabin, shouted out the demigods, Hermes. And mind your manners. Take Naruto with you since he will be going as well. Oh gods, Naruto and Hermes' children would turn the camp upside down, whimpered Annabeth. The rest of the demigods recoiled and instantly agreed with Annabeth. He swept into the farmhouse, Grover following miserably. As it should, you failure of a satyr, boomed Zeus. Everyone smirked at Zeus's protectiveness to his daughter, but Thales and Talia both blushed. Will Grover be okay? Percy asked Chiron. Yes, he will. Hestia smiled warmly at Percy. Chiron nodded, though he looked a bit troubled. Old Dionysus isn't really mad. He just hates his job. Yes, I do, snarled Dionysus. Continue, son of Poseidon, thundered Zeus. Percy nodded his head and began again. He's been grounded, I guess you would say, and he can't stand waiting another century before he's allowed to go back to Olympus. Mount Olympus, Percy said. You're telling me there really is a palace there? Oh no, we don't live on top of the mountain, because if that happened then we weren't get to have any of the women here, said Apollo. Artemis glared at her twin but said nothing. In other words, it moves with the West, warmly said Hestia. Zeus grumbled, if we didn't move then we would either be slightly powerful than immortal or fade. The demigods nodded their heads because it made sense to them. Well now, there's Mount Olympus in Greece. Yeah, it's on all the maps of Greece, smiled Apollo. If not, Zeus would burn it up with lightning, said Hera. And then there's the home of the gods, the convergence point of their powers. So does that mean, which did indeed used to be on Mount Olympus? It's still called Mount Olympus, out of respect to the old ways, but the palace moves to Rome, unfortunately, snarled Athena. Poseidon looks concerned at Athena, and Athena gave a small smile in thanks, then looked away as if that did not happen. The other gods and goddesses smiled at the two immortals. Percy, just as the gods do. Because we are awesome, shouted out Apollo and Hermes. You mean the Greek gods are here? Like, in America? Of course not, we are at the North Pole, smirked Hermes. The other gods, goddesses, and demigods just rolled their eyes. Well, certainly. The gods move with the heart of the West. The what? To the Wild West, smirked Ares. Percy. Naruto spoke up again. The West means where the major power is in the world. Yes, Captain Obvious, smirked Artemis. Zoe smiled at her mistress but muttered, this language changes too much. You see, it has moved from Greece, which was at one point, the point of power in the world. Now it is here in America. America, screamed out Ares. Everyone in the room sighed at the war god's antics. Chiron gave Naruto a grateful look because he really didn't want to explain it right now. Who are you, Chiron? Who am I? You're Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, said Nico. Percy glared at his cousin and said, I know who I am. I meant who was my parent because I didn't know then. Percy asked, not really taking in everything and understanding it. That's the Percy we know and love, sang Talia and Nico. Percy mocked, glared at his cousins, then he did what any man would do in this situation, stick out his tongue. Who are you? A common answer in what Percy would say, smiled Annabeth. He mused while he started to get out of his chair, which would seem impossible in Percy's mind. Nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it, Hestia smiled warmly. Percy smiled back at the hearth goddesses and continued before an argument could start it again. Well, that's the question we all want answered, isn't it? But for now, we should get you a bunk in cabin 11. The Hermes, my cabin, shouted out the demigods and Hermes. There will be new friends to meet. And new enemies too, whispered Annabeth while all the demigods nodded their heads at her logic. And plenty of time for lessons tomorrow. Besides, there will be s'mores. Yum, said all the occupants in the room. At the campfire tonight, and I simply adore chocolate. That old centaur does indeed, snorted out Dionysus. All the demigods smiled, then thought about chocolate and sighed dreamily. The other gods and goddesses smiled at the demigods but wished some of their demigod children were here. And then he did rise from his wheelchair. Release the centaur, laughed Apollo and Hermes. But there was something odd about the way he did it. Like what, questioned Apollo. Will you shut up so we can find out, snarled and irritated Artemis. His blanket fell away from his legs, and chocolate fell out, giggled Aphrodite. Demeter whispered to Persephone, it should be cereal because it is good for the soul, body, and mind. Persephone sighed and looked at Percy to quickly continue because they did not want to hear her mother rant about cereal. Lucky Percy got the hint and quickly began. But the legs didn't move. No, we lose them, wailed Hermes. Artemis' fist came into contact with Hermes' skull and she shouted out, shut up. Hermes' hands covered his sore head and whimpered about violate women. The hunters and Artemis smiled in satisfaction. Percy thought, you poor guy, then decided to read again. Before any more punches or acts of violence were delivered by Artemis. To the dubbed, idiots as she calls them. His waist kept getting longer, rising above his belt. At first, Percy thought he was wearing very long, white velvet underwear. No, Percy, that is fur, said Apollo. Percy sighed and said, I know that I meant it looked like that at first. Oh, said a blushing Apollo. Idiot, smiled Artemis. Continue, son of Poseidon, boomed Zeus. Percy quickly continued because he didn't want to feel Zeus's annoyance again. But as he kept rising out of the chair, taller than any man, I realized that the velvet underwear wasn't underwear. No, it's fur, child, smiled Hestia. It was the front of an animal. A horse, but the correct term is centaur, Athena glared at the son of Poseidon. Muscle and sinew under coarse white fur. Ah, good old Chiron, smiled Poseidon. The demigods nodded their heads in agreement with a smile on their faces. And the wheelchair wasn't a chair. Of course not. How would Chiron fit his horse half into a common chair, said Hephaestus. It was some kind of container, an enormous box on wheels. That one of my children made for him as a parting gift, thought Hephaestus while his face had a small smile on his face. And it must have been magic, Apollo said, behold the holy recorder. He then held up a tape recorder and pushed play. There is no such thing as magic, boy, said the voice of Vernon Dursley. Hermes had tears in his eyes and demanded an encore. Everyone else just shook their heads at the two gods and Zeus boomed, son of Poseidon read. Percy nodded his head and continued. Because there's no way it could have held all of him. A leg came out, long and knobby-kneed, with a huge polished hoof. And here he is, folks, our favorite centaur. Chiron, shouted out Apollo. Then Hermes high-fived him and the others in the room had a smile on their faces. Percy laughed and focused on the book to finish the chapter so he can quit reading then enjoy the book again. Then another front leg, it lives, shouted Apollo and Hermes. Artemis threw shoes at them and shouted back, shut up you idiots. While everyone else laughed at Apollo and Hermes. Then hindquarters, and then the box was empty, nothing but a metal shell with a couple of fake human legs attached. "Ah, fake legs," screamed Aphrodite. Everyone recoiled from the sudden noise. Artemis growled threateningly at the love goddess while her hunters did the same as their mistress. Percy stared at the horse who had just sprung from the wheelchair, a huge white stallion. "Run for your lives, it's a white stallion," laughed Nico. Thales smirked while Percy and Annabeth laughed. Talia on the other hand shook her head muttering repeatedly, "Idiot." "But where its neck should be, was Mama's boy here," Poseidon pointed at Zeus. Zeus' face was burning red in embarrassment and anger. He began, "Poseidon, you are correct," finished Hades with a smirk on his pale face. The others in the throne room could not hold onto their laughter any longer. The result was that the throne room was erupted into laughter. But was silenced by the sounds of thunder and flashes of lightning. After the excellent flashes of lightning and booming noise of thunder everyone calmed down. Was the upper body of their Latin teacher, smoothly grafted to the horse's trunk. "What a relief," the centaur said. "I'd been cooped up in there so long." "Like we have been in Father's stomach," said all the elder gods and goddesses besides Zeus. Demeter muttered, "that we didn't have cereal back then." Persephone sighed at her mother's obsession with cereal and wanted to bang her head against something hard. Now what's hard enough? Hades paled but thought, "Oh gods, please don't let Demeter go off with cereal again." Kashina looked at Demeter and Persephone then thought, "Yup, she talking about cereal again." "My fetlocks had fallen asleep. He should have eaten more cereal then," said Demeter. "Woman, enough with the cereal already," shouted Hades. "Well, you don't eat enough cereal because you stole my precious core from me," hissed Demeter. "Mother, stop," soothed Persephone, not wanting an argument right now because she has enough of those in the winter. "See, you no good brother, you have turned my precious core from me. But the only cure is eating cereal, so core eat up," smiled Demeter while holding a bowl of cereal. Persephone gulped and looked around for help but found none, so she picked up a cereal bowl and started to eat. Apollo thought, she is a brave soul eating Demeter's cereal like that. Demeter smiled and said, "Now who wants some cereal?" Everyone looked at Percy and screamed out desperately, "Start reading. Now, come, Percy Jackson, Naruto Uzumaki." "I love you Naruto," whispered Kashina. Thales smiled and looked dreamily into space thinking about Naruto then thought, "I love you Naruto Uzumaki with all my heart. Let's meet the other campers." "Yeah," yelled the campers. Talia and Phoebe gave small smiles while Zoe just scowled. Percy just nodded and he and Naruto followed. Naruto leaned over and said, "Told you. Chiron has a real horse's ass." "Alright, done finally, so who wants to read next?" questioned Percy. Suddenly there was a blinding flash of light and a voice said, "I will." Everyone looked for the source of the voice. When the light died down it revealed Selena Beauregard. The demigods all had smiles on their faces, but was interrupted by Drama Queen aka Zeus. "Introduce yourself or face the wrath of my bolt," boomed Zeus. She looked around and said, "Selena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite." After Percy got over his shock, which might be a while, smirked Nico and Talia. He ran to Chiron's side along with Naruto, because hey, you can never trust a horse's backside. True, mutters rang throughout the throne room, especially in Amish country. "Nice one," smiled Hermes and Apollo. Anyway, they started the tour of the camp. "Go Camp Half-Blood," smiled Percy, Annabeth, Nico, and Thales. The gods smiled and vowed to visit Camp more. They passed the volleyball pit. Several of the campers nudged each other. One pointed to the "Naruto, of course," said Apollo. Artemis sighed and wondered why she got Apollo as a twin. "Minotaur horn Percy was carrying in Naruto." Another said, "It's them. The ninja bad asses," shouted Hermes and Apollo. Artemis sighed again, picked herself off her throne and went towards Apollo. Then a fist hit Apollo's face as quick as lightning and Artemis started to yell at him for being annoying and stupid. And so the beating of Apollo began by the annoyed Artemis. The following scenes and/or acts are blocked from fanfiction for violence. Anyways, later we find the other gods cowering behind their thrones along with the demigods. But Kashina and the other goddesses who were smiling at Artemis or giving her the thumbs up. Hera on the other hand looked at Zeus and grinned brightly, which Zeus shook even more. Artemis finally finished, so she sighed and went back to her throne with a satisfied smile on her face. The reason is that Apollo was a mess. For one, he had golden blood flowing down his recently broken nose with a black eye on his once handsome face. Then his arms and legs were twisted in weird angles that would be possible for a mortal to imitate. Phoebe and Zoe were laughing at the sun god's misfortune that he suffered from his twin sister. Meanwhile, Apollo was groaning in pain and the other gods pitied him but was deeply afraid and anger Artemis. Because let's face it, any and all women are scary creatures. Finally Aphrodite had the voice to speak and said, "Read, my daughter." And so Selena began again. Naruto chuckled as he heard them trying to figure out how his did the log thing, as they put it. Percy gave Naruto a look and smirked. "You just had to show off, huh?" "Of course, silly," wheezed a bloodied Apollo. Artemis' eyes twitched in annoyance but stayed in her throne. The hunters in the room waited impatiently for their mistress to dish out the pain. Naturally. Naruto smirked. As they walked, that saw everyone doing activities and satyrs joining them in their activities with orange camp half-blood shirts and nothing else. "Ew!" screamed out Aphrodite. The other females in the room looked uncomfortable besides the demigods because they see it every day at camp. Percy was thinking about Grover and remembering the good times with him. But he snapped back into reality and looked at Annabeth and thought back to the good and bad times with her. Selena coughed to get everyone's attention and started to read again. "Hey," Percy said aloud. "What is up there?" he said, pointing the fourth story of the big house that they just left. "My oracle," cheered Apollo. But he thought about it not changing bodies and thought, why did it get cursed? Hades sat uncomfortable, then sighed and thought back to Maria. Also his time spent time together and finally her death by his youngest brother's hand. Selena continued on with the book. Chiron looked to where Percy was pointing and his smile faded, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. "Just the attic." "With the trophies of past demigods' triumphs," smiled Zeus, thinking about his children. "Somebody lives there?" "No," he said with finality, "not a single living thing." "Well, he is technically right," said Athena. "Hey, that is an insult to any living spirit," said Apollo. Artemis gasped and said, "You said something that made sense." The others in the throne room laughed at Artemis' comment. Apollo pouted but then grinned and thinking, "My sister really loves me deep down." Artemis gave a small smile and thought, "I love him a lot but I will never admit it to anyone." Before anyone thinks about it wrong way, it is a brother and sister kind of love. Naruto looked at the window to the attic oddly and thought, "Nothing living. But what if something not entirely living?" "And we have a winner," shouted out Hermes. When he was intercepted by a flying shoe circus of a grinning Artemis. Everyone in the throne room shook their head and tried to hide their laughter. Selena began again once the throne room was calmed down. "Nah." Naruto turned his head just as a curtain moved and Percy was the only one who saw it. "Of course, have Waterboy see it," snickered Talia. Percy blushed and shouted out, "Hey." Annabeth smiled and said, "You know it's true, seaweed brain." Percy's blush deepened and Aphrodite squealed again. Everyone had to cover their ears to protect their hearing. Selena read quickly, "Or we will be hearing another squeal of your mother." "Come along, boys," Chiron said, his light-hearted tone now a little forced. "Lots to see." "Indeed," muttered the demigods, missing their home. But smiled because they are reading about it. Annabeth leaned forward. They walked through the strawberry fields, where campers were picking bushels of berries. "Properly, some of my kids," sighed Demeter. The others in the room just nodded their heads in agreement. Selena continued on. While a satyr played a tune on a reed pipe. "I wonder how hard it is to learn how to play one." Naruto idly thought, not listening to Chiron tell them that these strawberries pay for the camp's expenses. "Naruto, pay attention," said Hermes in an Athena's voice. Athena's gray eyes hardened. She hissed out, "Hermes," and that made Hermes gulp, then shut up. Percy did look a little sad though, and Naruto somehow knew that he was wondering if Grover was okay. He was getting chewed out by a god though, so who knows. "Nothing like Zeus thou," laughed Poseidon. The gods and goddesses laughed at Zeus' blushing face, while the demigods gave off little smiles of their own. But the hunters of Artemis gave off snickers at the king of the gods.
Silence. boomed Zeus with Master Bolt in his grip, and the sky flashed angrily. All right, let's calm down and relax for a second, began Hestia with a warm smile on her face. Hades then began with a cold smile, or Zeus will have a bird. That was too much for the gods and goddesses because the throne room was filled with laughter. No more loudly than Hera herself. Zeus's face on the other hand was bright red and could be mistaken for charisma's light. His whole body was shaking and the skies suddenly became dark as night with lightning making false daylight.
Grover won't get in too much trouble, will he? Percy asked Chiron. I mean, he was a good protector. Really? No, he was a useless satyr like always, cursed Zeus. Daddy, he was not, sighed Thales. So Thales is a daddy's girl, thought Percy and Nico. While Talia was blushing and Annabeth was smirking at her friend's attention. The others in the throne room gave off small smiles and the females thought, ah, how cute. Chiron sighed. He shed his tweed jacket and draped it over his horse's back like a saddle. It's a pony, screamed Apollo and Hermes. Grover has big dreams, Percy. That he does, smiled Percy and Annabeth. Perhaps bigger than are reasonable. To reach his goal, he must first demonstrate great courage by succeeding as a keeper. Which he failed the first time, gritted Zeus. Enough, husband, demanded Hera, and Zeus paled, then became silent, due to not wanting the fury of his wife directed at him. Finding a new camper and bringing him safely to Half-Blood Hill. But he did get 2 campers to camp and it was my decision, said Thales and Talia. They both smiled at one another. But he did that. Percy exclaimed. See, Kelphead agrees with me, smirked Talia. Annabeth rolled her eyes at her childhood friend. Yeah, 2 campers nonetheless. Naruto grumbled. Now he was worried about their friend as well. Ah, my grandson, cooed Aphrodite. Everyone just sighed but tried to listen to Selena. I might agree with you, Chiron said. Of course, said the demigods. The gods and goddesses just smiled at or thinking about their children at the camps. But it is not my place to judge. Dionysus and the Council of Cloven Elders must decide. Which most of them are stupid, muttered Percy. Annabeth gave a look that said, shut up, seaweed brain, we can talk about it later, not now. I'm afraid they might not see this assignment as a success. Zeus was about to speak but was intercepted by Hera, who shouted, shut up, Zeus. After all, Grover lost you 2 in New York. Which was Percy's fault, said Thales, and she looked at Percy with her piercing blue eyes. Percy blushed and looked away from her glaze, while Annabeth smirked at her seaweed brain of a friend. Then there's the unfortunate fate of your mother, and the fact that Grover was unconscious when Naruto brought him over the property line. It's okay, G-Man, next time, and thank you, Naruto, thought Percy with a smile on his face. The council might question whether this shows any courage on Grover's part. He has plenty of courage, shouted all the demigods. The gods and goddesses smiled at their children outburst in amusement. He helped get us here, so I think that is good enough. Such a sweet boy, said Hestia. Kashina smiled at the hearth goddess. Even he is a bit weak, still that was very kind of you to say that to him, Hestia said warmly. You got that right, he is weak, grinned Ares. The goddesses glared at the war god and the mighty war god slight flinched away from all the glares. He is still a good guy. Naruto replied. Again, my grandson is so thoughtful, gooshed Aphrodite. He'll get a second chance, won't he? Percy asked. I am afraid that was his second chance, said Hestia looking sadly but turned her attention to the hearth. Everyone looked at either Talia and Thales, who became unconformable with all this attention. Chiron winced. I'm afraid that was Grover's second chance, Percy. The council was not anxious to give him another. For good reason, began Zeus. Yes, because they did not want to erupt Zeus' tantalums, laughed Poseidon. After the sea god finished his sentence, the other gods and goddesses laughed at Zeus, who by the way had a red face that looked like a pepper with steam coming out of his ears. Everyone laughed harder at the comic scene in front of them. Either, after what happened the first time, 5 years ago, Olympus knows. Indeed we do, said everyone besides Zeus in the throne room. They then looked at Zeus, who was whistling at them innocently. I advised him to wait longer before trying again. He's still so small for his age. You mean a weakling, sneered Ares. Aphrodite scowled at Ares and currently wondered why she was with him again. 5 years? Oh, that must mean that he was with Talia since she mentioned him. Observant, a very good quality to have, remarked Athena. Pondered Naruto. No, run for your life, he's pondering, screamed out Apollo. Dionysus groaned and threw a Diet Coke can at the sun god. How old is he? Old, said Percy. But not as old as the gods or even the older deities like the Titans or Primortals, said Annabeth. Enough. Now, red daughter of Aphrodite, boomed Zeus. Selena quickly found where she left off and started again. Oh, 28. Now it is time for Seaweed Brain to freak out, giggled Annabeth while Talia and Nico were smiling in amusement at Percy's face. What? And he's in 6th grade. See, concluded Annabeth. Percy pouted and did the mature thing and crossed his arms, then stuck out his tongue out at Annabeth. Well, hey, I am 13 and I was in 6th grade too, Naruto said. Not as big as being 28 years old, said Percy. Yeah, but 28. Geez, Perce, no need to repeat yourself, said Nico. Shut up, dead boy, said Percy. And besides, no one would think much of that, Naruto. They just might, giggled Aphrodite. Kashina shook her head and thought, I can't believe that is my mother right now. Percy panicked as he looked back to Chiron. Now there is no need to panic here, smiled Hestia. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, everyone knows that, waved off Apollo. I didn't, muttered the demigods. While Artemis shook her head and thought, you didn't either until a week ago. Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a middle school student for the past 6 years. That's horrible and the most torturous way to go with your life, said all the demigods besides Annabeth and some of the gods. Athena glared at them all, which shut them up quickly and moved to a different topic like what is for dinner tonight. That's horrible, Percy said while Naruto shivered. No need to repeat yourself, kelp for brains, grinned Talia. Quite, Chiron agreed. Wow, even Chiron agrees with us, smiled Hermes. Artemis had enough, so she waved her hand and a brink suddenly formed from thin air. She then threatened, anyone who speaks first will taste this brink. Unfortunately or fortunately, the way you look at it, Apollo was the first to speak. He questioned, hey sis, is that real? The next thing people in the throne room knew was Apollo was hit with a brick when suddenly another brick landed in the sun god's open mouth. The hunters were laughing at the painful groans Apollo. At any rate, Grover is a late bloomer, that he is, smiled Percy because he thought of one of his oldest friend. Annabeth nodded her head in agreement. Even by satyr standards, and not yet very accomplished at woodland magic. Alas, he was anxious to pursue his dream. Which he succeed, smiled all of the demigods. Zeus looked shocked for a minute, but his mood turned anger. He started yelling at nothing in particular, but you could always know why he was yelling because he always said his precious daughter every 5 minutes. Hera eye twitched and threw her shoe at Zeus, then telling him to get his ass into his throne or he will be sleeping at the coach for a month. Zeus began to protest but shut his mouth and sat on his throne again. Hera smiled and said to Selena to read quickly or Zeus will have a tantalum again. So the daughter of Aphrodite started to read. Perhaps now he will find some other career. No! Shouted all the demigods. The gods looked at them in confusion, but the demigods explained that he was the best tracker, so the gods and goddesses nodded their heads in understanding. That's not fair, Percy said. What happened the first time? Was it really so bad? Yup, said all the gods and goddesses. The demigods looked at their parents in confusion when suddenly Poseidon explained about Mama Boy's longest tantalum in the last 60 years for the loss of Talia. Talia looked shocked at her father, while Thales smiled at her daddy. Zeus smiled at Thales with a blush on his face. Selena picked up where she left off and started again. Chiron looked away quickly. Let's move along, shall we? The boys were not convinced but didn't want to anger the horseman. Wait, read that again please, shouted out Annabeth, and Selena did. Wow, seaweed brain, kelp head, doesn't want to anger something important, said Talia and Annabeth. Feeling the love-wise girl and pinecone face, snorted Percy. Nico laughed at the 3 bickering parties when all of them shouted out, shut up, death breathe. Chiron. Go pony powers unite, screamed Apollo, finally healed from his ordeal with his twin sister. Artemis screamed out, ah, and threw a boulder at Apollo that smacked him in the nose, breaking it, putting him into the world of unconsensus. The everyone besides Kashina and Thales wanted to know where she got the boulder from. The males backed away from the irated goddess while whispering between them that women were scary. Percy said, If the gods and Olympus and all that are real. Finally he realizes, sighed Annabeth. Percy shouted out, hey. But did the manly thing to do pouted and cross his arms, while muttering how mean wise girl was to him. The gods and goddesses chuckled at Percy antics. Yes, child? Now Percy, don't say anything stupid now, joked Nico and Talia. Percy smiled and said, feeling the love. They smiled at him and their attention went back to the book. Does that mean the underworld is real, too? Yes, Percy, it is real because you have been there multiple times, said Nico. Poseidon suddenly shouted out, what? Why? Well, that is a long story, but we will let the books explain it, but if not we will explain it. Poseidon finally sat down with the help of his brothers persuading, forcing him into his throne again. Chiron's expression darkened and he shot his eyes over to Naruto. So he knows who his old man is, sneered Ares. Do you want to taste true pain, smiled Kashina. Ares backed away quickly and everyone laughed saying, oh the mighty war god. For a split second but Naruto caught it. Yes, child. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. To not let your hopes up, smiled Hestia. The others nodded their heads in agreement. There is a place where spirits go after death. But for now, until we know more, I would urge you to put that out of your mind. Bet he won't, said Talia. Thals and Nico said, I am not taking that fixed bet. But Percy being Percy bet that he would buy her 2 burgers and Talia grinned because she would win an easy meal. Artemis stared at Percy for a while because she wanted to know if Percy was trying to woo her hunter. Meanwhile Zoe and Phoebe glared at the boy in disgust thinking he was trying to go after one of their future sisters. What do you mean, until we know more? No, cried Percy. Talia laughed and said, I expect those 2 hamburgers after the first book is over with. Percy pouted but nodded his head because he never goes back on his word. Come, Percy. Let's see the woods. The woods are so great, sighed Artemis. Only to you, hun, smiled Aphrodite. Well, at least I am not, began Artemis. But Zeus foresaw what might happen, so he shouted out, silence, now daughter of Aphrodite, begin. Selena nodded her head and began. They wanted to know what he was talking about that when they reached the edge of the forest that thought left them. Once they saw it, they thought the forest was huge. Of course for capture the flag, said the gods smiling thinking about their children. That we always beat, snickered Artemis. The other gods and goddesses that had children pouted. Thals smiled thinking about the time they won against the hunters. It took up at least a quarter of the valley, it would be better if only females lived there, sighed the hunters. Apollo being the big brother he thinks he is said, but Artie would let me visit. Artemis scowled and sarcastically said, of course brother you can. Apollo grinned and shouted out, yeah, see the ladies love me. Artemis hit her head on the wall but said, I was kidding Apollo, you would be the last man on earth I would let in. Apollo being the mature god he was pouted and said, that was mean. Everyone in the throne room shook her head and sighed but had smile on their faces. Zeus said, you may begin reading now. With trees so tall and thick, you could imagine nobody had been in there since the Native Americans. Oh, it has been longer than that I am afraid, said Hestia. Oh wow, those are really old trees, said Percy. Naruto smiled a sad smile and said, feels like home. It is the closest thing to Konohagakure no Sato or the Hidden Leaf Village or Konoha for short, smiled Kashina. Percy looked at him and put a hand on his shoulder. Wow Percy, you can be so considerate, teased Annabeth, Talia and Nico. Percy pouted and whined, I can be considerate. Right seaweed brain, laughed Annabeth. Shut it wise girl. Percy gave off a small smile. Zeus coughed and said, we should continue this or we won't finish this by midnight. Poseidon coughed that sounded like, mama boy. Which left a twitching Zeus in his throne. Zeus shouted out, read daughter of Aphrodite. Naruto had told him a lot of the world he used to live in.
Ah, he's homesick. Cooed the Hera, Aphrodite, Persephone and Demeter. He didn't believe it at first because it sounded weird, but so were his experiences, so he just took it in stride. Like any warrior would do, grinned Ares. Chiron said, interrupting them, the woods are stocked, if you care to try your luck, but go armed. Yeah Chiron, you tell them, chuckled Ares. The others in the throne room just rolled their eyes at the irated war god. Oh, that sounds nice. See, the punk even agrees with me, said Ares. But was hit by a heel and a boulder compliments from Aphrodite and her daughter Kashina.
The others in the room tried and failed at trying to contain their laughter at the war god's grunts. Hermes laughed and said, "Dude, you just got served." Hephaestus took out a camera and grinned evilly. Zeus sensed something and commanded everyone to be silent, then turned his attention to Selene. He then said, "Read, daughter of Aphrodite." She nodded and began. Naruto deadpanned. "Sounds just like the Forest of Death with the way you put it." "Oh, I remember the Forest of Death," sighed Kashina. Everyone wanted to know what the Forest of Death was, so Hades, being the curious god, spoke. He asked his wife, "What is the Forest of Death, Kashina?" Kashina looked at Hades in confusion but realized that this wasn't her Hades, so she began. "The Forest of Death is training ground 44. A dangerous terrain that is occupied by large dangerous creatures like tigers and giant leeches. In other words, it is a survival training ground," smiled Kashina. Artemis looked impressed at her description and wanted to hunt because it sounded like fun. It also reminded her of the good old days that made her smile. "Stocked with what?" "Monsters," trailed Thals. Percy asked, a little freaked out now. "Armed with what?" "Your weapons, like swords, of course," smiled Talia. "You'll see. Capture the flag as Friday night. Do you have your own sword and shield?" "Don't be foolish, Chiron, because he just got here," said Annabeth. "My own. In other words, no, he does not," smiled Nico. "No," Chiron said. "I don't suppose you do. There's the Chiron we know and love," laughed the demigods. "I think a size 5 will do. It won't, only Riptide will," smiled Percy, thinking about his trusty sword. Zoe scowled and thought, just like Hercules. "I'll visit the armory later." He then looked at Naruto's wristband with the fox and dragon charms. "Which are badass weapons," said Ares. "We agree," said both Apollo, Hermes, and all the male demigods. He knew Naruto would be alright, but at the moment, he was more worried about Percy. "A good thing too," joked Annabeth. Percy stuck out his tongue at his best friend that happens to be a girl. "Sword and spear fights?" Percy asked. "Yeah, fight, chanted Ares. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes and wondered why did she like him again. Kashina grinned at a sudden idea came into her mind. She threw a shoe at her with perfect grace and accuracy, hitting Ares in the balls. His scream could be heard throughout the world and all the man shuddered, thinking about the sound of unimaginable pain. That could be one thing, someone or something hit a man's balls. The men of the world shield balls and thought, "You poor sap." The gods and demigods cringed slightly and thought, "Never piss off Kashina ever." Aphrodite and the other goddesses grinned, then produced a thumbs up. She blushed at getting all the attention but smiled and then bowed. The other gods were whispering to Hades, saying things like, "Your second wife is scary, man." Or, "Wow, she can aim," and, "That's going to hurt." "I love this woman," or, "I wonder what else she can do," and finally, "I pity you, brother." The only sounds that were in the throne room was the sounds of Ares' whimpers of pain and the giggles of the females in the room. Zeus finally had enough courage to say, "Daughter of Aphrodite, read before anyone important gets hurt." She giggled but nodded her head and continued. "Cabin challenges and all that," he explained. "Not lethal." "Boo," shouted Ares. The other gods and goddesses just glared at the war god in anger because they didn't want their children hurt ever. Usually. "Oh yeah, my cabin," cheered Ares. Aphrodite just shook her head and thought, "I think I am going to dump Ares after this chapter." "Oh, yes, and there's the mess hall. Where we eat," sighed Nico, Percy, and the other males in the room. Apollo drooled and groaned for food. Suddenly Artemis punched Apollo so hard that he went unconscious. But still groaning about little sis and food, Artemis went to the wall and banged her head while muttering, "Stupid," over and over again. The hunters looked worried at their mistress but decided that she would be all right. The others in the main room shouted out, "When do we eat? We are hungry." The girls in the room just rolled their eyes and thought, "Men." Chiron pointed to an outdoor pavilion framed in white Grecian columns on a hill overlooking the sea. "My domain, and better than Mama's boy over there," chuckled Poseidon. Zeus opened his mouth but was intercepted by his wife's voice. "Not this again," drawn out Hera. Zeus began by saying, "But dear." "No buts," shouted Hera. Zeus looked down and said, "Yes, dear." The other gods laughed and said, "Whipped." There were a dozen stone picnic tables. No roof. No walls. Not bad. Naruto smirked as he observed it, really wanting to eat now. "I agree wholeheartedly," said both Nico and Percy. "What do you do when it rains?" Giant meatballs, shouted Apollo, came back to the world of consensus. Besides, it only rains if Dionysus requests it, or that mama's boy over here is having a trantwams again, said Poseidon. Everyone laughed besides Zeus, who turned bright red with embarrassment and anger. Reed boomed and irated Zeus, who was making dark storm clouds form. Selena quickly found her place and quickly started. Percy asked with a confused face. Chiron looked at him as if he had gone a little weird. We still have to eat, don't we? Why yes we do, grinned Hermes. Hermes, hissed out an annoyed Artemis. Hermes, being the smart god he is, gulped and then remained silent. He then sighed and decided to drop the subject. Good choose, said Poseidon. Finally, they reached the cabins that Naruto had seen earlier. The collection of 12 cabins was very odd to Percy, but Naruto didn't seem as fazed. Because he already knows it, unlike seaweed brain here, teased Annabeth. Thals grinned at her cousin's misfortune with her adopted younger sister. He guessed the blonde and seen weirder things, which was very possible with all those stories Naruto had told him. I want to know some of them, shouted a grinning Athena. Because a learning Athena is a happy Athena. Percy looked back at the building to get a better outlook at what was what. They were arranged in a U. For our throne order, shouted out Apollo, Hermes, and Ares. Artemis sighed and mentally had a picture of Apollo running into the wall and she was shooting arrows at him. She sighed happily but went back listening to the story. Apollo had a shudder go down his back and thought, my little sis instants are tingling. With 2 at the base and 5 in a row on either side. Except for the fact that each had a large brass number above the door with odds on the left side. Good description, muttered the gods and goddesses. Evens on the right, they looked absolutely nothing alike. Number 9 had smokestacks. Mine, smiled Hephaestus while he kept playing with a medal in his hands. Like a tiny factory. Number 4 had tomato vines on the walls and a roof made out of real grass. Demeter smiled at the book and wished that some of her demigod children would come soon. 7 seemed to be made of solid gold, which gleamed so much in the sunlight it was almost impossible to look at. My cabin is the most awesome cabin ever, screamed out Apollo. No it is not, said irated Artemis. But Apollo ignores his little sis and said, I feel a haiku coming. Zoe, Talia, and Phoebe just banged their heads while muttering, stupid or idiot. But went unnoticed by the sun god. He began but was silenced by a silver arrow coming close to his head and looked over to the culprit behind it. It was Eretmus and she looked mad, then she started yelling at Apollo for wasting time. They all faced a commons area about the size of a soccer field, dotted with Greek statues. It has me so the statues are awesome, screamed Apollo. Artemis threw her glare at her twin, which silenced him. Artemis sighed and said, you can read now, daughter of Aphrodite. Fountains, flower beds, and a couple of basketball hoops, which Percy smirked at. Now that was something he could do. Of course his ego has risen, joked Talia. Percy pouted and said, Sparky. Talia screamed out, what did you call me, fishboy? Percy smirked and repeated, Sparky. Talia was shaking and growling at the son of the sea god. Percy was sweating a little bit because he didn't want a repeat of capture the flag game again. Especially having his wise girl shaking him around for being more stupider than usually. In the center of the field was a huge stone-lined fire pit. Even though it was a warm afternoon, the hearth smoldered. Is Hestia there? Questioned the gods. Well, you just have to find out, smiled Hestia. A girl about 9 years old was tending the flames. Go Aunt Hestia, cheered Apollo and Hermes. Hestia blushed and smiled because her family has finally recognized her again. Poking the coals with a stick. Naruto found this odd, but he did find that the girl extruded a lot of power. Well, she is the firstborn of Kronos and Rhea, muttered Hades. She was someone that you did not mess with, that was for sure. No you don't, because she is the most level-headed one of us around. But if you get her pissed, watch, because she is a dangerous enemy to have. She can properly still kick our butts if she wanted to, said Poseidon. Hades agreed while Zeus just grunted, not wanting to admit that his older sister can kick his butt. The demigods had their eyes widen and amazed at what they found out today. Percy looked to the huge mausoleum-like cabins at the bend of the U and he instantly knew who they were for. Zeus and Hera. Well duh. Mama boy is always trying to show off, said Poseidon. Poseidon, how dare you, I am the king of the gods, shouted Zeus. He is also tries to impress the ladies and in turn get his wife pissed, smirked Hades. I hate you, you know that, said Zeus but gulped when he looked at his wife. Hera gritted her teeth together and glared at her unfaithful husband with unholy flames in her eyes that promised pain. Correct, Chiron said. Their cabins look empty. As it should be, right, dear, questioned Hera in a sweet voice. Zeus gulped but looked everywhere else besides his wife. The others in the room snickered silently. Selena started to read again. Several of the cabins are. That's true, but no one ever stays in those two, Chiron explained. Actually in cabin 2, smirked Thals. Hera just glared at the girl who would always show of how unfaithful her husband is. Troublesome. Very, replied Kashina. The demigods smiled because they were starting to like Kashina. Naruto muttered Shikamaru's famous saying. Of course Anara, smirked Kashina. What is Anara, questioned Hades. Kashina smiled and said, it is a family with a bloodline that can control shadows. They are also really smart. Like Athena smart, but they are really lazy. Wow, breathed out Annabeth, and Athena wanted to know about the elemental nations. Sounds like a real waste to me. It is, said the gods and goddesses. Well, besides mine, because I have my hunters, smiled Artemis. Anyways, let's continue reading. Daughter of Aphrodite, if you will, said Zeus. He then noticed that Percy was staring at a long, low, and solid cabin that seemed to be extruding power as well. Everyone looked at Poseidon and he smiled back. The outer walls were of rough gray stone studded with pieces of seashell and coral, as if the slabs had been hewn straight from the bottom of the ocean floor. My cabin, smiled Percy while Annabeth shook her head but smiled at him. Curious, Percy tried to take a peek inside. Ah, Percy is being drawled to his father, cooed Aphrodite. Many just rolled their eyes at the love goddess. She just huffed and then pouted. Selena just chuckled at her mother but started to read. Chiron said, oh, I wouldn't do that. Poseidon is very territorial with his cabin, chuckled Zeus. Poseidon stuck out his tongue and looked away from his brother. But Percy had already looked in and was a little sad at how sad it looked inside. Ah, Percy is trying to bond with his dad, cooed Aphrodite.
Come on, Percy, Chiron said as he led them away from the cabin. I swear this guy knows something.
He properly does, confirmed Athena. What a drag, ah. What? Exclaimed Kashina. Hades gulped and said, Kashina, it's a book, so it will say eventually. Oh, blushed Kashina. I am sounding more and more like Shikamaru. Better a Nara than a Haruno, hissed out Kashina. Thals just chuckled while everyone else backed away slowly. Zeus boomed, daughter of Aphrodite read. Selena nodded her head and continued where she left off. Ranted Naruto in his head. Now, most of the other cabins, however, had a lot of kids for their cabins. Of course, said all the goddesses in the room. Naruto held in a chuckle. Man, these gods but be real horny. Yeah, they're, snarled Hera. Zeus cowered and trying to hide from his wife's fury. Number 5 was bright red. Wowoo, my cabin, roared out Ares. Shut up, Ares, snarled Aphrodite. Ares paused, but before he could say anything Zeus thundered that everyone will shut up and continue with the story. Which did not have that great of a paint job. The gods and goddesses roared in laughter but Ares growled at them. Ares hissed out it is a good paint job. More like a horrible job, joked Apollo. You want some sunshine, questioned in anger Ares. Apollo was about to report but Zeus waved his hand and said, enough of this nonsense. It was as if the color had been splashed on with buckets and fists. Yeah, war baby, cheered Ares. Athena sighed and wondered why he had to be her half-brother. The roof was lined with barbed wire. A stuffed wild boar's head hung over the doorway. Stupid pig is as smarter than Ares, whispered Percy. Talia smirked and Nico nodded in agreement. Annabeth looked disapproving while Thals and Kashina remained emotionless. And its eyes seemed to follow all that looked at it. Whatever the pigs see Ares sees, said the gods and goddesses. Inside they could see a bunch of mean-looking kids, both girls and boys. Go my kids, screamed Ares. Arm wrestling and arguing with each other while rock music blared. The loudest was a girl maybe 13 or 14. Clarice, questioned Percy. She wore a size XXXL Camp Half-Blood t-shirt under a camouflage jacket. Maybe, said Annabeth. She zeroed in on me and gave me an evil sneer. Yup, definably Clarice, said Annabeth and Percy. They looked at each other and blushed faintly, while Athena was looking at them with concern for her daughter but then glared at the son of Poseidon. She reminded me of Nancy Bobofit. Hell no, she is not one of my kids, shouted Ares. Ares language, said Hera. Ares gulped before saying, yes mom. Hephaestus smirked before muttering, wimp. Aphrodite giggled and winked at her husband. Hephaestus grinned and Hera smiled at them for the first time ever because they were reconciling their marriage. Hera said, maybe we should continue the reading, husband? Zeus nodded his head quickly because no sane man wants a pissed-off woman on his ass. Though the camper girl was much bigger and tougher looking. You got that right, punk, growled Ares. And her hair was long and stringy, and brown instead of red. I can see the similarities, remarked Percy. Watch it, punk, sneered Ares. Silence now, please continue reading, daughter of Aphrodite, demanded Zeus. Naruto smirked as he recognized her. Her cabin seemed really fun. Of course that is what he says, smiled Thales fondly. He is 1,000,000 to 1, smiled Kashina. Indeed, smiled Thales. Percy then noticed something. Hey, where are all the other centaurs? Go party ponies, screamed Apollo and Hermes. Artemis' eyes were twitching in annoyance. No, said Chiron sadly. My kinsmen are a wild and barbaric folk. No, they're fun, pouted Apollo and Hermes. They are if you were at a party, said Artemis. All little sis agrees with us, laughed Apollo. Artemis' face turned into a scowl and she screamed out. Apollo, we are twins. Besides, I am older than you because I helped mother Concievu. I'm afraid. Don't be Chiron, go with the flow, smiled Hermes. You might encounter them in the wilderness, Artemis sighed dreamily, looking out and thinking about the woods and hunting. Or at major sporting events, but you won't see any here. Oh, I remember a time when the party ponies were at camp, began Apollo. Apollo, don't say another word, screamed Artemis. But little sis, pleaded Apollo. No buts, hissed Artemis. Apollo sighed but said, fine. Naruto gave the man a smirk. Oh, so they are the guys who love to party, eh? You got that right, grinned Apollo. Now they are some people I want to meet. Yeah, party ponies, screamed Hermes. Chiron put a smirk and said, I am not sure about that, Naruto. They take it to the extreme and they do that every day. That's why I love them, said Apollo, Hermes, and Ares. The males in the room nodded their heads and the females scowled at them. So what you are saying is that they are the ones who invented tailgate parties and frat parties. Hell yeah, grinned Ares. Ares language and listen to the book, glared Hera. Ares gulped and nodded his head. Selena began where she was left off. Naruto deadpanned and Chiron just nodded. Oh boy. You said your name was Chiron. Percy interrupted, are you really? A trainer of heroes? Yes, he is, said the gods and goddesses. While the demigods smiled at their second father figure. He smiled down at the boy. The Chiron from the stories? Trainer of Hercules. Artemis, Thales, Hera, Talia, Percy, Kashina and Annabeth scowled at the mention of his name. And all that? Yes, Percy, I am. Now here comes the question about his immortality, smiled Thales. Percy looked confused but realized he did the same thing. But, shouldn't you be dead? I know my boyfriend so well, giggled Thales. Talia looked at her alternative self and questioned why she loved Naruto so much. Aphrodite cooed at the cute couple but pouted because Naruto isn't in this world, so she couldn't mess with his love life. Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Chiron paused, as if the question intrigued him. Chiron can be intrigued by the simplest things, smiled Apollo. The demigods nodded in agreement. Selena waited for everyone to stop talking before she began again. I honestly don't know about should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. Because he is immortal, said Ares. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes as long as humanity needed me. Which means forever, thought the gods and goddesses. I gained much from that wish, and I gave up much. That's the price of immortality, thought the demigods and gods alike. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed. Well yeah, because humanity always needs help, thought the gods. Being a teacher for all time, man, that sounds boring, Naruto said. You said it, laughed Apollo. Percy nodded his head while Annabeth glared at him. Percy smiled nervously with a faint blush on his face. Athena glared at the sea spawn in her option. No, no, Chiron said. Horribly depressing, at times, but never boring. Indeed, said, why depressing? Percy asked. Does seaweed brain he gets to see his students die while he is forever stuck on Earth, said Annabeth. Oh, came the reply of a blushing face of Percy Jackson. I can only imagine why. Naruto said, being immortal mean you see all those that you have learned to love die. Just like the hunters thought sadly Talia for a second before brushing it off. Annabeth smiled at Talia for a little while because she knew what one of her oldest friend was thinking about. I am not sure if I could do that. Everyone looked at Thalles to see if he did it. Thalles just remained silent but had a small smile on her face. Kashina was grinning and looked off into the distance. Oh, look, he said. Annabeth is waiting for us. Chiron suddenly said, as if not hearing the question. Good old Chiron, but his pre-talk or trying to move on to another topic sucks, said Hermes. The gods and goddesses nodded their head in agreement to the god of thieves. When they reached the blonde girl, it was at cabin 11. My cabin, smiled fondly Hermes. The girl was reading a book that was not even in English. Well, it's ancient Greek, smiled Annabeth. Percy rubbed the back of his head and thought, Naruto is a lot like me, before smiling. The thing was in Greek and it seemed to be about Greek architecture. Foon. See, Naruto agrees with me, smiled Annabeth. Zoe huffed and thought, men. Artemis smiled at her closest friend and hunter. Thalles smiled at Zoe and thought, just you wait. Annabeth. Chiron said, I have master's archery class at noon. Would you take these two from here? Oh no, not the books, said Percy. Oh shut up seaweed brain, shuddered a blushing Annabeth. Yes, sir. Teacher's pet, whispered Nico. Annabeth blushed but then glared fiercely at Nico. Which Nico being Nico jumped a little and moved away from the anger blonde. The gods and goddesses laughed at the sight of a scared Nico. Nico blushed and looked at Talia who was chuckling at him. He did the mature thing and pouted. Cabin 11, Chiron told them, gesturing toward the doorway. Make yourself at home. My cabin needs to be bigger, said Hermes. The demigods nodded their heads in agreement to the god of messengers. Zeus sighed and boomed. All right, we will do a vote to see if Hermes can enlarge and upgrade his cabin. Hermes smiled at his father who smiled back at him. Zeus said, all in favor of the idea. The hands of Artemis, Zeus, Demeter, Poseidon, Hermes, Apollo, Athena, Hephaestus, and Aphrodite. Zeus sighed and said, all opposed to the idea. Dionysus was too drunk to vote while Ares didn't care at all. Hera despites demigods but was beginning to like Naruto so she didn't vote at all. Zeus slammed his master bolt to the floor of the throne room and yelled to the heavens, Hermes can upgrade and enlarge his cabin after this chapter. Hermes smiled at his father and bowed then saying, thank you father. Zeus nodded his head and relaxed in his throne. Out of all the cabins, 11 looked the most like a regular old summer camp cabin, with the emphasis on old. Not after this chapter, smiled Hermes. The demigods smiled at the god of thieves. The threshold was worn down, the brown paint peeling. Hermes was glad that he could upgrade his cabin after this chapter. Over the doorway was one of those doctor's symbols, a winged pole with two snakes wrapped around it. The name is called, see, Percy blushed and muttered, I know that now. Annabeth smiled and hit him teasingly. Percy smiled and at his secret crush before a blush was on his face. Aphrodite smiled at the young couple and thought, ah, they are so cute together. Looking inside, Naruto's sweat dropped at what he saw. It was packed with people, both boys and girls, way more than the number of bunk beds. It won't be for long, said Hermes. Sleeping bags were spread all over on the floor. Like a war zone, cheered Ares. Aphrodite scrunched up her nose in disgust and wondered what she saw in Ares before. Hephaestus chuckled and wrapped his arm around his wife. The goddess of love smiled at her husband and thought he is so much better than Ares, why was I cheating on him again? The goddesses smiled warmly at the couple before focusing on the book reading again. Oh, crap, this is worse than the orphanage back home. Well that's bad, muttered Kashina. Or not. Kashina sighed and smiled while thinking, that's a relief. He thought as he looked at them all. They were all in good spirits. Yup, much better than the orphanage back there, smiled Kashina. He did notice that when they saw Chiron, they stood and bowed to the man. Yet another sign that they guy was important. Well, he does train the kids, said Hermes. First was the immortality and not the show of respect. Well, yeah, someone who can kick your butt 6 ways to Sunday. I would honestly try to get him on your good side, said Hermes. The demigods nodded their head. He is also in charge of punishment, so he is pretty high position in my book, said Hermes. The gods sighed and thought, same old Hermes. Well, then, Chiron said. Good luck, Percy. I'll see you at dinner. Food, moaned Apollo. Shut up, Apollo, hissed out Artemis. Aw, little sis, you are no fun, pouted Apollo. Don't call me little sis because I am older than you, said Artemis. Enough, you two, you can settle this later, shouted Zeus. All he heard was, yes, father, and he nodded his head, then commanded Selena to start reading. He then galloped away toward the archery range. Like a little pony, sneered Ares. Ares, I didn't know you loved little ponies, laughed Kashina. Everyone in the throne room started to laugh at the misfortune of the war go.
Shut up, redhead, glared Ares. As everyone calmed down, Selena started to read once more.
Turning back to the group behind them, they noticed that all the kids were sizing up the two of them. Just like any other school, smiled Percy. They would also be judging you up to see if you would be their friends or enemies, said Annabeth. You're right, wise girl, like always, blushed Percy. Annabeth blushed but looked the other way. Athena glared at the sea spawn for making her daughter blush. While Aphrodite squealed at the cute couple. Great, now they needed to make a good impression. With Percy there, yeah right, joked Nico and Talia. Percy did the mature thing to do and stick his tongue out and pouted. So naturally Percy tripped coming in the door and made a total fool of himself. Just like always, laughed Talia, Nico, and Annabeth. Percy pouted while smiling at his cousins and Annabeth. There were some snickers from the campers, but none of them said anything. Percy making a fool of himself is always funny to watch, laughed Talia. I know right, remarked Thalles. Kashina smiled at the girls and thought, they never change. Naruto just walked in nonchalantly, which seemed to calm Percy down a bit. Wait, can you read that again please, shouted out Annabeth. Everyone laughed while Percy blushed and then glared mocking at Annabeth. Annabeth announced, Percy Jackson, Naruto Uzumaki, meet Cabin 11. Hi Cabin 11, waved Apollo. The other gods looked at Apollo with raised eyebrows before sighing. Artemis wanted to bang her head against something hard, or even better Apollo's head, to relieve herself of Apollo's stupid antics. Regular or undetermined? Somebody asked. Undetermined because he is my son, smiled Poseidon. Guessing as how we just got here, I would say undetermined. At least someone is smarter than Kelphead over here, smiled Talia. Now Talia, you know even a fish is smarter than Seaweed Brain, said Annabeth. Hey, that was a secret, and that fish was a genius, pouted Percy while a faint dusting on pick appeared on his cheeks. Everyone laughed at a blushing Percy. Athena smiled at her daughter, proud at the embarrassment of the sea spawn. Naruto deadpanned and there was a groan of annoyance from everyone in the cabin. Maybe we should claim all our kids so Hermes has less occupancies in his cabin, said Apollo. Artemis's eyes widened and shuddered out, Apollo, that sentence was intelligence and I can't believe it came out of your mouth of all people. Aw little sis, that is the sweetest thing you have said to me today, grinned Apollo. Artemis hissed out, don't get used to it, Apollo. A guy who was a little older than the rest came forward. Luke, thought Annabeth and Talia. Percy frowned but said nothing and Nico had an emotionless face on. Thalles just bowed her head and Kashina smiled. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome, Percy, Naruto. Yeah, and then backstab me in the back later that year, thought Percy. You can have that spot on the floor, right over there. It is pretty big so the two of you will fit for now. I wonder if Naruto can just sleep in the trees or something because he is a ninja badass, said Apollo. Artemis grinded her teeth together, said, Apollo, so help me. To be as awesome as me, I know, and touched sis, grinned Apollo. No you idiot, screamed Artemis. The guy was about 19, and he looked pretty cool. He is not cool at all, said Percy. Annabeth looked down in sadness thinking about her brother figure. He was tall and muscular, with short cropped hair and a friendly smile. That was all just a trick, thought Thalles thinking about the time when Percy got hurt. He wore an orange tank top, cutoffs, sandals, and a leather necklace with 5 different colored clay beads. Percy smiled and rubbed his beads together. Annabeth smiled and looked down at her beads, but more importantly the green trident. Talia had a knowing grin splashed on her face and Nico smirked. The only thing unsettling about his appearance was a thick white scar that ran from just beneath his right eye to his jaw. Foreboding, thought the occupants in the room. Like an old knife slash. Oh ho, now this guy seems like fighter. He was, thought Annabeth and Talia. Naruto smirked at the thought. This place was awesome. Yes, camp is awesome, thought all the demigods in the throne room with smiles on their faces. This is Luke, Annabeth said, and her voice sounded different somehow. Percy frowned but said nothing while Annabeth blushed. Talia looked at her little sister figure and sighed. They looked at her and it looked like she just got out of a blush. Aphrodite smiled and thought, ah, a love triangle, but Percy is going to have Annabeth in the end. Athena looked suspicious at Aphrodite and made a silent vow that if she hurts Annabeth she would have made an enemy out of her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It seemed that she was into old guys. Oh, I am so proud of my grandson, squealed Aphrodite. Everyone in the room covered their ears and thought, why us? After Apollo healed everyone's hearing, Zeus commanded Selena to start reading once more. He smirked, he could tease her later. Aphrodite sniffed and wiped her eyes because she was so proud of her grandson. His expression hardened when she them looking, but for Naruto, he already had some pranking material. Yes, a fellow prankster, Hermes cried with joy. He's your counselor for now. For a couple of days at least, began Percy. Nico grinned while Talia nodded her head. For now? Percy asked. Yes, for now, Seaspawn, growled Athena. Athena, growled out Poseidon, you're undetermined. That means you father or mother has not claimed, began Apollo. Percy and the other demigods shouted out, we know that. Oh, grinned Apollo. Artemis sighed and muttered, idiot. All the females in the room nodded their heads in agreement. Apollo pouted and then grinned and began, hey little sis. Artemis hissed out, don't call me that. Apollo. Ah, come on sis, complained Apollo. Luke explained patiently. They don't know what cabin to put you in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes all newcomers, all visitors. Most became traitors, muttered Percy and Annabeth. Naturally, we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers. Also of thieves, cheered Apollo and Hermes. Hey, the god of thieves, now that is a guy that sounds fun, Naruto said. See, Naruto agrees with us, smiled Apollo. Thals muttered, well yeah, because he is a shinobi. Kashina smiled and said, are you trying to corrupt my son, Hermes, Apollo? No, exclaimed the two sweating gods. Artemis smiled at Kashina and wished she was a hunter. Getting a few chuckles from the other campers. He is so popular, I am going to have fun with his love life, smiled Aphrodite. Kashina sighed at the antics of her mother before focusing back to the book. Selena started again. He decided to give back Luke's wallet. Here you go, man. Shinobi skills, roared Hermes with stars in his eyes. The gods smiled at the messenger god's reaction. Wha? Luke said, a little surprised. How and when? Just a moment ago, most likely, smiled Thals. Oh, just now, and I am a ninja. I am do that easily. Naruto said, getting a few shocked looks.
Just like when we first got introduced to this book, said the gods and demigods in the room.
Anyway, Percy interrupted, already used to Naruto's antics. How long are we going to be here? Who knows, smiled Hermes, just dreaming about if he and Naruto teamed up. Everyone suddenly got a shivered in fear and got a hand over their money or wallet. Good question, Luke said, until you're determined. Makes sense, said Demeter, but then she added, but it would make more sense if they had cereal. Hades' eyes twitched and shouted out, woman, will you stop with the cereal? Demeter looked at her precious daughter for support, but Persephone nodded her head agreeing with her husband. Demeter scowled and hissed out, so you have turned my daughter on me, Hades. Persephone butted in and said, no mother, your rants about cereal can be annoying. Demeter was about to yell at Hades for have a bad influence on her daughter. When Zeus slammed his master bolt on the throne room floor to signal for everyone to shut up. The room became silent and Zeus said, silence. He turned his head to Selena. Then said, to start reading now. She nodded her head and began by, how long will that take? Typical male response, hissed out Zoe. Artemis smiled at her old friend, lieutenant of the Hunters of Artemis. The campers all laughed. Typical, thought the Hunters and Artemis. I am getting the feeling that take a long time. Naruto's sweat dropped. What do we got to do, prove ourselves? Pretty much, said the demigods in the room. Come on, Annabeth told me. I'll show you the volleyball court. But he has already seen those, said Apollo and Hermes. I've already seen it. Percy replied. Annabeth wants you to come with her so you won't embarrass yourself further, said Aphrodite. Everyone looked at the love goddess with gaping mouths because she actually said something intelligent. Come on. She grabbed his wrist and dragged him outside. Percy could hear the kids of cabin laughing. Most likely, if I know my children right, said Hermes. 11 laughing behind him. I knew it, grinned Hermes. No one doubted you, said Athena. Naruto shook his head. This girl was odd, but she seemed fun to him. He then chuckled to himself. Could Percy already have a girlfriend and already be whipped? See, my grandson can see the love between them, grinned Aphrodite. Nah, he just got here after all. True love doesn't matter, sighed Aphrodite. When we were a few feet away, Annabeth said, Jackson, you have to do better than that. Oh, Annabeth, it is Jackson. Then what happened to Seaweed Brain? Joked Talia and Nico. Annabeth blushed but said nothing. What? Zoe scowled and said, all men are clueless. All the females nodded their heads, agreeing with the hunteress. She rolled her eyes and mumbled under her breath, I can't believe I thought you were the one. Oh, the one, Annie, Annabeth, teased Talia and Nico. Shut up, you two, shuddered a blushing Annabeth. What's your problem? Naruto grimaced as he heard the anger in his friend's voice. All I know is, I killed some bull guy and that was with the help of Naruto. Of course, whispered Thalz. We just kill some odd bull freak. Percy, nice name, smirked Thalz. Don't talk like that. Annabeth told him. You know how many kids at this camp wish they'd had your chance? A lot, muttered the gods and goddesses. To get killed? Percy asked with a confused look. To get respect and knowledge of your existence to your godly parent, said Athena. Wow, Owlhead, that was deep, laughed Poseidon. Shut up, kelp face, said Athena. To fight the Minotaur. What do you think we train for? The girl yelled. Annabeth, to get my attention you don't have to put your life at danger, said Athena. I know, mother, muttered Annabeth. Then you guys must train your asses off here. The Minotaur from those old stories was a pain in the ass to kill. I had to weaken with a Rasengan. Naruto complained. Bet Annabeth will ask a question, said Nico. I am not taking that fixed bet, said Thalz and Talia. A what? Annabeth asked. Naruto just sighed as he created a swirling energy that disappeared after a few seconds, but those watching them had seen it and wondered what it could do. Magic, said Apollo. Artemis banged her head on her throne and screamed out, idiot, over and over again. Wait. Theseus killed him in the labyrinth. So. Percy trailed off. In other words, it was killed but not gone, smiled Annabeth looking at Percy. Percy blushed and shuddered out, I know that now, wise girl. Aphrodite sighed and thought, ah, young love. Monsters don't die, Percy. They can be killed. But they don't die. Annie, why are you repeating yourself, joked Talia. Shut up, Talia, said Annabeth. Oh, thanks. That clears it up. It does, said Apollo. They don't have souls, like you and me. You can dispel them for a while, maybe even for a whole lifetime if you're lucky. But they are primal forces. Chiron calls them archetypes. Eventually, they reform. That's the bad thing about monsters, said all the demigods. Oh, that's nice. Naruto said as he smacked his head. It is, isn't it? Questioned Apollo. Shut up, Apollo, hissed out Artemis. You mean if we killed one, accidentally, with a sword? Yup, said Nico and Talia. The fur. I mean, your math teacher. That's right. She's still out there. You just made her very, very mad. Annabeth informed him. She is still mad at you for that, informed Nico. Thanks for the update, Nico, said Percy. How did you know about Mrs. Dodds? I wonder how, questioned Annabeth with a smile on her face. You talk in your sleep. Everyone laughed at Percy, who had a blushing on his face. You almost called her something. A fury? They're Hades torturers, right? Naruto asked while Percy nodded. Names have power, said Annabeth. We know, wise girl, said Percy. Annabeth glanced nervously at the ground, as if she expected it to open up and swallow her.
Everyone looked at Hades and he shrugged his shoulders then said, "It was one time. You shouldn't call them by name, even here. We call them the kindly ones, if we have to speak of them at all."
True, muttered the demigods. Man, you guys take fear to the extreme. Sure she was creepy but, come on. They can't be that bad. Naruto replied. Annabeth just gave him a look. Like everyone in the throne room looked at the book fun. Look, is there anything we can say without it thundering? Percy whined. That even sounded sad to him. Wow, you actually admits it, teased Nico, Talia, and Annabeth. Why do I have to stay in cabin 11, anyway? Why is everybody so crowded together? There are plenty of empty bunks right over there, he said, pointing to a few other cabins.
Some gods and or goddesses are territory, said Poseidon. You don't just choose a cabin, Percy. It depends on who your parents are. Or, your parent. Annabeth informed him. He seemed to get it, maybe.
In other words, no, said Annabeth. Hey, pouted Percy. My mom is Sally Jackson, he said. She works at the candy store in Grand Central Station. Best mom ever, shouted Percy. Nico and Talia nodded their heads in agreement. At least, she used to. Sally, thought Poseidon. Percy, I think she means your dad, Naruto commented. Good job, Naruto, fake cheered Thals and Kashina just laughed. But he's dead. I never knew him, Percy said. Actually he never dies to begin with, so impossible, said Percy. Wow, Kelp had big words, teased Talia. Annabeth sighed. Clearly, she'd had this conversation before with other kids. Your father's not dead, Percy. See, wise girl agrees with me, said Percy. Oh no, it is the end of the world if Annabeth agrees with him, said Talia in a mocked horror-filled voice. I am getting the feeling that he is a god, right? Naruto deadpanned. Naruto is right, smiled Thals. What? Percy said, surprised. Typical seaweed brain answer, teased Annabeth. How else would you be allowed here? Naruto shrugged. Naruto has a good point, must have gotten it from his mother's side, said Artemis. What about you? Percy pointed to Naruto. Child of Athena, smiled Percy. Oh, I am not sure, but whoever my dad was, he said to just wait until the right time. Besides, you know that I am an orphan, so I am used to waiting around like this. My poor baby, Hades, sniffed Kashina. Oh, right. Percy said, a little embarrassed. But, how do I know I am a demigod as they are called? Here comes Annabeth with the answers, teased Talia. Usually demigods are diagnosed with dyslexia and probably ADHD, too, Annabeth said. Common but not always, said Athena. Dyslexia is where you mix up word and stuff, right? Percy asked. Very smart, Perce, joked Nico. Hey, you think you got it bad? What about me? I know 3 languages now, Naruto said. English, Japanese, and now this Greek stuff. Wow, he is talented, said Annabeth with her eyes shining. Everyone just rolled their eyes at the daughter of Athena. So, you could read at the museum as well? Well, of course he can because he is a demigod after all, said Hades. Yep. Naruto said. Always the positive one around, smiled Thals. Okay, so how does ADHD help? Battle reflexes, cheered Ares. Simple, they are your battle reflexes. Annabeth stated. It is a good thing you had that because if you didn't, you would not have survived the Minotaur, much less eaten the ambrosia and nectar. Food and drink of the gods, drooled Apollo. Artemis and her hunters scowled and hissed out, men. Huh. Another typical response of Percy Jackson, teased Annabeth, Nico, and Talia. Percy, that stuff you drank that made you feel better. That's one way of describing it, said Hermes. Naruto said. For me, that stuff tasted like Ichiraku's ramen. Kashina blushed and had a dreamy look in her eyes, then moaned, He had anime tears in his eyes, making Percy chuckle to himself. His friend had the weirdest tastes. Hey, his tastes aren't weird, screeched Kashina with an anger look on her face. My mom's cookies. Percy said sadly. That does sound good, said Nico while Percy just nodded his head. Well, those are the signs, you two are defiantly demigods. Not really, there have been one mortal cases where they had no godly blood at all, said Athena. I didn't know that, said Annabeth while everyone in the room nodded their heads in agreement. Annabeth said, but before she could say anything else, she was interrupted by someone very familiar to her and Naruto. "Oh my gosh, a new person," squealed Aphrodite. "Well, a newbie." "Clarice," said Percy and Annabeth, who both blushed but said nothing. A husky voice said. Percy looked over to the big girl he saw in the Ares cabin, come sauntering toward them. "Yup," defiantly Clarice, said Percy. She had 3 other girls behind her. "Go kids go," roared Ares, who was fist-pumping the air. "All big and ugly and mean looking like her, all wearing camo jackets." "Of course that is the only stylish thing to go," screamed Ares. He noticed that she was talking to him, but also that she was stealing glances at his blonde-haired friend. "Oh my gods, a love triangle," screeched out Aphrodite. Everyone had to duck in over their ears just to not be deaf. "Oh no. Why does he attract all the tough girls? First it was Nancy Bobofit and now this girl. I feel sorry for him," muttered Percy while Annabeth just nodded her head. "Clarice." Annabeth sighed, also noticing the looks. "Why don't you go polish your spear or something?" "Nice comeback," yawned Kashina, who didn't even look interested. "Sure. Miss Princess," the big girl said, "so I can run you through with it Friday night." "Finally some action," cheered Ares while Aphrodite threw a shoe at him and shouted out, "Shut up you pig." Hephaestus smiled and finally looked happy for once. "Eres korakas," Annabeth said, which was Greek for, "Go to the crows." "Annabeth language," said Athena. Though the boys had a feeling it was a worse curse than it sounded. "You don't stand a chance." "Pretty much," said Apollo and Athena, who looked a little nervous. "We'll pulverize you," Clarice said. He then looked at Naruto and had a slight pink tint to her cheeks. "I love myself because I am making my grandson popular," sighed Aphrodite with a smile on her face. "Hey Naruto. Who is the runt with you?" "Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon," said Nico. "Oh. This is my friend Percy Jackson." "Percy Jackson meet Clarice," smiled Annabeth. "No," yelled out Percy. "Yes, and I am sure Naruto already knows this, but this is Clarice, daughter of Ares, god of war." Annabeth mumbled, finding it odd that Clarice could be in love. "But now if you think about it, love goes with war," said Annabeth. "Not anymore," said Percy. "Right, not anymore," smiled Annabeth. "The war god?" Percy said with both eyebrows raised. "No, the god of peace of course," laughed Athena. Clarice sneered and held up Percy by the collar. "You got a problem with that?" "Here comes Percy's famous special remarks that get him into trouble," said Annabeth, Nico, and Talia. "No," Percy said, recovering his wits, "it explains the bad smell." "What did you say, punk?" bellowed out Ares. Aphrodite hissed out, "Shut up, Ares." Naruto smacked his head and mumbled something about his friend getting a spine at the worst times. "It's a gift," smiled Percy. "No, it's being dumb," said Annabeth. "Hey," cried out Percy while Annabeth just smiled. Clarice growled. "We got an initiation ceremony for newbies, Prissy." "Head in the toilet," sang Percy. "Percy. That's my name," grinned Percy. "Whatever. Come on, I'll show you," Clarice said as he dragged the boy to the bathrooms. "Here comes the flood. Here comes the flood," sang Percy with a smile on his face. "Clarice." Annabeth tried to say. "Ah, Annabeth cares," sighed Aphrodite. "Stay out of it, wise girl." "Perseus Jackson, you stole your nickname from Clarice," shouted all the demigods. Clarice growled as she and the others walked away. "It is Percy's fight, so he must fight it," said Thalls. "Naruto." Annabeth rounded on her fellow blonde. "You have to help him." "No, he doesn't," said Thalls. "I guess you're right," blushed Annabeth. Sighing, Naruto replied, "I know I should, but I can't be the one to fight all his battles." "That's right, punk," nodded Ares. He then grabbed the horn Percy dropped. They walked to the door while saying this, and he was sure Percy heard him. "Let's see if you can regain some of that strength." "So he is being observant," said Athena. Annabeth and Naruto watched at the door as Clarice and her friends mocked Percy. "Bad move," grinned Nico and Talia. As they began to push Percy's head toward the toilet, Naruto felt that power if felt back at the museum. Oh, this is going to be messy for them. Everyone besides Ares knew what was going to happen laughed. Ares just looked confused for a bit until realization crashed onto him like a train. "Huh?" Annabeth asked. Then, one of the toilets shot out water at Clarice. No, screamed out Ares. And as her friends tried to help her, the other toilets exploded. Poseidon bellowed in laughter and Percy just grinned. Blasting water all over the place and on Annabeth and Naruto. Ew, gross, how can you have that water in your hair? Screeched Aphrodite. Annabeth just recoiled and said, with great self-control, but you're right, it was gross. Didn't expect that. He said, spitting out water. Go Naruto, use your super awesome like myself powers to dry off, roared Apollo. Artemis just sighed and shook her head. Percy walked over to them with a shocked expression. Of course, grinned Percy. Annabeth just glared at Percy and made him back away. But he was laughing in the inside at how funny the two looked. Perseus Jackson, come here, screamed an enraged Annabeth. Annabeth said, how did you? With the sea's power, grinned Poseidon. I don't know. Percy shrugged. Another typical answer of our famous Percy Jackson, faked cheered Nico while Talia just laughed. Well Percy, you just gave the name Waterboy a whole new meaning. Naruto said, which actually got a laugh from Annabeth. He is as popular with the ladies as me, grinned Apollo. Artemis just groaned and said, then hopeful he won't be. They walked to the door. Outside, Clarice and her friends were sprawled in the mud, and a bunch of other campers had gathered around to gawk. Good times, thought Percy with a smile on his face. Clarice's hair was flattened across her face. Her camouflage jacket was sopping and she smelled like sewage. Annabeth laughed thinking about what happened to her and Clarice. She gave me a look of absolute hatred. Yup, just like old times, said Percy. You are dead, new boy. You are totally dead. No, Percy, you can't be dead because then I would have to explain to your father and mother about your death. They would kill me, complained Nico. While Talia just nodded her head. However, it was quickly gone because Naruto had decided to help out, but not in the way anyone expected. He created a shadow clone to help them out. I want to learn how to make these shadow clones of his, said Athena and Annabeth. They both smiled at one another and everyone else thought, like mother like daughter. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wow, another element, thought the gods and goddesses. All the water and mud that was on them was blown away and into the nearby forest. Ninja badass, shouted out Hermes and Apollo. The clone then disappeared. As we were saying ninja badass, shouted the two male gods. Artemis stood up from her throne and made her way to where Apollo was. She then hid up and shouted, shut up Apollo. Though, the damage had been already done. Everyone was gawking at Naruto now. What's new, said Thales. He walked over to Clarice and helped her up. Ah, such a gentleman, squealed Aphrodite. Kashina and Thales smiled at her son and wondered when he would get here or if he would get here. Don't be too hard on him next time. He smirked and then winked. Oh my god, he is a natural-born ladies' man, grinned Hades. He then shunshined back to Percy and Annabeth, leaving more shocked people to look at him. Just like the reactions of either mortals find out we are gods or find out that we can teleport, said the gods and goddesses. He never saw the full-blown blush on her face. Of course, because that would be too easy, grinned Aphrodite. Show off. Percy smirked. Of course he is, but at least he isn't a drama queen, said Poseidon and Hades. Zeus just looked enraged but said nothing. Oh, I do over to it, but I could not help it. Just like a cheating husband I know, that can't help keeping it in his pants, hissed out Hera. Zeus looked anywhere else besides Hera. But if you looked closely you could see Hera had a hurt expression on her cold exterior. Naruto shrugged. He then noticed Annabeth looking from Percy to Naruto. What? What are you thinking? I wants you on my team for capture the flag, said Annabeth. I'm thinking, she said, that I want the two of you on my team for capture the flag. Selena finally sighed and shouted out, finally I am done with the chapter. Zeus rose from his throne and boomed out, we will have end for the time being. Zeus stood up from his throne and looked at everyone in the throne room. Before sighing and said, all right, if everyone wants to go to camp, fine, go. Artemis teleported to the hunter's camp, while the other gods and goddesses went to camp for some quality time with their children. Hunter's camp, there was a silver light flashed into the middle of camp and a group of young females gathered. As soon as the flash subsided there stood Artemis in all her glory, shining like a beacon of light from the moon's beam of light. The group of girls just bowed and said, am I lady? Artemis waved off and said, at ease. The group of girls relaxed and wondered what their lady wants of them. Artemis closed her eyes thinking how her hunters wouldn't like this. But it had to be done. She began. Hunters, we are going to camp Half-Blood for the time being because I have to be up on Olympus for a while. There were many growls and grumbling at this. Artemis sighed but gave the command to move out, and reluctantly they did. After the packing was done, the hunters came around Artemis so she can transport them to camp. Artemis glowed a silvery light and vanished, but with it so did the hunters. The forest was deserted and no one would have thought that it was inhabited by a group of young girls who vanished with their goddess. Camp Half-Blood. The campers sat enjoying their lunch when suddenly there was 16 flashes of light. When the flash subsided, there was 16 adults and a couple of teenagers. Little Annabeth looked at the group and 2 girls in particular. The 2 girls had black hair and freckles with electric blue eyes. She stood up and shouted out, "Talia!" Luke stood up looking confused but hopeful. Little Annabeth charged at the 2 girls, which they hugged Annabeth. Annabeth then immediately asked them what happened and how they are alive. Thalles and Talia both smiled at Annabeth. Luke slowly walked up to the 2 girls and shuddered out, "TT Talia." Talia looked at Luke with an unreadable expression on her face while Thalles just frowned but said nothing. Luke looked at Talia and froze because she was in a hunter's uniform with the lieutenant. But then his gaze went to Thalles and grinned. Before Luke could comment, Zeus boomed out, "Campers, we are here for Hermes to expand his cabin and our guests are here to see camp." Out of the group of teenagers, a blonde-haired girl with gray eyes came forward. The Athena cabin straightened up because she is their sister. She smiled and said, "I am Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena." Little Annabeth looked shocked while Luke's eyes brightened while thinking, "So we are all together again just like old times." Thalles walked up and said, "Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus, and just call me Thalles." Nico Shadow traveled from where he was at and said, "Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades." Some of the campers backed away cautiously while Nico just shrugged it off because he was kind of used to it by now. The campers were whispering to each other because 2 out of the big 3 were here. Percy looked uncomfortable but said, "Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon." As soon as the identity of Percy was mentioned, the camp was buzzing with excitement because all 3 of the big 3 children were here. Talia smirked and said, "Talia, daughter of Zeus and lieutenant of Artemis." The majority of the campers looked a little confused because there was 2 Talias. Thalles just said, "Just leave it alone because you will just confuse yourself more." Many nodded their heads in agreement and left it, but only a couple of campers had looks that demanded answers later. They were Luke, little Annabeth, but also Chiron. Kashina laughed but walked up to the line of demigods. The female campers just stood transfixed admiring at her beauty, and all the males at camp just drooled. Kashina smiled and said, "Kashina Uzumaki, daughter of Aphrodite and second wife to Hades." The campers looked shocked and some backed away while the Aphrodite campers looked at Kashina and nodded their heads because they approved Kashina's beauty. Kashina smiled at her sisters and brothers but then turned to the campers, her face became emotionless. Just then a silver flash of light broke everyone out of their stupor. But when the light dimmed, it showed Artemis and her hunters. Chiron bowed once again and the campers whispered excitingly to one another. Chiron said, "Campers, capture the flag as tonight so it is campers versus hunters." Zeus said to the other gods and goddesses that they could interact with all their children for rest of the day. They were also claim all of their children so the Hermes cabin. The campers who lived in the cabin looked hopeful and excited for more room or being claimed. So the gods and goddesses snapped their fingers. The results were dramatically to say the least. About 50% of the campers in the Hermes cabin was claimed. The siblings of the newly claimed campers patted their backs and went to pack up their stuff, then head to their new cabins. Then he told Hermes to create a new cabin for his children and the rest of the minor gods and goddesses' children. Thalles was walking with little Annabeth, telling her about her life as a tree. Little Annabeth wanted to know what released her. But Thalles remained silent because she didn't want to anything about her dimension because she knew it was going to be different because no Naruto means they never got together, so why bother saying it when it won't happen? Little Annabeth just smiled because she finally got her big sister back and Luke, so all her family was here. Luke then asked about if Annabeth and Percy were close. I said, "Yes, or they will be," and left it at that. Luke then looked down but became silent. I walked with them for a couple hours. I finally made my way to Zeus' cabin. I opened it slowly and went inside and flopped down on my bed. Or at least what my bed would be. I yawned and closed my eyes for a short nap. Talia was with the hunters talking about the hunt in the future, like how many girls they were. But not the deaths like Zoe or the other hunters she didn't know even existed until now. Luke sat some distance away from the two Talias thinking about the future and how it is going to change for the better because Talia is out of her tree and there are less campers in Hermes now. With Annabeth and Percy was at the beach with his best friend who happens to be a girl. Annabeth smiled and unconsciously moved closer to the one she likes, then grasped Percy's hand to hers. Percy gasped and thought, I can't believe I am holding Annabeth's hand. Annabeth just said, shut up seaweed brain and just enjoy the sunset with me. Percy just blushed but nodded his head but Annabeth couldn't see the small grin on his face. Annabeth and Percy glaze was now on the sunset that showed shades of pink and golden lights of the last rays of sunlight. Meanwhile Aphrodite suddenly sighed because she could feel the budding romance of young love. Hephaestus smiled warmly at his wife and held her closer to him. Aphrodite smiled and thought, I should have broken up with Ares a long time ago. Aphrodite leaned into her husband's embrace and put her head on her husband's shoulders, while they enjoyed the romantic sunset. When night came, capture the flag was tonight because the hunters' arrival at camp. The hunters grinned but the campers groaned and muttered curses under their breath. As the day went, sunset made its way known. The start of capture the flag was about to beginning. The future campers like Percy, Talia, Thales, Selena and Nico wanted to play the game. But only Annabeth wanted to watch and better improve her strategy next time the hunters came to visit. But in the end she joined Percy and the rest of them in capture the flag. Talia joined the hunters' side because she wanted to get to know her sisters like Zoe and some of the hunters who passed before Talia joined the hunters. The campers had an agreement to put the flag on top Zeus' fist. Before the game started, Kashina thought it would be wise to put down seals to fix the landscape and absorb excess energy to not cause too much damage to the area where the demigods live. The sun was setting when capture the flag began. The game lasted for hours, neither side losing too much ground. The skies were pitch black with thunder booming and rain hitting everywhere. The occasional lightning flashes could be seen and hit the campers or hunters, to stun them so they couldn't move for the rest of the game or leave them on consensus. Thales raised up her hand and shouted out, "Let the heavens roar." Lightning bolts shot up from her hands into the clouds above her. The storm became more destructive and volleyed. Soon the only noise was the pounding of rain and thunder, with flashes of lightning above the treetops. While the hunters didn't lose focus or determination of their objective to the campers' flag and win the game for the 55th game in a row. Talia led the distraction group while Zoe captured the flag. Talia was surrounded by campers. She smiled, then brought out her trusty shield and spear. She raised her spear and willed a bolt of lightning to hit the spear. She then pointed the tip to the group of campers and a bolt of lightning shot towards the campers. The hunters smiled at their future sister and Talia just grinned before making her way to the flag. Talia could see Luke. Talia grinned and thought, perfect. Before she charging at him with a determined look in her electric blue eyes. So Talia rushed her unexpected target. With Thales, meanwhile, Thales grinned because she would be facing off against Zoe again in capture the flag because she was one of the fastest hunters for one thing. The other was she had the most experience, second to none to Artemis herself. The last couple of reasons why Zoe was coming to get the flag from the campers was that she also had the most skills out of all the hunters. She was also just really good at taking control over the situation like herself. So it is only fitting for Zoe to get it like she always did. Thales meanwhile formed a cross seal, then started to concentrate it on her chakra to make excellent justice Naruto showed her. She muttered, Raten Cage Bunshin, or, Lightning Release Shadow Clone. A couple clones suddenly came into existence beside her. The original Thales just said, you know what to do. The clones just nodded her head and rushed to get the hunter's flag. Meanwhile Thales just stood there on top of Zeus' fist, look over the clearing. All she had to do was wait for Zoe to arrive. Zoe was surprised that the campers were fighting the hunters at an equal footing. The campers were also more organized with their plans, like they knew what she was going to do. She gasped and thought, the campers from the future, of course it was so obvious now. Zoe mentally slapped herself and thought, I got to get the flag and fast. Zoe was just coming out of the woods at an incredible rate of speed. Thales grinned when she saw the bushes move. A few moments later referred to stun Zoe Nightshade. Thales pulled out a sword sheath. Now Zoe was confused, but a few moments later her eyes showed amazement and surprise. Because Thales focused her lightning powers and activated the lightning blade that the Raijin no Ken, sword of the thunder god, possessed. Zoe backed away slowly while eyeing up the Raijin no Ken. wondering how much damage the electric sword could do. Thal's smirked and charged at the unexpected hunter. In response to the incoming blur, Zoe raised her silver blades in a defensive stance. When the two blades collided, an electric current surrounded Zoe. The discharge from Raijin no Ken pushed Zoe back into hitting a tree. Zoe huffed but got back up to face the challenge before her. Meanwhile, with the gods and goddesses, Zeus and the other gods looked on in shock at what his alternative daughter did, because she had a clone of herself made out of lightning. Zeus wondered how she did it and thought, I am proud of her, but she could have a better boyfriend, or better yet no boyfriend at all. Zeus then narrowed his eyes and thought, hopeful he won't break my daughter's heart, or else he will suffer the consequences. Back to the scene of the fight, Thales pulled out a sword sheath and suddenly a lightning blade came out. The gods and goddesses breathed a gasp at the beauty of it and also the power behind the creation, but also the deadly destruction a lightning blade could cause. Zeus then thought that the weapon are very suiting for his children. He also wanted to see how much power it could generate and what else it could do. Hephaestus had a gleam of wonder in his eyes when he looked at the blade and made a side note to ask how it was made. Athena was jumping up and down because she finally found a weapon that is in the alternative dimension. She also had stars in her eyes with a look of longing in them because she wanted to know how the blade works too. Apollo whistled and shouted out, that weapon looks so cool. All the gods just nodded their heads while the females also nodded their heads in agreement slowly. But the goddesses and Kashina had small smiles on their faces. Ares was crackling with excitement because he were going to witness a good fight in his option. He also wanted to know how mortals made the weapon because gods above he wanted one too. Artemis just smiled at her alternative future hunter. She also wanted to compare the two. Artemis also wanted to see the weapon in action and then wondered how mortals could create such weapons, but also wondered if there are other amazing weapons. Kashina smiled at her son's very first girlfriend, Thales and Zoe. Meanwhile, back at the fight between Thales and Zoe. Zoe shouted out, where did thee get that blade? Thales smirked and said, you not thee Zoe, and I got it from my boyfriend who fixed it. Zoe looked shocked at what Thales said because she thought Hephaestus would make such a beautiful but deadly weapon. Zoe looked up at Thales and then charged her, but you could see Zoe's determination to win. The fight was like a spar because Thales knew all of Zoe's moves, but wanted to judge this Zoe's skills to her Zoe's. Zoe wanted to curse at the daughter of Zeus because Thales knew all her tricks and her fighting style. Zoe wondered how that was possible, but realization came to her because she determined that her alternative self-ether showed or fought against the demigod a lot. The reason was that Thales knew where some of her weak spots in her style and blocked or dodged every hit Zoe threw at her. Zoe had one thought going through her head, she had to take Thales out as soon as possible. For the game was at stake, was at risk for every second battling. Zoe thrusted her hunting knives in a graceful arc but was blocked by the Raijin no Ken. As soon as the blades touched each other, there were small sparks flying around them. For a few minutes the two girls were trading blows for blows. Zoe was shocked that Thales was standing up to her for this long. Zoe cursed, saying, "Thou art good and would be a good hunter if thee would not love boys." Thales smiled and gave a small laugh, while thinking, "If only you knew Zoe, if only you knew." Thales said, "No thanks Nightshade, I am perfectly happy with him, thank you very much." Zoe sighed, but the sounds of swords clashing could be heard throughout the forest. Thales smiled at Zoe for a moment. Zoe's expression became sour because she thought that Thales was not taking her seriously. She's strikes became more powerful but to no avail. Thales just kept on blocking the strikes, which made Zoe even angrier. Zoe was getting really frustrated with the daughter of Zeus. For one, that damnable smirk on her face, and two, she kept on dodging or blocking all her attacks with ease. Zoe shrieked out, "Thou art so infuriating," but kept on the offensive. Thales just smirked and raised Raijin no Ken, and suddenly a large lightning bolt hit the blade. It glowed brightly and Thales thrusted it down, and strings of racing lightning hit in every direction simultaneous. It hit Zoe and she screamed, but then she hit a tree. With a shaky hand holding the tree for support, Zoe got up, but it was not meant to be, because she fell back again. She had to shut her eyes in pain and groaned because she could not move. When she opened her eyes, the electric sword was deactivated and Thales put it in her pocket. The owner was a grinning Thales. Thales smiled and said, "Good fight Nightshade, but you're still not strong enough to take me down." After a few minutes, Thales lifted her hand to the fallen hunter, who grasped it shakingly. Zoe nodded her head, and with that a yell came out, "Campers win for the first time in 55 games." Artemis looked shocked but then grinned and thought, "We will hopeful win next time, but I will need to level up the training for the hunters." Zoe and other hunters shivered and then gulped in fear. Their eyes went to their mistress, who had a sweet grin on her breathtaking face that had the hunters suddenly turn pale like a ghost and silently whimpering like hurt puppies. Zoe thanked her for helping her out of the woods and walked to the group of defeated pale whimpering hunters. After all the hunters came together as one group, it was decided that they needed some new plans to get the flag. The hunters were going to Cabin 8 to get away from the men and create new strategies for the next they face the campers once more. Thalz on the other hand grinned at Zoe and thought, "Just wait until Zoe comes," before walking away with a smirk on her face. When the hunters reached Cabin 8, Artemis was there waiting by the door and said, "Phoebe and Zoe, we need to go to Olympus for the reading after the campfire." Artemis asked if the hunters wanted to go to the campfire or stay in the cabin. The hunters discussed it a bit and Zoe said, "Milady, thee and thy sisters would stay in the cabin." Artemis nodded her head but turned to Talia and said, "Annabeth wants you to come." Talia sighed but nodded her head and walked up to Artemis, who just nodded her head. The other hunters waved to their mistress and she smiled, then flashed out of the cabin to the campfire. Zoe and Phoebe talked to the hunters for a couple of hours, but sadly it was time to go and Artemis flashed to the door with Talia. So Phoebe and Zoe smiled sadly but waved goodbye to their fellow hunters and then walked to Artemis. Artemis smiled at two of her oldest hunters. Zoe and Phoebe were like her true daughters. She dreaded the thought what she would do if one of them died. With the demigods, Talia groaned in annoyance because Percy and Nico, like true cousins, had to rub it in her face about losing to the campers. Thalz just raised her eyebrows and thought, "Do I really act that way?" Chiron shouted to the campers, "We are going to have a campfire soon," but then turned to Artemis and questioned, "Does the hunters want to come?" Artemis shrugged her shoulders and said, "Properly not, because they will be males in the group, but maybe Talia would." Chiron just nodded his head and galloped away to the campfire. Talia was flashed by Artemis to the edge of the clearing. Because little Annabeth wanted her, so she came, and then little Annabeth jumped up and was forced dragged by an excited little Annabeth to sit right next to her. Little Annabeth grinned happily, then hugged Talia, who was surprised at first but then smiled and hugged her back. The campfire was 20 feet high with golden flames flickering high in the night sky. The future demigods and all the gods and goddesses announced that they were going to leave. Little Annabeth launched herself at Thalz and whimpered out, "I don't want you to go, Talia." Thalz just gave a sad smile and said, "Don't worry, I will always live in here." Thalz was pointing to her heart. Little Annabeth sniffed but nodded her head and left to go back to the campers. Thalz turned her head to little Annabeth, then smiled and said, "I will be back on the next break, okay, Annie?" Little Annabeth just smiled and nodded her head excitedly at the fact Talia would come over soon. As the group of demigods were transported to Olympus once again, Zeus said, "Everyone may go to their rooms to rest, for tomorrow we start the reading again." Hermes and Apollo said, "Wake up at 7 o'clock or else the room surprise we installed will wake you up." "Night," was the response both gods said before flashing away to gods to wear. Thalz nodded her head and went to her room. Percy blushed but awkwardly walked to where Annabeth was standing. She gave him a questionable look and Percy blushed brightly but made an excuse like, "See ya, wise girl." Annabeth looked confused but said, "Boys." As light of the new day came to Olympus, the campers were just waking up. Percy was sleeping comfortable when his cloak clicked 7 o'clock when the room started to shake uncontrollably. This is the part where Percy woke up and screamed. That morning Olympus had a lot of screaming. Talia and Thalz. Talia was sleeping on the bed nearest to the floor. When suddenly the whole room darkened and thunderclouds appeared. Thalz was awake and getting dressed when suddenly there was lightning and thunder boomed all over the room. It woke up Talia from her slumber, but she fell out of her bed with a loud scream. Talia's reaction would be predictable if she never met Naruto, thought Thalz. Thalz laughed, then remembered Apollo and Hermes' warning about 7 o'clock. Unfortunately for Talia, she fell out of her bed and the room felt like Talia's face was blank for a moment and the next second her whole face was red with murder in her eyes. Talia screamed, cursed, screaming how she was kill Apollo and Hermes. Meanwhile, in the temples of Hermes and Apollo, both shivered and thought, "What have we done?" But for the two unfortunate gods it was only the beginning, for Nemesis had great plans for the two gods. Kashina and Selena both woke up and out of the room before the cloak clicked to 7 a.m. It was a good thing too, because when the cloak hit 7 the makeup and perfume exploded everywhere. Oh, and to add to the insult to the injury, there was paint everywhere, but the worst part was that the color was bright pink. When Kashina came back to the room, she looked at the room and grinned evilly. She thought, "Oh, you want a prank war? Fine by me." Kashina looked over at Selena, who had a matching grin on her beautiful face. Hermes and Apollo shivered again and thought, "I feel like I have sealed my fate." Annabeth, daughter of Athena, was reading peaceful in her room. When she looked at the cloak, it said 6:59, and so she got up to put her book away on the shelf. Just as she reached the shelf, the cloak turned to 7 and a tiny spider came down the bookshelf. Annabeth looked at the spider and gave a terrified scream and ran out of the room. But in her head she vowed sweet vengeance on the 2 guilty gods responsible for this. The dining hall. Zeus lifted his master bolt to get the attention. Breakfast was ready. Everyone made their way to the dining hall of Olympus. Talia glared at Apollo and Hermes, who smiled back. She made her way to Zeus' table. Thales went to sit by Talia and dished up her food. Percy and Nico moved over to sit with Annabeth because they didn't want to sit alone on their tables. The gods and goddesses were eating nectar and ambrosia to their heart's content. Mr. D was smiling with a beautiful woman who must be Ariadne. After breakfast, Ariadne went to do her own things like taking care of the temple. The goddesses, and demigods made it to the throne room again. Zeus and the others sat down on their throne while the demigods just sat down on the soft comfy couches. Zeus boomed, "Who is going to read now?" "I will," said Kashina. After that little incident at the bathrooms. Annabeth glared playfully at Percy, who blushed but smiled all the same. People were whispering about what had happened. "Of course gossip can spread like wildfire," said Aphrodite. Of course Naruto just ignored it while he was sure Percy heard it. Another odd thing was that Annabeth was still wet after what had happened, and so he helped her out, but using the same wind jutsu he used earlier. Annabeth smiled in thanks and Thales just grinned because Naruto had such a big heart. She thanked him and continued on their tour. "Ah, he is being so polite, he is going to have so many lovers coming after him," squealed an excited Aphrodite. They passed a rock wall that had lava spewing out of it and he smirked. "Of course," grinned Thales. Percy smiled at the memory of his first time going up the wall. Now that was a challenge he was loved to try. "Naruto is such a daredevil," smiled Thales. Then there was the art and crafts portion of the camp. He smirked again, thinking that he could work on some future weapons. He thought back to the weapon he had gotten from Aoi. Thales smiled, thinking about her weapon she had in her pocket. Since he pretty much destroyed the damn thing, Tsunade just told him to keep it as a souvenir. If he was able to fix it, he himself would not be able to use it because he was not that much into lightning. "He better not," muttered Zeus. "Don't worry daddy, he gave it to me, remember," said Thales. Apollo and Hermes begged to see it again, while Ares and Hephaestus looked interested. Thales sighed but took out a hilt that looked like a lightsaber. Thales focused her lightning powers and the blade of lightning emerges. The other demigods in the room gasped and the gods and goddesses looked impressed once more. Talia had stars in her eyes and thought dreamily, "That weapon's so badass, I want one." Apollo and Hermes grinned and thought, "Ninja weapon of awesomeness." After everyone was done drooling or envious of the sword, Zeus shouted out, "Read." Hey, he could always give it to Talia when he found a way to get her out of that tree. "He did, and I still love it," murmured Thales while her fingers touched the hilt of the electric weapon. "Oh yeah, he would have some fun here." He chuckled at all the ideas of weapons he could make that were based of weapons back in the ninja world. "Now this I got to see." Straighten up, Ares. The others in the room just rolled their eyes or had an interested gleam in their eyes. So, when the trio stopped at the canoeing lake that had passed earlier, Annabeth stopped and said flatly, "I've got training to do. Dinner's at 7:30. Just follow your cabin to the mess hall." "Ah, the cold shoulder," cooed Aphrodite. "Annabeth, I'm sorry about the toilets." Percy blurted out, feeling guilty. "You should be seaweed brain," teased Annabeth with a smile on her face. Nico and Talia smiled at the young couple while Athena frowned. "Whatever. Yes, my daughter, stay away from the son of Poseidon," said Athena. "It wasn't my fault." "Yes, it was seaweed brain," said Annabeth. "No, it wasn't, wise girl," teased Percy. Annabeth huffed and turned back to the book, but if you could see her face, it had a smile on her face. Percy said but stopped as he too knew it was his own fault. Annabeth looked at him skeptically and Naruto just chuckled quietly to himself. Percy glared at his blonde friend for that. While Percy was an idiot around girls, Naruto was a clueless romantic. Hey, my grandson is not clueless in the romantic department, said Aphrodite. Thals just smirked while thinking back to her dates with Naruto. He could not figure it out, Naruto was just so freaking clueless. Well, that is all males, shouted the goddesses and female demigods. The males grumbled but said nothing, too afraid of suffering the females' wrath. Anyway, thinking back to the toilet water, he wondered how the hell he had done it in the first place. Needed to control it and he hoped Naruto would help him with it later. So Naruto can control water, said Poseidon. Thals just nodded her head and Kashina smiled. Kashina then continued reading where she left off. You need to talk to the oracle, Annabeth said. Who? Percy asked. Not who. What? The oracle. I'll ask Chiron. Hey, don't make fun of my oracle, shouted Apollo. Everyone in the throne room just ignored him. Percy sighed and looked down into the water, hoping someone would give a straightforward answer for once. He didn't expect to see anyone but his eyes widened when he did see two people down there. Ah, naiads, sighed some of the gods in the room. The women just huffed or scowled. Curious, Naruto looked and saw them too. They saw two teenage girls sitting cross-legged at the base of the pier, about 20 feet below. They wore blue jeans and shimmering green t-shirts, and their brown hair floated loose around their shoulders as minnows darted in and out. They looked at the two boys and waving like they knew them. Oh my grandson will get so many girls, squealed Aphrodite. Selena blushed because Aphrodite looked at her with a mischievous smile. Now that is something you don't see every day, Naruto commented as he and Percy waved a bit. Don't encourage them, Annabeth warned. Naiads are terrible flirts. Ah, is little Annabeth jealousy that some girls are showing interest to your boyfriend, cooed Aphrodite. No, of course not, blushed Annabeth. Aphrodite and Selena smiled and thought, denial is the first step, how cute. Naiads, Percy repeated, feeling completely overwhelmed. He already had a clueless one as a friend, that's it. I want to go home now. Osa, seeing the Minotaur, he doesn't want to go home, but when he sees some cute underwater girls he freaks, teased Talia. Nico snickered while Percy just blushed. Annabeth frowned. Don't you get it, Percy? You are home. This is the only safe place on Earth for kids like us. Is not, began Ares. The gods and goddesses just glared at him to shut the Tartarus up. The demigods looked confused, expect Thals and Kashina. You mean, mentally disturbed kids? Deadpanned Percy. I mean not human. Not totally human, anyway. Half human. Half human and half what? God, shouted out Apollo. Artemis just sighed but got up her throne and kicked Apollo in the balls. The men in the room recoiled and their hands went up and covered the said area. The woman in the room just nodded their heads and Hera smiled sweetly at Zeus, which he shivered. I think you know. Annabeth replied. Percy, I think she means half god. And if that is true, we are like the heroes in those stories Chiron made us read. Basically, we are going to be kick-ass fighters. Well, Naruto is, but I am not so sure with Percy here, teased Thals, Talia, Nico, and Annabeth. Percy pouted and said, I really feel the love here. Naruto, you already know how to fight. You are a ninja. Percy sighed. I know, hey, I wonder if this place has any good pranksters, Naruto thought with an evil smirk. Oh dear gods, help us if Naruto teams up with the Hermes cabin, thought all the demigods in the room expect Thals and Kashina. The demigods looked at the two and flinched and said, they did, didn't they? The two smiled again but nodded their head. Thals thought with a grin, they did in the second book. Annabeth sighed in defeat. Not another one. The Stroll brothers in the Hermes cabin are who you should be looking for in that area. She replied, not sure why she said that. As if it finally sunk it, Percy shouted, then my dad is alive. Yes, he is one of the Olympians, Annabeth said. That's crazy. Like mama's boy here, shouted out Poseidon and Hades while pointing their fingers at Zeus, who fumed and you could see steam coming out of his ears. Zeus thundered, Poseidon. Hades. While the sky got darker, the other gods and goddesses just rolled their eyes and thought, just like every other day. Is it? What's the most common thing gods did in the old stories? Cheating, shouted Hera. Betting innocent woman, hissed out Artemis. Apollo, being the bravest or the stupidest but mostly stupidest, said, "It's called getting laid, little sis." Hera and the other goddesses just glared at the sun god for his stupid remark. But Apollo, be the non-observant god he was, didn't know he sealed his fate to a big beating by the goddesses. Artemis' face was crimson in both embarrassment and rage. Everyone backed away and thought, "Apollo, I pity you." After a lethal beating from Artemis with the help of the other goddesses later, Zeus coughed to get everyone's attention and he suggested, "We start again." Kashina nodded her head and began. "They ran around falling in love with humans and having kids with them. Do you think they've changed their habits in the last few millennia?" "A big fat no," shouted all the goddesses, while the gods just sulked because they didn't want to feel a woman's wrath like Apollo had. "I would not think so," Naruto chuckled. "Powerful people like them have to release somehow, if you know what I mean." Percy just smacked his head. "He's right, you know," said Aphrodite. But no one paid her any attention except Hephaestus, who smiled. "Right. So what are we called again?" Percy asked. "We are demigods." "Then who is your dad?" Percy asked. "Danger, danger, worst thing you could say to a demi-goddesses who had a mother as a goddess," thought all the males in the room. The goddesses glared at the son of Poseidon, who flinched then whimpered because he was experiencing first-hand experience of feminine fury at its finest. And no sane man would ever try and provoke a female, especially a goddess. Her hands tightened around the pier railing. He got the feeling he'd just trespassed on a sensitive subject. "Sure did, Kelphead," said Talia. "I didn't know," shuddered out Percy. Annabeth smiled and Nico snickered at his cousin. "My dad is a professor at West Point," she said. "I haven't seen him since I was very small. He teaches American history." "Hey, so you got a supermom then?" Naruto said, making Annabeth chuckle a bit at his reference to her mother. "He's human," Percy stated. "What? You assume it has to be a male god who finds a human female attractive? How sexist is that?" "Very," hissed out all the goddesses. Artemis said, "It is in his nature as a man." Zoe nodded her head, agreeing, her mistress, best friend. Who is your mom then?" "Cabin 6. Meaning?" "Owl head or miss?" "Know it all," shouted out Poseidon. "Shut up, fish face," hissed out Athena. Annabeth would have answered him again, but Naruto helped her out. "Dude, it is Athena. The goddess of wisdom and battle." "Oh, that is cool." Percy smiled. "Yeah, but if you think about it, I think she likes really smart guys, so I am going to assume she likes to hang around universities or colleges that I heard about." "I also go to monuments like Hoover Dam," smiled Athena. "Man. Hanging around school just to meet a guy for all time. I can barely stand school now." Naruto reasoned before both boys shuddered about the school thing, making Annabeth laugh some. "Okay, so who is my dad?" asked Percy. "Undetermined," Annabeth said, "like I told you before. Nobody knows. Except my mother. She knew." "Maybe not, Percy. Gods don't always reveal their identities." "My dad would have. He loved her." "That I did," dreamily said Poseidon. Annabeth gave him a cautious look. She didn't want to burst his bubble. "Maybe you're right. Maybe he'll send a sign. That's the only way to know for sure. Your father has to send you a sign claiming you as his son. Sometimes it happens." "You mean sometimes it doesn't?" Not one of our proudest moments," said Hermes. The gods and goddesses nodded in agreement. Percy. Why do you think our cabin is so freaking stuffed?" Naruto helped out. Annabeth nodded. "The gods are busy. They have a lot of kids and they don't always. Well, sometimes they don't care about us, Percy. They ignore us. Not internal, but only because of the stupid ancient laws," said Athena, Demeter, and Aphrodite. "So I'm stuck here," Percy said, thinking about all the sad expressions he saw at the cabin. He had seen that on some rich kids back at Yansei Academy and on Naruto some of the time. "That's it. For the rest of my life. What about Naruto? He has had it worse than me." "Huh," came the blonde's response. "I knew my mom. Naruto didn't know either of his parents," Percy said. "Fate is cruel sometimes," whispered Thalls to Kashina. Kashina nodded her head in agreement because she couldn't raise her baby boy, damn it. Don't worry about it, Percy. I had the leader of my village back home. My mom might have been dead, but I got along pretty well. Besides, if my dad is some all-powerful god, then he would not have a lot of time for me anyway." Naruto shrugged. getting a sad look from his friend and raised eyebrow from Annabeth. Besides, I turned out pretty good. Which is a miracle for all of us, said Thalz and Kashina. Naruto smirked with giving the nice guy pose, which made Percy smack his head. Well, it really depends. Annabeth stated. Some campers only stay the summer. If you're a child of Aphrodite or Demeter, you're probably not a real powerful force. Hey, shouted out the two goddesses. Sorry, but your scents are not as strong as some of us, shuddered Annabeth. The two goddesses glared but had to agree with her. Zeus interrupted before things would escalate any further. The monsters might ignore you, so you can get by with a few months of summer training and live in the mortal world the rest of the year. But for some of us, it's too dangerous to leave. We're year-rounders. In the mortal world, we attract monsters. Understatement of the year, said Percy. Talia smiled and Nico smirked while Annabeth blushed. They sense us. They come to challenge us. More like have us for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, said Percy. Thalz grinned and pointed her finger at Percy. From the digit came a small electric charge and Thalz said, "Yes, we get it, Percy." Percy yelped and shouted, "Ouch, that hurt." "Oh come on, I only gave you a little tickle," laughed Thalz. Zeus smiled at his daughter while Poseidon just shook his head. Most of the time, they'll ignore us. We're old enough to cause trouble, about 10 or 11 years old, but after that, most demigods either make their way here, or they get killed off. A few manage to survive in the outside world and become famous. Believe me, if I told you the names, you'd know them. Some don't even realize they're demigods. But very, very few are like that. Indeed, muttered the people in the throne room. So monsters can't get in here? Percy asked, hoping he was safe. Annabeth shook her head. Not unless they're intentionally stalked in the woods or specially summoned by somebody on the inside. Luke thought all the demigods with a frown on their faces besides Kashina. Why would anybody want to summon a monster? Practice fights. Practical jokes. Practical jokes. Sorry my kids, waved Hermes. Hey, some people's idea of a prank, sweet. Naruto said. Of course I can summon toads, so I am familiar with summoning. Toads? Both Percy and Annabeth asked at the same time. Gross, screamed Aphrodite. While the other goddesses nodded their head in agreement. Hey, you'll see later I am sure. Naruto smirked. Anyway. Annabeth said while shaking her head. The point is, the borders are sealed to keep mortals and monsters out. From the outside, mortals look into the valley and see nothing unusual, just a strawberry farm. So, you're a year-rounder? Percy asked while Naruto wondered if this place was protected by some huge genjutsu. Pretty much, because the mist is pretty much a huge genjutsu, said Kashina. Annabeth nodded. From under the collar of her t-shirt she pulled a leather necklace with 5 clay beads of different colors. It was just like Luke's, except Annabeth's also had a big gold ring strung on it, like a college ring. I've been here since I was 7, she said. Every August, on the last day of summer session, you get a bead for surviving another year. I've been here longer than most of the counselors, and they're all in college. Why did you come so young? She twisted the ring on her necklace. None of your business. You tell him, Annie, cheered Talia. Annabeth grinned and said, I try my best. Percy pouted and did the mature thing and stuck out his tongue. Naruto grimaced. Thanks to Talia, he knew what happened. Thalz and Talia don't tell him, shouted a blushing Annabeth. Sorry Annie, both replied at the same time. Annabeth sighed and then trailed off saying, I guess it's okay. Oh. Percy stood there for a minute in uncomfortable silence. So. I could just walk out of here right now if I wanted to. That would be really foolish, Perseus, said Apollo.
Percy blushed and said, I know that now, Apollo. Can you please call me Percy from now on?
Oh, and okay, Percy, was all Apollo said. Artemis sighed and said, idiot. It would be suicide, but you could, with Mr. D's or Chiron's permission. But they wouldn't give permission until the end of the summer session unless. The world was ending, said the demigods in the room. Unless. Both boys asked, one eager to get away from this craziness while the other wanted to see more of the world and fight badass monsters. I am beginning to like this kid, said Ares. Aphrodite stood up from her throne and said, you are not corrupting my precious grandson Ares. Selena, Thalz, and Kashina nodded their heads agreeing with their mom or boyfriend's grandmother. You were granted a quest. But that hardly ever happens. The last time. Her voice trailed off. I could tell from her tone that the last time hadn't gone well. Back in the sick room, I said, when you were feeding me that stuff. Ambrosia. Yum, said everyone in the throne room while the males had goofy grins on their faces. The females shook their heads in response. Yeah, that stuff. I only saw you feeding me, so assumed Naruto was already up. Hey, knowing him, he would have bolted out the door if he had to feed me. Thal's laughed and nodded her head and thought, so true. Percy said with a chuckle while Naruto rolled his eyes. Anyway, you asked me something about the summer solstice. Annabeth's shoulders tensed. So you do know something? Annie, how could you say that you know? Percy knows nothing until you have to spell it out slowly, said Thals. Annabeth blushed and said, I know that now, Talia. Percy pouted once again and thought, feeling the love, guys, feeling the love. Well. No, back at my old school, Naruto and I overheard Grover and Chiron talking about it. Grover mentioned the summer solstice. He said something like we didn't have much time, because of the deadline. What did that mean? Because we could not figure it out. Here comes an annoyed Annie, said Talia and Thals. Annabeth mocked, glared at the two girls and said, I will get even with you two, just you wait. The two girls smiled and thought, I will see you try, Annie. She clenched her fists. I wish I knew. Chiron and the satyrs, they know, but they won't tell me. Something is wrong in Olympus, something pretty major. Last time I was there, everything seemed so normal. As normal as you can get with gods anyway, Naruto muttered. Hey, the gods whined while the goddesses laughed. You've been to Olympus? Percy asked, surprised. Some of us year-rounders, Luke and Clarice and I and a few others, we took a field trip during winter solstice. That's when the gods have their big annual council. But how did you get there? Well, on a magic carpet ride, of course, right? Thals teased Kashina. Thals blushed and thought, how did she know what Naruto said on our first date? After Kashina was done tormenting Thals, she began the book again. The Long Island Railroad, of course. You get off at Penn Station. Empire State Building, special elevator to the 600th floor. She looked at me like she was sure I must know this already. You are a New Yorker, right? The mist dear, warmly said Hestia. Annabeth blushed and berated her past self because she should know that. Okay. I have been living in New York for a long time and even I didn't know that, Naruto said, exasperated. Right after we visited, Annabeth continued, the weather got weird, as if the gods had started fighting. A couple of times since, I've overheard satyrs talking. The best I can figure out is that something important was stolen. And if it isn't returned by summer solstice, there's going to be trouble. When you came, I was hoping. I mean, Athena can get along with just about anybody, except for Ares. And of course she's got the rivalry with Poseidon. Yes, I do now. What happened to you, Annabeth, and the sea spawn, said Athena. Annabeth blushed but looked away from her mother. Athena frowned but would question Annabeth later because it was impossible for her favorite daughter to fall in love with the sea spawn, right? But, I mean, aside from that, I thought we could work together. I thought you might know something. Well, if we someone get a quest for this, I am sure we can all work together if that is what you were gunning for. Naruto smirked. I am not sure with Annabeth who she is gunning for specifically, said the love goddess. Athena glared at the beautiful goddess and hissed out, stay away from my daughter's love life. Aphrodite pouted and looked away from the goddess of wisdom. Thanks. I need to get one. I mean, I am old enough for one, so yeah, Annabeth trailed off. Now I never want to be on a quest again, said Annabeth. Percy smiled and agreed with her wholeheartedly. Now I am curious as to what was stolen if it is so important that the gods are fighting over it. Naruto said in a thinking pose that did not suit him. Hey, Naruto can be smart when he wants to be, said Thals. Zeus frowned at his daughter's choice of love interest because in his opinion his daughter should be like Artemis. Staying away from men for a long time until they are at least 40 years old. Then they heard Percy's stomach growled. Right, well, I will see you later. Annabeth said, tracing her finger along the railing of the pier, as if drawing a battle plan, though considering who her mom was, it was not surprising. Athena grinned while the others thought, like mother like daughter. Well, come on. We should get back to the cabin. Naruto sighed, obviously bored now. Right. 4x back at cabin 11, everybody was talking and horsing around, waiting for dinner. While Naruto was walking along the walls and ceiling, freaking everyone out, Percy had just noticed that a lot of the campers in the cabin had the same features. Sharp noses, upturned eyebrows, mischievous smiles. Hermes blushed while Apollo joked, saying, "A chip of the old block, hey?" Hermes grinned while the others groaned because having one Hermes was bad enough, but a dozen mini Hermes would be a punishment worse than Tartarus. They were the kind of kids that teachers would peg as troublemakers. "Of course they get it from me," grinned Hermes. In a sense, they were sort of like Naruto, natural-born pranksters. He was relieved that he was left alone for the moment as he sat down with his minotaur horn. The counselor, Luke, came over. He had the Hermes family resemblance, too. It was marred, that scar on his right cheek, but his smile was intact. "Found you a sleeping bag," he said. "And here, I stole you some toiletries from the camp store." Percy rose an eyebrow, not sure if he was tell the truth about the stealing part. He was, because a child of Hermes never lies about stealing. "Well, unless you are the one being stole from," said Annabeth. The demigods nodded their heads in agreement because they had experience of the one being stolen from. Hermes had tears in his eyes and thought, "I am so proud." "Thanks. No prob." Luke sat next to him, pushed his back against the wall. "Tough first day. Though, unlike you, Naruto seems to be making himself at home." "He is a ninja, so he is easily adaptable," smiled Kashina with pride in her purple eyes. Thals smiled and thought, "I have the best boyfriend ever. Naruto is good with adjusting to weird situations, considering where he has come from." Percy chuckled sadly. "Me, I don't belong here, I mean, I don't even believe in the gods." "Yeah," Luke said. "That's how we all started. Once you start believing in them, it doesn't get any easier." "No, it doesn't, it only makes it harder because your scent gets stronger," said Thals. The others in the room nodded their heads in agreement. The demigods had frowns on their face, while the gods and goddesses looked guilt. "But I am curious as to where Naruto lived if he can adjust so easily." "Yeah, well, he says he is from a land called the Elemental Countries." "Sounds to me like the best place to live," cheered Ares. Artemis nodded her head because nature was untouched by pollution and you could see the stars like the olden days. Zoe had a grin on her face, remembering ancient Greece's skies. "At first I didn't believe him, but he did stuff no one here can even do, so I started to believe it," Percy said. "Ah, I have heard of that place from overheard the gods speak at the meets me." Annabeth and a few others attended. "Apparently is a very war-torn place. Of course Ares, god of war, loves that place." "Darn right I would, because that place sounds better than America and Sparta combined," screamed Ares. The others in the room sighed and shook their heads at the war god antics. "They have all been there a few times, and they say time works differently between the two worlds," Luke explained. "Wow, who knew? I guess the gods need a break from this world sometimes." "Yes, we do," said all the gods and goddesses. "More like getting laid," thought all the gods who had goofy grins on their faces. Hera and the rest of the goddesses' female instincts came on and immediately glared at the gods in question. The married gods and Apollo flinched and whimpered in fear. Percy chuckled and Luke laughed along with him. "So, your dad is Hermes?" He pulled a switchblade out of his back pocket, and for a second Percy thought he was going to gut him. Properly thought of doing that, thought all the demigods. The gods and goddesses had frowns on their faces, but he just scraped the mud off the sole of his sandal. "Yeah, Hermes. The wing-footed messenger guy?" Percy asked, skeptical. "Nice intro for Hermes," laughed Apollo. Hermes glared at his half-brother who had the decency to blush and said, "Kidding bro." Which Hermes grinned back at the sun god. Artemis sighed and muttered, "Idiot." "That's him. Messengers. Medicine. Travelers, merchants, thieves. Anybody who uses the roads. That's why you're here, enjoying Cabin 11's hospitality. Hermes isn't picky about who he sponsors." "You ever meet your dad?" I asked. "Sore subject," said Talia and Annabeth. "Once," Luke said, but didn't seem to say more on that subject. "So, I guess he claims all his kids," Percy said. "Yes, I try to so my kids feel like they belong to something important," said Hermes. The other gods and goddesses moved uncomfortable because they don't always claim their children, but now looking at it they really should. The demigods smiled at the Hermes who smiled back. "Pretty much, but I was kind of wondering if Naruto was one of us." "Apparently not, as he has not been claimed yet," Luke said, amused as Naruto was doing handstands on the ceiling. "Don't worry about it, Percy. The campers here, they're mostly good people. After all, We're extended family, right? We take care of each other. Hestia smiled at the comment, but the demigods had frowns on their faces, thinking how he lied to them. Zoe shook her head and said, "From the expressions, thy was untruthful." Percy nodded his head and Annabeth looked anywhere else while Talia remained emotionless. "Hey, sounds like Naruto. He usually helped me and Grover this year in school." Percy chuckled. He was glad he had friend like Naruto, Grover, and now the people here at camp. He then asked something that has been bugging him. "Like when you were going to ask Annabeth out," said Talia and Nico. Percy and Annabeth blushed so hard that their faces looked like cherries. Kashina smiled and thought back when she was with Hades and Persephone. That reminded her of the certain goddess by their husband. She smiled evilly. Which Hades shivered uncontrollably and thought, "I feel like something bad is going to happen." The gods knew that look all too well. Kashina was sending Hades and felt sympathy for the lord of the underworld. While the goddesses smirked and thought, things are going to be interesting. Clarice, from Ares, was joking about me being big 3 material. Unfortunately no, joking, said Annabeth. Talia grinned and Nico laughed at Percy's face. Thals and Kashina shook their heads in response while the gods and goddesses smiled. Percy pouted and thought, I will never understand women in general. Then Annabeth. Twice, she said I might be the one. She said I should talk to the oracle. What was that all about? Luke folded his knife. I hate prophecies. We all do, said Nico, Talia, Annabeth, and Percy. What do you mean? Luke's face twitched around the scar. Let's just say I messed things up for everybody else. The last 2 years, ever since my trip to the Garden of the Hesperides went sour, Chiron hasn't allowed any more quests. Annabeth's been dying to get out into the world. She pestered Chiron so much he finally told her he already knew her fate. He'd had a prophecy from the oracle. He wouldn't tell her the whole thing, but he said Annabeth wasn't destined to go on a quest yet. She had to wait until somebody special came to the camp. Yeah, someone real special, smirked Aphrodite. Which Annabeth blushed and Percy looked the other way. Poseidon and Athena tried to understand their children's behavior but couldn't. Somebody special. You mean like me, or more specifically, Naruto? I mean, he is pretty special, he is walking on the ceiling after all. Percy asked. Don't worry about it, kid, Luke said. Annabeth wants to think every new camper who comes through here is the omen she's been waiting for. Now, come on, it's dinner time. The moment he said it, a horn blew in the distance. Luke yelled, 11, fall in. The whole cabin, about 20 or so of kids, filed into the commons yard. They lined up in order of seniority, so of course Percy and Naruto were dead last, though Naruto didn't seem to mind when Percy grumbled about it. Campers came from the other cabins, too, except for the 3 empty cabins at the end, and cabin 8. My cabin, thought Artemis with a smile on her face. Zoe smiled at her lady and said, Milady, are thy happy? Yes, Zoe, I am very happy because I am thinking about the hunters. Kashina smiled at Zoe, thinking how cute she was with her precious baby boy, which had looked normal in the daytime, but was now starting to glow silver as the sun went down. They marched up the hill to the mess hall pavilion. Satyrs joined the group from the meadow. Naiads emerged from the canoeing lake. A few other girls came out of the woods, literally. In all, there were maybe 100 campers, a few dozen satyrs, and a dozen assorted wood nymphs and naiads. At the pavilion, torches blazed around the marble columns. A central fire burned in a bronze brazier the size of a bathtub. Each cabin had its own table, covered in white cloth trimmed in purple. 4 of the tables were empty, but cabin 11's was way overcrowded. Percy had to squeeze onto the edge of a bench with half his butt hanging off. I guess the seats would be uncomfortable to sit in, smiled Talia and Annabeth. Naruto was smart and did a small earth jutsu and made a seat for himself, shocking a few people, who wondered how he did it. Earth! Boomed out Zeus, who had his eyes widened. Not saying the other gods and goddesses had similar reactions. The demigods were slightly confused at the outburst. Kashina looked at Thals and shrugged her shoulders. Kashina waited for everyone to calm down and continued the reading. The boys saw Grover sitting at table 12 with Mr. D, a few satyrs, and a couple of plump blonde boys who looked just like Mr. D. Chiron stood to one side, the picnic table being way too small for a centaur. That made Naruto laugh some. Annabeth sat at table 6 with a bunch of serious-looking athletic kids, all with her gray eyes and honey blonde hair. Athena smiled and thought about how her children make her so proud. But then frowns because the Athena Parthenos was still lost by those accursed Romans. Her form simmered a little but disappeared the next second. Clarice sat behind them at Ares's table. She'd apparently gotten over being hosed down and then blow-dried, because she was laughing and belching right alongside her friends. "That's my kids," said Ares. Aphrodite huffed and hissed out, "Shut up, Ares, before something bad happens." Finally, Chiron pounded his hoof against the marble floor of the pavilion, and everybody fell silent. He raised a glass. "To the gods." Everybody else raised their glasses. "To the gods." Naruto, being Naruto, cheered loudly along with the rest of them while Percy did it weakly, still trying to get used to this madness. Wood nymphs came forward with platters of food. Grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, and yes, barbecue. Naruto and Percy's glasses was empty, but Luke said, "Speak to it. Whatever you want, non-alcoholic, of course." While Percy experimented with his blue cherry coke. "Blue food is the best," shouted Percy. Naruto asked, "Orange vault?" The room laughed at Naruto's color while Kashina and Thals smiled. That made Percy laugh hard. No matter what he and Grover did, they could never get the blonde away from the color orange. Then some food was passed to the two boys. "Come on," Luke called. They followed him to the bathtub fire and saw people throwing in a good portion of their food in it. "Burnt offerings for the gods. They like the smell," he murmured. The boys gave Luke a deadpanned look. "You're kidding." "No, Perseus Jackson, we do like the smell," said Hermes and Apollo. "Yeah, I know that now," blushed Percy. Annabeth smiled and nudged him playfully with a grin on her face. Percy smiled and nudged back. Aphrodite cooed and thought, "I am so good at making such a cute couple." Luke's look warned them not to take this lightly, but they couldn't help wondering why an immortal, all-powerful being would like the smell of burning food. But whatever floats their boat, right? Luke approached the fire, bowed his head, and tossed in a cluster of fat red grapes. "Hermes." "Thanks, Luke," grinned Hermes. The demigods sighed sadly at the former's campers' action. The gods and goddesses took no notice of the sad faces the campers had on their faces. While Percy made a silent plea to whoever was listening, he threw it in there and not much happened except for an odd smell of chocolate and fresh-baked brownies, hamburgers on the grill and wildflowers, and 100 other good things that shouldn't have gone well together, but did. Percy looked oddly at it before letting Naruto have his turn. Naruto threw a piece in there before the familiar smell of Ichiraku's ramen stand filled the air before it turned to the smell of Tsunade's sake. "A wonderful smell and taste," sighed Dionysus. Most of the gods in the room just grinned at each other and thought, "It makes us forget our worries more like it." The goddesses just huffed or glared at the gods in the room. Then something weird happened. The fire turned pure black. "The signs of Hades, children," spoke the gods and goddesses. Meanwhile Hades grinned. For a few seconds before turning back to Naruto. Naruto looked back to see that Percy and a lot of other people had seen it too. They all had their eyebrows raised high. Naruto and Percy quickly went back to the table before anyone asked any questions. After that, they ate quickly, with Naruto finding his favorite food on the table, ramen. "Food of the gods," shouted Kashina while she was hopping up and down. The immortals looked at the amusing scene before them and had grins on their faces. Of course it was only in one bowl, but he did not mind. The odd thing was that when he finished it, it came back. Oh yeah, this was a good thing, free never-ending ramen. "Oh," moaned Kashina with a dreamily smile on her face. The demigod's sweat dropped and the goddesses shook their heads with smiles on their faces at her actions. The gods began to snicker but was stopped by Kashina's death glare. Hades smiled and thought, "She is beautiful and deadly at the same time." When everybody had returned to their seats and finished eating their meals, Chiron pounded his hoof again for their attention. Mr. D got up with a huge sigh. "Yes, I suppose I'd better say hello to all you brats." "Well, hello. Our activities director, Chiron, says the next capture the flag is Friday. Cabin 5 presently holds the laurels." A bunch of ugly cheering rose from the Ares table. "Personally," Mr. D continued, "I couldn't care less, but congratulations. Also, I should tell you that we have 2 new campers today. Peter Johnson and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's reaction will be in 3, 2, 1, and 0, said Thals counting down on her fingers. Naruto Uzumaki. I am not a girl. Naruto barked out, but Mr. D just smirked. Ah, Dionysus, you like my precious grandson, cooed Aphrodite. Dionysus huffed and said, whatever, then flashed another Diet Coke. He may like this kid, but it was fun getting on his nerves. There was also laughter from the Aries table, though it was for the fact that a camper had yelled at Mr. D. Then Chiron muttered something. Or, Percy Jackson, Mr. D corrected. That's right. Hurrah, and all that. Now run along to your silly campfire. Go on. Everybody cheered. They all headed down toward the amphitheater, where Apollo's cabin led a sing-along. They sang camp songs about the gods and ate s'mores. Chocolate sounds so good right now, moaned Aphrodite. Hephaestus smiled and flashed a box full of chocolate, and Aphrodite smiled brightly. The rest of the goddesses cooed softly except Artemis, who smiled and joked around. This made Percy feel more at him and not uncomfortable anymore. He even laughed when Naruto sang loudly and started of a song he knew. Apparently he had camped before. Well, a ninja has to survive outdoors, said Apollo. Artemis hissed out, Apollo, shut up so we can continue reading. The others in the room shook their head and Apollo grinned, then said, all right, little sis. Artemis' face turned cherry red and her eyes had murder in their dazzling silver eyes. She screamed out, Apollo, I am not your little sister. Then, Naruto smirked and started of a new song that he accidentally heard when watching TV once. Here, let's try this silly song. I wonder which song it is, thought all the demigods, gods, and goddesses. The blonde said as he took out a country guitar from out of nowhere. I would like the Aries cabin to, hey, help me out with this. Naruto said with a glint in his eye. Percy groaned to himself, he knew this song. Wait, say that again, Kelphead knows something, said Talia and Nico. Shut up, blushed Percy, and Annabeth smiled at him. Thal's had a smile on her faces and thought back to that song. Kashina just looked confused and the gods listened in rapid attention to see what the song would be. He just hoped the Aries cabin didn't hurt his blonde knuckle-headed friend. After a long day of camp, it is nice to unwind a bit with a nice campfire song. Wait, this isn't, began Percy, who a smile on his face. Seaweed brain shish. We want to find out, said Annabeth. All right, wise girl, blushed Percy. I called this one, the campfire song. I knew it, screamed out a smiling Percy while the rest of the demigods laughed or smiled. Suddenly there was an iris message came into reality for all to see. First they saw the campers gathered around the campfire and finally Naruto. Aphrodite cooed while thinking, my grandson is so handsome, I will love making his love life interesting as possible. Kashina looked at her mom and sighed, then thinking, she will be in for a surprise when she finds out about my precious baby boy's harem. Artemis' eyebrows suddenly scrunched in thought and then turned her silver-piercing glaze upon the cooing love goddess. Zeus coughed to get everyone's attention and the throne room became silent. This got a mix of reactions. Some of the younger campers burst out laughing while the older generation was confused. As was the gods and goddesses. Let's gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song, our campfire song. And if you don't think that we can sing it faster, then you're wrong. But it'll help if you just sing along. Naruto smirked as a lot of the younger kids sang the next part, signaling the Aries cabin to get ready. Pam pam pam. Naruto grinned evilly. Campfire song. Campfire song, and if you don't think that we can sing it faster, then you're wrong. But it'll help if you just sing along. Campfire song. Clarice. Not caring, she was already in the song and did her best to sing real fast like Naruto was. Percy and Annabeth smiled at the funny scene before them and both thought, I wonder what else he is going to do. The gods and goddesses looked amused and Thals along with Kashina just grinned at the entertaining scene. Song. Campfire. Naruto then ran over to Percy and called him out. He was not expecting that. It's okay, seaweed brain, you will get it next time for sure, giggled Annabeth. Percy just blushed but looked the other way. The demigods with Kashina and Thals just snickered at the blushing face of the son of Poseidon. The gods and goddesses just chuckled at the scene before them because it was entertaining for them. Good. Naruto smirked, getting a few laughs, mostly from the Aries cabin. It'll help if you just sing along. Oh yeah. When he calmed down, Naruto looked at all the campers as they all just stared at him. Then, they all fell of their chairs and laughed their asses off. Like the campers were doing right now. While the gods and goddesses looked amused and two immature gods, aka Hermes and Apollo, were holding their sides laughing. Percy laughed the hardest because he could not believe his blonde friend went through it and Clarice didn't kill him. He looked over to see the girl eyeing Naruto with a smirk and small blush. Hey, Naruto was so screwed. This girl obviously liked guts. Well, she is my daughter, sneered Ares. Annabeth was too busy laughing with the rest of her cabin to really care, though she did wonder why Naruto did this in the first place. Mr. D was actually smiling. Well, I guess that was refreshing from the normal camp, smiled Dionysus. Apollo and Hermes wished they were in Dionysus' place in that dimension because they would have so much fun with Naruto. Meanwhile, the campers looked shocked and speechless besides Kashina and Thals. Something that Chiron was shocked at. Who knew? The boys smiled at each other. They could honestly say that Camp Half-Blood was not that bad after all. They were really starting to like it. Well, who wants to read next? Questioned Kashina with a smile on her face that made no room for argument. Everyone looked over at Thals, who just blushed but said nothing. To be continued.